590 pass, maybe even slightly quicker.
It would have been well and truly up in 240, 250 mile an hour as well down the back half. That thing was really starting to wind up. A few chatter marks there on the start. We only saw a 103.5 to the 60 foot. We have seen them down in the 90s, and those guys will have a bit to work on there. As you can see the team, they seem reasonably happy actually with that one. Not too fussed by it.
They've got some numbers to work to now. Be back out. They've got the round win.
And that's the most important part about this as we go into racing now, is he got the round 1 win. Yes, it probably didn't happen the way you wanted it to, but of an easy win there. As we going to keep on with the theme, though, it's going to be blown car. Shelley Davies now lines up in the elite race parts. Mustang, this beautifully gorgeous presented Mustang, racing in slammer form, but here in Pro Mod today. And alongside the mauler, Greg Saccharides, bringing out another Ford Mustang, Pro Mod style body, twin turbo, fastest door car in Australia at the moment. Shelley goes through the routine, get the burnout done. They have changed that over to a 5-speed as well, getting used to finding reverse in that car. It's a little bit tricky. Saccharides up on boost. Shelley gets in reverse. Interestingly enough, despite the size of the turbos on this big block inside Saccharides' car, is I did ask him once, I said, like, what sort of pressure are we leaving the line on? They're talking like only less than 20 pounds of boost to get this thing off the line, the amount of horsepower it makes. Down the far end, though, probably pushing 80 plus pounds of boost. So just goes to show how much engine management's involved when it comes to the turbocharged side of the Pro Mods. Shelley Davies brings the car back. Both doors shut, automatic doors on that one. Easy way to do it, isn't it? Saccharides has a fair bit of smoke to clear out of his cabin. How will the Davies crew go? They've been chasing some good runs in a few rounds of racing at the middle part of the year. Car hasn't won a played game. They've gone through some stuff. They broke a few things recently, in recent times. It's been 6 months since they've had the car out. They've done cams, they've hurt blocks. A family team of racing. Just love to see it done. Shelley's not afraid to push this car to its limits as well. Husband Gareth just bring him into pre-stage. They'll be hoping the minor changes they've done now is going to bring this car home. Back in the 580s where they've seen it before. Mahayat there's got his laptop. Saccharides alongside. This thing got up on 2 wheels last time, right up on the back wheels. Couldn't steer and got out of it. Lights go green. Shelley's got the wheel up. Look much better there. Oh, it's a bumpy ride. Has to get off at Saccharides over towards the wall, but runs it out. 571 at 240 miles an hour. He was off that early and the chutes were out well before the finish line. A lot of smoke down past the finish line as well as he gets off that one. That might just be the turbos. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see that. But Shelley Davies, that thing, what did they do? They amped that up, mate. That thing hooked.
It was hopped up and it had 2 stabs at the start line. It sort of, the launch might have taken a foot off the gas.
Possibly. I mean, they've got to be happy with that, though, because the problem they've had is tyre shake. They haven't been actually able to get it past the 60 foot. That thing just lifted the front up, shot off, like you say, might have pushed the foot back there, comes down, goes up again. So there's some promising data they're going to get out of that run. So watch to see how Davies go.
It sounded really healthy too, Matt. That's proper door slammer noises.
Well, I don't see
broken camshaft noises.
Yeah, Gareth's not walking. He's walking away with a bit of a smile. I mean, Shelley's probably got back to him, though, in the driver, and she's okay. So he's not looking too fussed about that one where we have seen him in the past, you know, and they just have a couple of disappointing runs back-to-back. That one's got some promise in it, and, mate, I want to see the time cards a bit later on from that. Will they get a PB here this weekend? We'll have to wait and find out. That car's probably going to pull up short, unfortunately, and they will push that one off, but that's all right. Doesn't seem too concerned there, and we'll be on the radio to the driver, of course. Shelley will be talking to the crew chief, her husband, Gareth. And that is good. Saccharides, though, off that early, only 240 mile an hour on a 571. So he's scrubbed off about 30 mile an hour where we normally see him. And we've only lost 0.2 of a second. So we'll wait and see how he goes. Saccharides and the mauler right back up there.
Oh, mate.
Right back up there when it comes to this one. Obviously, it is round number 1 of racing, and he will take the scalp on that. So Saccharides gets his first win. Goes alongside with Jeremy Callahan. The Turbo boys are on top. The Black Belt Brigade, well, they're lacking behind. Still a few of the Black Belts left to run in this category here for the Fuel Tech Pro Mod at Grudge Kings. The Chevy Belair about to come out for Peter Lovering. In the obviously got the Hemi on board, blown Hemi as we see, the 526 Cuba. Tristan Ocker's alongside in the Nova. A couple of blown cars now. A little bit small there, 511 cubes, but going to try and steer this car down the racetrack. They are belted in. We're just waiting to get Shelley Davies off the end of the track at the moment. That really was hotted up. That was a rocket ship as it took off. Just hooked right in. So the changes they've made to get those tyres to hook up have definitely done the job. Look at the marks here on the start line too. So that has got up on the tyre as well. Great results from them, and I know they do a lot of correspondence with some of the guys in the States there. Try and grab some more information. I suppose the more cars you have on track, the more information you can get back. So if you can team up with a few people over there, a lot more runs getting done. And if they've got a lot more runs getting done, that means we're getting a lot more data out there as well. And just helps with us when we've got limited amount of track time here at the moment in Australia with everything going on. You can see tracks opening up all around the country once again, and plenty of events starting to happen. Of course, the new year gets all fired back up here at Sydney Dragway. Still a couple more events to come. We've got the Haltech 35th birthday next week, so that's going to be a big one as well. So Sydney Dragway got plenty of events still happening.
That's going to be huge, Matty. The folks at Haltech who make the engine management that's in a whole bunch of these super fast race cars that are here at this event, and well, every event of all types that happen at Sydney Dragway, are turning 35. They're turning 35 this year, and they said, hey, we want to throw a party. So let's throw a party. Let's do it at the Dragway. Let's have drifting. Let's have drag racing. Let's have, you know, every single person that comes through the door. I think it's $20 for a ticket, and you get $10 to spend on merch straight away. Like it's a proper party, not a money maker. And there's an awesome collection of cars coming. The Mighty Car Mods boys are going to be here next weekend. The whole gang. It's going to be a ripper event next Saturday.
Back into Fuel Tech Pro Mod category, race number 3 here in round number 1. Our third pairing, Peter Lovering in the Chevy Belair gets the burnout done. Tristan Ocker's the car gets a little bit out of shape in the burnout, the Nova, thanks to ProFlow Performance and ours Race Glides. We will back them up. A lot of smoke though in the Nova. Door just shuts, you need to get that open, get some fresh air in there. You're going to get them right back, try and set these cars back in the groove. Final checks are being done. A lot of the time they pull the throttle stops off these blown cars. You can see them on the injector hat. Just don't want to over rev them in the burnout. Need to make sure that RPM doesn't go a little bit too high and hurt some of the rocker gear, some of the valve train. Both cars going forward now. The crew bring them in. Aaron Hainbridge, the crew chief on Tristan Ocker's car there. There we go. Like it's a name well known when it comes to a lot of other forms of tuning. It's going to have a little bit of aggression.
You mean cars, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Just some stuff with nitro in it, you know.
Big revs both sides of the racetrack. No deal either side. Great save, T.O. Wow. The ProFlow Performance Chevy Nova decided to jump in the rocket lane temporarily.
How much nitro do you reckon Hainbridge put in that one? Just a cup?
Yeah, that's all it'd take.
Got on top of the tyres nicely. And, you know, like we say, it's a weird theory to think that the car needs to actually get on top of the tyres and get on top of the track, not actually get full traction. Otherwise, it bogs the motor down. They want to get up in that RPM range with maximum power. So it's that fine line, isn't it, where it gets up there and it's just skipping across the top of the track compared to just spinning out of control.
My takeaway from that was I think I'd love to see T.O. in a fuel car.
Yeah.
We'd see the biggest top fuel burnouts you've ever seen. It'd be good. He'd just get too excited.
All he needs is a car, mate. He's got the tuner there on board with him. All he needs is the car. Zoran Gadgetic now going for the biggest burnout of the day. That it has to be right up there, I reckon.
Having a go.
Having a big go there. Oh, turbocharged Hemi. Let's see how the Mustang goes. Big turbochargers on this one. The Gas Motorsports entry last time out did 585 in our test run a bit earlier today. Of course, this is round number 1. Unfortunately, Ockers won't get that win last time round. Lovering will take that win. So we do have a win there for the black belts or the blower guys. 1 win for the blowers out there. Straight after Fuel Tech Promo, we've got the Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite coming your way, and then the RGM Civil Pro Modified straight after that. Let's line them up. Turbo cars ready to go. Oh, we're just making sure that we're getting lined up for a couple of races coming your way. Make sure they are hotted up out in the pits. I've seen some of the times these cars have really managed to grab the track. A couple of cars here. It's all going to be in the power management. Gadgetic will come up on the RPM. Bumps it in. There we go. Out of the hole. 103 to the 60, but look at it down the far end. How does it go down the back?
Some steam.
579 at 256. Improves on the time, and the crew look pretty happy with that one. A quick check on the start line there. 579, 256 miles an hour there for Zoran Gadgetic.
Didn't leave perhaps as quickly as they'd like, but by the half track it was 389 at 205 miles per hour. 579, 256. The gas team and Zoran Gadgetic's team will be very happy with that.
They just gave it a little bit of time for the car to settle, didn't they, over the first sort of quarter of the track. The car got out there a bit softer than what we have seen some of the other cars, and then from then on it was just wind the boost in. Talking about winding some boost in, Rob Campezy, the only one to really get a nice run down the track in our test run today, and it was a 567 at 265 miles an hour, the twin turbocharged, Hemi-powered Moran Motorsports Ford Mustang.
Dramas here. It's the fire's gone out inside the motor. He's trying to start it up again now. Okay, looks good.
He's just trying to spin those massive turbos on it. That's all it is.
Number 1 qualifier with a 567 at 265 miles per hour in round 1. Did it fuss-free, virtually. Straight down the middle. Didn't have to drive it. Just
that tells me that was a test run. And
Sunday driving.
A little bit left in the back. A little bit left in that, I'd say. Being a solo run now, I don't know how much they're going to try and push this one. They want to know the numbers, though, because at some point you think they're going to come up against Signarelli. Now, we saw Signarelli's back off, but he was in front. Against Campezy, he won't.
He won't back off.
He will glance the wall. He'll put it all on the line because these are the 2 fastest door cars in Australia right now. And he's not going to want Campezy to take that away from him here at Grudge Kings today. Final checks going on. They can take their time. No opponent alongside them here at Tuner's Edge, Grudge Kings. Sydney Dragway. Campezy about to get brought in. Craig Burns obviously in front. Would have made some changes, I'm sure. They would have read the track conditions there, just trying to line them up in the groove. Almost pointing just a fraction to the left as we sit behind you in the commentary box. Only just. Doesn't look too bad. Lifts the wheels up there.
Very good lead, Matty. 978 to the 63, 73, 554, 272 miles per hour. Put your hands together if you like what you saw there. That was on a mission from the get-go. Early numbers, less than 1 second to get from a standing start to the 60-foot clocks. But 373 at over 213 miles per hour to the half, 554.
Yeah, that's flying to the half track, and still 978. Got out of the hole, lifted the front wheels up there, but it just wound on the boost, and look at it push into that one. Fastest run of the day, Campezy.
Craig Burns is happy with that one. We don't see much out of him. We just got a little fist pump.
Oh, he's busy this weekend. He's
got a lot of flaws this week.
He's got a brush and a broom. All right, let's move over to our Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite now.
Triple rotor time.
rotor.
Pack versus Mazsport. Jason Both in the left lane, Gina Bullion's in the right lane. Pair of Mazdas, both triple rotors.
Surely we got a heap of rotor fans here at Sydney Dragway today. And 20B, the torque monster of the rotor family. See Gina being held up there, waiting. They don't want to heat the clutches up too quick in these things. The RX-8 versus the Mazda 6. Nice clean burnout, sounding sweet as they go down. Pack performance just surrounding Jason's Mazda 6. Trying to get that thing up on boost here just to complete the burnout. There we go. Up on the tyres. Car stays nice and straight throughout that one too. Door instantly open, needs to get the smoke out of the cabin. Just clearing the cabin now for Gina, the wheelie bars being set. Very quick to find reverse. With that, he's got no one in front of him. He's managed to get that car back in the groove very, very well. It was quick, they knew they probably had to get that back after Gina had already done the burnout. They struggled to get that up and done. Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite on track at the moment here at Grudge Kings for round number 1 of racing. Heads up. Of course, 3 rounds of racing plus a final for these guys and girls. Pack performance coming out very shortly in their car, so they will be helping their customers out as well as looking at the track conditions. I believe they are coming out in this Aeroflow lane as well. Time to hear. Side by side, 20Bs. Oh no, sideways there. Car spins around, grabs the wall. Jason, off that beautiful car, just went right. I think we've got some steering damage there. Gina Bullions goes 692 at 203 in the other lane. Did not notice that. We were worried about what was going on track. She's managed to get through there, 104 to the 60 foot. But so Gina gets a run in now in the 20B Mazda RX-8. That's a gorgeous car, and that is not what you want to see, is it, Adrian?
No, it's very untidy pass. Obviously, the groove is there. We've seen enough cars get down the track today, particularly in that left lane, that have gone really fast. Campezy just went 554 at 272 miles per hour. Like that, the quickest pass of the day just happened in that lane. What happens, though, is if you get half a tyre out of that groove, you've got one tyre in the groove, perhaps, that's got grip, and one that doesn't. So your car basically tries to overtake itself. If you have the power come in too early, flat out, too much power early on for the track, then both wheels will go into wheel spin, and then it's a matter of the back trying to overtake the front. And none of those situations end well.
Just having a look there, you can see a few chatter marks there just
Yep.
for the first 30 or 40 foot, and that's going to unsettle the car as it's trying to...
Yep.
It's really the slick trying to fold over on itself. When we talk about chatter and tyre shake, it's if you look at the wrinkle on the tyre, it almost rolls over on itself, and then when it goes back into position, it causes everything to rattle and shake in the car. Very, very violent. Just imagine the old paint shaker when you go to Bunnings. It's pretty much how it feels for the driver in there. Once that gets up on the wheel, though, and you've got that huge amount of wheel speed, and possibly there that's changed in the next gear as well. Even though you get off the gas, once that wheel speed's there, it is going to slide. And it's not like a traditional car where you have a lot of steering angle in these things. Very little steering angle, because you don't want to put a lot of steering input down the far end should it get sideways. So unfortunate there. I thought maybe we were going to get away with it, but slid it in there, and then we see the front left-hand passenger side go into the wall. So that is very unfortunate there for the Mazda 6. Gorgeous looking car, the 20B Rotor. we'll have to wait and see when that one comes out. I'm sure we're going to be getting the tilt tray out there for this one. What we might do, ladies and gentlemen, we might grab a few words from our fantastic sponsors here for the Tuner's Edge Grudge Kings 2021 here at Sydney Dragway. So just at the moment, we've got a tilt tray on track, just getting this car off. Unfortunately for both there, that Mazda 6 has sustained a fair bit of damage on the front there. Really tried to hold on to it, but unfortunately we might see that car out for the rest of racing. And we will have that cleaned up very, very shortly. Only a few minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, big shout out to Tuner's Edge for Grudge Kings 2021. Plenty off going down the back as well. We've got the drift demonstrations, all of the merchandise down there. And, of course, it's great to see so many supporters here with everything down there you can check out in the pit area. Joining me now in the commentary box is Rusty Gregory. Good to see you've joined us here today, Rusty, for Grudge Kings.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate. As you know, it's a busy time of year, December. Very busy time of year. You got Christmas parties, you got kids' graduations, all that sort of stuff. It was the ladder that kept me away this morning, but I'm here now, and it looks like I showed up just in time for the action. Fairly wild ride there for Jason Bates, giving the wall a pretty good touch-up down there. It looked like he was going to actually pull away from it and save it, but at the last minute just came around, just side-smacked the wall down there, which sometimes they can be the worst ones. They can be much worse than a head-on impact a lot of the time. So fingers crossed the car's not too badly damaged and they'll be able to get it back on track. Hopefully in the not-too-distant future, mate.
It was the start of our Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite. Round number 1, our first pairing. So our second pairing are coming out, getting ready to go. Not too far away now, ladies and gentlemen. Just a couple more moments while we clean this one up, and we'll be back with racing very, very shortly. Well, good news is we do have the car on to the tilt tray and a small little clean up there in the corner. Not far till we get back underway with racing here at Grudge Kings 2021, all thanks to Tuner's Edge. We've had the Tarabay and Sons Street Outlaw round number 1 is coming your way very, very shortly. They've had 2 qualifying sessions. So has Urban Life Construction. Small Tyre Fighter has had 2 qualifying sessions. The Power Plus Extreme Bike have been out. Totterello's Fruit Outlaw have had 2 qualifying sessions as well. Then we've seen us go through round 1 of the Fuel Tech Pro Mod. And once again, Rob Campezy with the impressive run there, 5:54 at 272 miles an hour just before in this exact lane. So it's definitely pretty fast out there today. The conditions are really good at the moment with the cold air. Track's sticky as well. Head over to where we are now, the Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite. The RGM Civil Pro Modified coming your way. And then it's the Pietro Italian R275 will be the last one out for that round of racing. Of course, the Radial boys coming down. Quarter mile racing for the Radial cars. We're not going the traditional 8th mile Radial. We're going full quarter mile Radial racing. We have seen the big heavy cars get out. The Steve Bazina's here today. We'll see some 6s. He ran a 7.0 earlier. I
noticed he's got quite a big new rear deck leg on that. I don't know how long it's been on it for, but it's got the big extended spill plates right down the side, just trying to control the airflow around the back of the car. So, yeah, I'll be curious to see what sort of difference that makes to the terminal speed at the top end of the racetrack because, yeah, it's quite significant when you actually look at the back of the car, and it's the first time I've seen it with it on it, so I'm not sure how long it's been there for. But I'll be curious to see how it goes today, mate.
Yeah, they had a pretty soft run to start things off, just to kick it off. We'll have to wait and see how that goes.
I don't think we're too far away from jumping back into the racing action. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who's out here today supporting Grudge Kings 2021. We had a couple of false starts at it in terms of the COVID lockdowns and everything else, but the great thing is we are on track now, and that's really all you can ask for, Matty Cav.
It's summer. It's not warm today.
No. No. It's a bit humid, but it's not what you'd call hot by any stretch of the imagination.
We would expect this to be a 30-degree plus day.
Yep.
The sun would be beaming here in the commentary box. It'd be the track would be extremely hot. Today, though, favourable weather conditions. Overcast, so we're not getting the temperature right in there without the traffic. As long as the traffic keeps going, we'll keep that temperature in the track. But the air's quite cool. We've got quite a strong headwind, so we might see a couple of mile an hour down, but it's pretty good for the braking area there to pull the cars up. But fairly strong headwind, cool breeze. The track had some really good grip readings this morning before we started racing. I'd love to go down there so we can get some fresh grip readings, but they were really high this morning. So we've got the track there to make that happen.
Absolutely, mate. Big hello to everybody who's watching on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel as well. We are live on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Now, a couple of things. Don't click on any links in any of the comments on our Facebook page because pretty much they're all spam. If it's not posted by Sydney Dragway or by Grudge Kings and it's not on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, it's probably not something you want to click on. So just keep that in mind, guys. You can see that car coming back along the return road there for Jason Both. That's a real shame, isn't it? When you see a car like that, as gorgeous as that, have an incident like that, Matty.
Yeah, the front end, obviously the clip being taken off there, but it took a reasonably hard hit there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the other side of the car from where we're sitting. So hopefully we're not going to be down for too long. It looks like the tractors have rolled off the racing surface, so I don't think we'll be too far off getting straight back into it, mate.
No, all our officials starting to line up here. You can see them standing hands on hips and ready to go racing, and we do see the Pack Performance car. We're getting ready to go out. The Mazda 6. 20B rotor, George Raham, and we've sent him a bit of a message earlier from the commentary box, and let's just hold on and see how he goes in the burnout on this next one.
What was the message? Because obviously I wasn't here. Let's share it with the people.
We're just judging some of the burnouts here to warm the tyres up.
Have we got scorecards?
We haven't held any up. No.
Okay.
We should start getting some though.
I think we should. I think we should be handing out the scorecards as people come through the gates, so everybody up in the grandstand can hold that burnout scorecards as well. I reckon that might be not a bad way to do it.
I do. I think we should. That's a great initiative that I think Sydney Dragway should get onto. We just hand out some big scorecards. Just like the cricket.
I'll add it to my list.
Just like the cricket.
I'll add it to my list, 100%. No, George,
just a thumbs up or a thumbs down even.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, red or green.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. Big X, big tick. One or the other. Anyway, cars are fired up. George Raham in the Mazda 6 taking on Nathan Hagenson, who's lining up in his beautiful looking car down there. Another 2J powered car. Pretty quick 2J powered car, just quietly.
Well, it's got that sticker on the back that says Dandy Engines.
It's not
Generally,
what
if it's got a sticker like that on it, you expect it's probably got a little bit of those horses under the bonnet.
It's about 2 cylinders short for what you usually expect from Dandy engines, but...
Oh, he's a changed man. I've seen him with a big barra he's put out there as well, so he's been building a barra as well, Frank.
Oh, wow. He has... COVID has changed him.
There's only like a 102mm turbo hanging off it.
Oh, just a baby.
Just a baby.
Just a baby.
And that's what you lose if you hold your baby near it. It sucks it in.
It just starts sucking up all the landscape. Anyway, Nathan Hagenson on screen, closest to camera that you can see at the moment, that black and grey car. Fairly tame burnout this time around for Nathan. And
all right.
George Raham in that pack performance car, got a new look on it as well this weekend.
RPM is up. It's out to the 60. Oh,
that's a bit better.
It's not bad, but he's pretty good with the burnouts, isn't he?
That was a solid 100-footer. That was a solid 100-foot burnout. Maybe if you want to take into account the length between the burnout box and the start line, you might go 150 feet. I think you've got to give him credit where credit's due.
It's not bad for a qualifying burnout.
A qualifying burnout. Yeah, it'll just put you in the show, that burnout.
It might qualify him for next round. He's going to have to keep going if he wants to sit in the finals.
He does set speed records when he's backing up, though.
It definitely does do that. He's not afraid of getting the gas. We really feel for the run back, though. Got to get their fittest guy out there.
Yeah, or the fastest. I'm not sure which.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't you think you put a taller guy out there to try and keep up?
No, you need a short guy so you can see him through the windscreen.
No.
That's a problem. If you're too tall, you can't see out.
Oh, they've definitely got a bit of work cut out from the pack boys here.
So the yellow car, pack performance, George Raham. They have become a mainstay of the Sydney Sport Compact scene over the last 20 years. I actually saw a video pop up on social media a couple of weeks ago, actually, and it was of all the young Raham boys racing at the old track over here back when they had the RX3, the old Pac-Man car. And, you know, who would have thought going from what it was back there with your fast street cars running 8s and 9s to what we've now got, which is, you know, a 20B rotary knocking on the door of a 5-second run.
Nathan Hagenson alongside the 2J powered Dandy engine combination. Frank's there on the start line as well. Ready to bump him in. Can we get him up? Bit of a showdown now. Who's going to bump in first? Hagenson's bumped over. No, he's gone past the start line. He's not going to get a run in. George isn't wanting to let this car heat up too much. Bumps it in. Full stage. Lights go down.
And it just buzzes the tyres right off the hit. Only 127 to the 60-foot timers, so just absolutely buzzed the tyres. For Hagenson, I think he just bumped the bump box a little bit too hard there and rolled through the beams because it went straight from pre-stage all the way through to out of stage. So that's unfortunate. He's going to back it up, save the maintenance on the car and come back for the next round of racing. And we will have the next pair up fairly shortly, which looks like it is going to be Joe Signarelli. And who else we got down here? I think it's Sam Sedec, if I am not mistaken.
No, he has been in the car already. Obviously, his son is racing. Jay is racing the R34 this weekend, actually. They've got their Skyline out. So Sam Sedec's back from the Sedec Motor Group and ready to go in the RX3 now. Jay took his record in this car from memory in the 670s. So it'll be good to see if Dad can back this one up. Of course, didn't get the run he wanted in the qualifying round early there, 11.19, but we'll have to wait and see. Also, Joe Signarelli, although he ran 6.0 with a 4.5 at the end at 232 mile an hour in the qualifying session earlier, what we did see, though, is he had a little visit to the beach there, and unfortunately that thing just into the sand trap, the front half of the car. When he come back, no damage on the front, which was the best part when he went in the sand. No damage at all for Signarelli. They pulled that car out very quickly. And for a change, it's actually Jay Sedec giving the signals to the Godfather.
And you know what? I've got to give that one to Sam Sedec. That thing was sideways in the burnout, and he absolutely stayed in it. That's what we like to see. Joe Signarelli.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. That's what I say.
Now, am I looking at that right? 6.04 from Joe Signarelli this morning?
With a trip to the beach.
With a trip to the beach?
Yeah, only the front
half.
half.
Did he take his bucket and spade?
No, well, he brought a bit of sand back with him.
I can imagine.
But it did not go on the tilt tray, and it was just the first half of the car looked like it was beach. So
okay.
Not too bad. We did have shoots out in Blossom. It just didn't quite pull up 232, so maybe a bit late on that one, the Toyota Celica.
100%.
Gas Racing.
Big alert if you're watching on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Let us know where you're watching from. We are going to stay live for a little while at least. We don't know when we're going to cut it. We're living a bit loosey-goosey here today. Just living dangerously.
Living large.
We don't want to put any rules out there.
Mate, we've got the fastest and baddest cars in the country here for Grudge Kings, all thanks to Tuner's Edge, and we want to make sure that everybody can watch it, whether you're over in the States, you're in Australia, Europe, it doesn't matter.
Puerto Rico, we know there's a lot of people watching from Puerto Rico with the rotaries and the 2Js.
Imagine if we're packs at a time today, what we'll see. What will happen? Look, give it here. Sam Sedec, he might do it as well. We're seeing this thing in the 670s before this car. Of course, it was piloted by his son, Jay Sedec. There'll be some banter going on, I reckon. Dad and son.
That's how this whole Grudge Kings thing started. It was all about banter and basically bragging rights. Signarelli's taking his time coming into full stage here.
Oh, Sedec up on the back wheels, so on the run. Signarelli, though, fast. This one's looking good. Half track 398. 6:04.1 at 2:40 this time. 6:04.1 at 2:40.
Wow.
Signarelli backs that time up. That is consistent.
I was going to say, is he going to go and enter in a die your own class now? 6:04 and a 6:04, only 0.04 of a second difference between the two runs. Big speed though, big improvement on the speed. 240 mile an hour to 232 from his run this morning. Unfortunately for Sam Sedec, it got to probably just about 330 foot out there, and it just went away. Only a 912 at 100 miles per hour, so a little bit of work left to do for those guys. And
pulled up this time and turned around in the turnaround area. So that's great to see from Signarelli. It's a much better run there, and that mile an hour showing some promise there. 398 to the 60 foot though, sub 4 second run. Oh, sorry, to the 8th mile, the half track. So we'll have to wait and see what Signarelli can do a bit later in the day. She's sitting here with our... So we're going to move on. We are going to move on now to the RGM Civil Pro Modified, I do believe.
I know I'm a little bit old school, but I love big steel cars with big superchargers sticking out the bonnet.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to take that back. It's Turbo Smart Pro Street. As we can see, the Devil's Taxi is out here.
Yep.
Danny McDessie, baddest steel car in the country.
Would probably, yeah, I'd go with that. Running down in, I think he's gone a 620, as quick as a 620. Which, keep in mind, this car has been in the family since new. It has literally, it was the family taxi. He's kept it in the family. It looks a little bit different to the way it came out of the factory. You might be able to tell.
But when's the last time this car went straight down the track? I mean, it does, we've got a quarter-mile run.
Yeah.
You know, 400 metres.
It
normally adds about 30 metres, I reckon,
yeah,
going side to side down the track doing a 620.
It's got a tendency to have a good look at the concrete in the centre line. But Danny is one of those guys, he knows where the line is. He tends to not overstep it. He knows the car. He's made a bunch of runs in this thing. Let's talk about Frank Tarabay over in the other lane with the 2J. That's one of the quickest 2J powered cars in Australia. Has run into the 5 second zone, well over 240 mile an hour. And he's also got the gas boys on board as well. So they certainly know how to make him go, that's for sure.
Didn't get off the line in the qualifying session earlier today, but he still decided that once he got that car settled, he'd get on the gas, around 199 miles an hour still. Like we say, not getting a start. We'll have to wait and see the Devil's Taxi. Tarabay with an issue there. They're under there looking at this one, maybe some fluid. They're saying they've got the universal sign for kill it. Turn the motor off. That is not run. We're going to see the Devil's Taxi now. The Devil's Taxi on a solo run.
Yeah, he'll put it in. He put it on the two-step. Oh, bangs the tyres hard off the line. And that's not the way to go quick. I think it might have actually hooked up if it didn't hit the wheelie bar so hard, because it looked like it kind of unloaded the rear end and then just started blazing the tyres.
It's a real fine balance, isn't it, with the wheelie bars, just making sure they don't take that load off the tyre, but you don't want them to push down. It's almost like you want to try and keep the rim height the same.
There's a couple of functions that the wheelie bar does. The first of all is the obvious one, to try and keep the front wheels on the ground, or at least close to the ground. doesn't always work, as you can see. The second one is to try and help steer the car. So if you actually go up and look at these dual wheelie bar setups, they've got different heights set from side to side. That's because of obviously the torque of the engine, depending on what engine you've got in it. Also the preload that you got set in the rear end. There's a lot of little nuances with it that the wheelie bars control. And the other thing that it really helps control is the squat of the tyre. So you don't want the car actually squashing the tyre down too hard, because then what it tends to do is go into tyre shake. So you use the wheelie bar to really control the squat on the rear end of that car. It's a very much a black art. You use it in tandem with the suspension under the rear of these cars. Next up, it'll be the Queen Street BMW down there, the gold-plated Queen Street BMW. Fantastic looking car, this one. It's a glamour. That's really the only way to describe this thing, isn't it, Matty?
I know, it looks like we are going to turn the engine off. I think it's just because we've got this clean up in aisle number 1. While we clean that up, we probably will let these cars not get too much heat in the engine. Just having a look at Tarabay's car. They're pulling the front off this one. Maybe they're going to see if they can repair something. Of course, the race is run and done, round number 1, so won't get the win there. The Devil's Taxi will take that one. Did cross the centre line, so that's fine. We'll record the win. As a final check on things. Not quite sure where the fluid come from. They're just having a look as they're checking the start line.
It looks like it's something maybe around a breather or something on the fuel tank on the front. I can see they're wiping it. Maybe a breather. It just got some surge when it was reversing back and he got on the picks. I'm not sure. Just purely speculating here. But anyway, they're just wiping that car over so it doesn't leak anymore. And Dominic Rigoli will roll up to the line in the Nissan-powered.
Yeah, that's a bad RB.
Yeah.
One bad RB. 3.2 litre, of course.
Did I hear that went 607 this morning? I may have been tuning into the live stream when I shouldn't have been this morning.
Oh, look, mate, you don't need to hear it. It's on our screen. All right?
232 miles per hour. You've just given away behind the scenes, Matty. You're just showing people how the sausage is made. You're not supposed to do that. Trying to keep the aura going.
The aura.
And I was actually watching online this morning. Actually, I take that back.
232 mile an hour, though, so expect to see an improvement on that.
I take that back. My son was watching, and I just happened to be able to glance over his shoulder every now and then.
At least there's someone I like.
Thanks, Matty. Feel the love.
Oh, the Queen Street BMW. It's gold-plated, literally. Of course, you can see the high-tech oil sponsorship on the back now as well. Trying to get this car ready to go. The doors are shut. Final adjustments on the wheelie bars. Rigoli ready to go. They're just watching in the other lane, making sure that comes forward. A bit of a check under the front of the BMW, though. Everyone's getting down.
All right, I can see the Universal Kill It sign down there. And unfortunately, he's going to be shut down and pushed back. So Dom Rigoli going to be going on a solo pass. Maybe a hose or something down there is just popped. They're just trying to work out exactly what it is. That's unfortunate for those guys. But Dom Rigoli, let's see what he can knock out of the park. Is it out of the realms of possibility to see something with a 5-pup on
no, we can see with the 5. The RB steps it out sideways, though. It's not going to be on this run. You can see the chatter marks there just off the start line. Rigoli, they're pushing hard. It still went 106 with all that chatter to the 60 foot, but it was out of it very, very early. Mate, the size of the turbo on that thing,
yeah,
that'll be pushing over the 2,000 horsepower mark. No worries in the RB.
Yeah, that definitely would make some horsepower. Is that another sort of baby-eating size turbo?
Oh, yeah, that turbo is massive. There's actually some photos online today, and I haven't had a chance to go and see it in the pits, and I said, is that a 98? It could be. It could be bigger than that, actually.
Could be a 98. Could be over 100.
Could be 102. Could be 104. Like it's a big turbo. Put it that way. When it takes up a portion of the engine size, you know it's a reasonably sized turbo.
All right. Next up, it is... Just trying to see who is rolling up to the line next. Our numbers aren't showing up. I know that's Tony Grigich down there in the Ghost RX3.
So we change over now to the RGM Civil Pro Modified category. So Tony Grigich didn't get the run he wanted last time either. Another one. Some issues there with staging. Obviously, it was only a qualifying session here this morning. We are running a little bit behind time, so if you just joined us on the Sydney Dragway YouTube live stream, you haven't actually missed too much racing. We have a little bit behind when it comes to the schedule, and running through round 1 of racing still at the moment. Tony Grigic on the Adelaide Paint Repair Management Mazda RX-3, the 13B Turbo in our Aeroflow lane. Paul Mahayat there just backs that car up. It's a little bit just twisted to the right-hand side. They're going to try and line that car up a bit.
It is. It's definitely sitting askew, isn't it? I mean, if you were going to draw a straight line, it'd be aimed pretty much at just past half-track. The half-track timing cones down there right now. Still got plenty of room to straighten it up.
We're in a pretty good position to actually see that.
And we will see Tony lining up in a new car very shortly, the RX-8 that he's been putting together. So I don't think there's any plans to retire the Ghost. This thing will be running until it can't run no more, I reckon. Tony absolutely loves this car, but the new car is an absolute glamour. I don't know if you've seen any photos of it online, Matty, but beautifully presented car. Can't wait to see it out on the Sydney Dragway quarter mile here.
Right, the final adjustments have been done. Crew bringing the Ghost forward. Here we go. Looks like we're going to race in our hands. Pre-stage now. Just waiting for our rocket lane to come into pre-stage. There we go. Top bulbs go on. Who's going to be the first one to bump it into full stage? Grigic is in. Full stage now. Waiting. Looking for that lights to go on. Here we go. Up on the two-step. Gets away. Car gets out of shape and he's off it again. There are some big chatter marks from that one as well.
Tell you what, I reckon this track is probably a little bit tighter than a lot of people are giving it credit out there today.
I'd actually like to go and get some of the grip readings now compared to what they were this morning.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know actually from the traction meters, because you see a lot of teams out there, and a lot of the time you'll actually get different readings off different traction meters, and it really doesn't matter what the number is as long as you're consistent in the way that you take the measurement on the racetrack. So as long as you've got the same guy from the team doing it the same way each time, that's much more important than what the actual number on the gauge is, because it means you can tune the car that it's relating to the number that the racetrack is giving you. Next up, I think it's going to be Nick Saltudis down there in the Rocket Industries lane, taking on Daniel Camilleri. Daniel Camilleri in the Pontiac Firebird there with the RB power, I think.
It's an RB on that one. And It's got mechanical injection too.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unusual combination, at least in the type of field that we see here today at Grudge Kings.
Yes, yeah. It's obviously left-hand drive chassis car there, and we'll have to wait and see as they're getting that one ready. Didn't all go to plan in the first run once again. So it looks like the get a little bit of a push off there, and we are off at half track there for Tony Grigic. So that car being pushed off the track didn't make the full run, unfortunately. So round 1 at the moment of our RGM Civil Pro Modified out on track. Jenna Cavalieri, the Pontiac Firebird, RB Power. Just going back into the water there. Had dramas trying to fire this one up for the burnout last time as well. It didn't go smooth.
You know what I love about technology, Matty? We are live on YouTube at the moment. We're streaming what you can see up on the big screen is streaming out over the World Wide Web as it stands at the moment. And the interesting thing about it is we've got people who are sitting up in the grandstands actually commenting on the YouTube channel that we've got going at the moment. It's very, very strange. Very strange. Nick Saltudis taking on Daniel Camilleri now.
Look much better in the burnout this time for Camilleri. Saltudis, the Rotor Master.
Problems for Saltudis by the look of it.
That's not good. They're all eyes in there. Bodies are in.
Anytime the mops are rolling after the burnout, it's never a good thing. Although by the look of it, I think it's fuel. Looking at the way it's drying up down there.
That's always a good sign if we're going to leak something.
Yeah.
Fuel's much easier to clean up. We've already done a couple of other things. I'll get that one off really quickly. Bit of a shame when it comes to round 1 of racing, though. That's what you don't want.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of people this morning. Really, the staging procedure has been a problem this morning. A lot of people just tending to bump past the staging lights and not manage to get in. Daniel Camilleri now just doesn't, as long as he doesn't cross the centre line now, he's going to get a round 1 win. So it looked a lot stronger in the burnout this time. He struggled with that this morning. So hopefully he will get himself some times on the board because he's going to need them. I mean, it's heads up racing here at Grudge Kings. None of this dial-in stuff, just straight out, lights go down, and we get underway with racing.
100%.
You spin the tyres, get back on it first across the finish line, wins. Going to take his time going through the procedure. Goes towards the centre line and just pull that straight back in. This isn't too bad a run, actually, from Campezy.
No, it's not. A 712, 187 miles per hour, and that's a pretty good testament to the racetrack as well. The fact that he was no more than probably a car width from the centre line the whole way down, and it stuck. So a 712, 187 mile an hour, not too shabby in any way, shape or form. Now, big hello to everyone who's watching on the live stream. I can see that we've got some people watching from America. They really appreciate the live feed over in America. It'd be fairly, what would the time be over there? It'd either be early in the morning or very early in the morning, one or the other.
It'd be a bit out. It'd be pretty early in the morning. But
Connor Webb watching from Brisbane. There's plenty of people watching from all over the place. So LA, yeah, 7:41. So before Maddie's wake-up time, he usually sleeps until about 10 o'clock. Doesn't get out
10 o'clock?
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I got up at 4:30 for you this morning. 4:30 just for you, Rusty.
Oh. All right, next up, it is Gina Bullions in the RX-7. This car has actually got some history with Grudge Kings. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, she actually won the first Grudge Kings event. So we had to temporarily rename it Grudge Queens. Because she walked away with the crown, the billet crown that got handed out at that event. And so she has got some history with it. Nettie Howich in the Mazda R100 down there, the EnviroWaste car, one of our fantastic partners here at Sydney Dragway as well. I was having a good chat to Eddie, and he said, thank God COVID's done, because I keep spending money on the race cars while they're sitting there and we haven't done any racing. I can't wait to get back out there on the racetrack. So he's happy. He's very happy that we are finally back out on the racetrack. And this is only one of his race cars.
He hasn't bought the RX-7 down. He's bought this, well, it's almost like a toy version, isn't it?
This is the toy.
I mean, that'd have to be a pretty exciting ride in that car. The wheelie bars are almost as long as the entire car itself. And we know it's got plenty of power there in the 13B. Now, Gina's just gone down in their other car as well. Luckily, she got out of that one with an instant there in the opposite lane. So she managed to go through in this one. Can she double it up? She's got 2 chances of winning categories today.
Well, always good when you get to double your chances.
There we go, in full stage now. They bring them up. Lights go down. She gets it really cranked up and went left there.
And Eddie just can't quite bring it up on boost by the look of it.
Had some issues this morning too, in the qualifying session as well. So
not sure what the story was there for Gina. It just shook the tyres and then hiked the front end and went over towards the concrete wall. And as the guy who has to put all the signage up, I really appreciate her not getting over into that wall. 22-second run for her and a 16.78, or 87 I should say, for Eddie Howich, but not representative on either side of the racetrack. Next up, it looks like, is that Fred Karam down there in the orange car? And I think it will be Rob Margin.
No. Well, yeah, but this is an R275 car versus what I believe is going to be an RGM Civil Pro modified. So I think they're just sorting that one out. Now, let's talk about Vince Regoli's car today. It's got Cosworth on board. Listen to it. Strong Cosworth.
I like that.
Yeah, it's got a very unique sound. We don't see a lot of Cosworth here racing in these categories, but this morning, that bonnet was not latched down. Now, that's come up, come back over, hit the roof, and it looks like they've got a temporary bonnet now on this thing, looking at it. Slightly different orange out there. We were worried about this. Obviously, the sunroof that's in this one is actually, must be plastic sunroof or something, or they got that taped up? Looks like
I think it's taped up by the look of it. Yeah,
it's amazing. Smashed it, which is good.
It's amazing what you can do with race tape when you have to. When you're put in those kind of situations, it is amazing what you can make race tape do. The whole bonnet's taped on, is it?
Well, okay, the question was, we didn't know if it was a steel bonnet or not, whether we could jump on it and flatten it out just to get it on. Like, you know, the old body beating.
The bush panel work. That's
the bush panel. So, and that happened a half track. That thing flew up. It was sketchy. Luckily, no one in the other lane. So he managed to actually keep it in his lane down the far end. Did a fantastic job there. Really not being able to have much side either. You can only really look out the side of the car there and sort of judge where you are. It's probably good they just took it over close to that centre lane. So the final one in this RGM Civil Pro modified category out in the rocket lane is going to be Vince Regoli in the Cosworth 2-litre.
Let's hope that's speed rated race tape. That's all we can say.
Oh, he just put 2 layers on it. It's 200 mile an hour. Here we go. 111 to the 60 foot. So 111 to the 60 foot. Getting close to the centre line. Goes 739 at 185. Double taped. I'm telling you, it's under 200 mile an hour. Yeah. It has lasted.
Yeah, 100 mile an hour tape doubled over. You're absolutely right. 200 mile an hour. Don't know why I even questioned it. Next up, Craig Lewis in the Rocket Industries lane, taking on Rob Margin in June 2.
All right, this time Craig Lewis, last time round he was in this lane, this thing came out, spun the tyres, slid around at a 180, and he actually drove it back up the track. So it was a pretty hairy start for this one. Rob Margin as well out there, didn't get the run he wanted last time. We do know that how much boost and how much maintenance they need to put in these cars when they get a full run in. If they don't get it right in the first 100 foot, generally we see them get out of these ones. So this is currently the fastest Skyline in the world.
Yeah.
Old 32.
It's
what are we at?
Nuts.
662?
Somewhere around there.
No, 650. 652, I think it is. So
the thing with it is, it keeps getting dropped week after week, it seems like. And a lot of the runs actually happen here at Sydney Dragway, and it's getting harder and harder to keep up with.
And what I love is we got Matooks here today as well. So, like, we're at Grudge Kings.
The heat is on.
With Grudge Racing. You can't tell me by the end of today we don't have them side by side having a grudge race.
Look, you would think so. You would hope so. If there's any kind of justice in the world, you would think that that is what's going to happen. But Craig Lewis, let's talk about him. Only a little baby Windsor in that thing. I say a baby. It's 363 cubes, but compared to some of the other cars that we've got, it is a baby, but it holds up its own. When you look at the kind of performances it does, has a tendency to stand up on the rear bumper. Does make plenty of horsepower, does get down the track in pretty short time, so keep your eye on him. But I mean, when you're up against a mid 6 second Skyline, it's always going to be tough, isn't it?
It's the same lane. I don't want to see deja vu. That's all I'm saying from Lewis. The Pietro Italian R275. It's a Radial 275 tyre. They're not that big when you get down and have a look at them compared to some of the big boots we've got here today on the back of some cars. We're talking about the rear tyres, of course. 4 of them on the Margin car.
There's 4 on Craig's car too.
Well, radials, but 275 radials. Come on, mate. Oh no, it's up in smoke again. This time it's straight though. Feathers the throttle, Margin away, and it's not going to be the run they want. They're going to back out of this one.
Bit of a pedal fest.
A little bit of smoke down the far end there for Lewis. Hopefully that's just coming out of the guards there. Goes 981 at 155 miles an hour for Lewis to get a first round win in the Pietro Italian R275.
The what Italian?
Pietro.
Gee, you put the accent on and everything.
Yeah, you got to do it, mate.
If there's anyone watching from Italy on our live stream, can you please correct Matty Cav for us?
Please.
Let us know.
Or if Pietro need a ad done, I can get on there.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't be waiting for a call if I was you. Just quietly.
What are you saying?
A couple of Tiranas on track now. LC. That's a good-looking car, that green one. Just sits nicely in the rear end. It's just a really stout-looking car. That is Brandon Zito. Taking on Danny Busbridge from Inverleigh in Victoria, who has been a mainstay of the radial scene for quite some time.
Twin Whizzes on that one?
Yep. And does usually run in the Kenda series, but this is going to be a little bit different because Kenda is only running to the 8th mile mark. This is going all the way to the 1/4 mile mark. So
just a diff gear and maybe some converter changes.
Oh, it's easy as that. It's only money. It's only money.
Tune it in. Get underway. Oh, Busbridge spins tyres. Gets up on the back wheels this time. Lifts the wheels from 100 foot onwards and look at him out the back end. 746, 201 miles an hour from the little Tirana.
Cracked the double ton. 746, 201, 786 with Brandon Zito in the green LC and 177 miles per hour for him. Charlie Turst now from Croydon Park in New South Wales. Again, another little 365 Windsor in that Cortina. And Simon Bradbury over in the Rocket Industries lane from Bungendore. Good to see him back. You'll probably remember him. Used to run the car that Leo Georges has got now, the little Escort panel van.
Yes.
So good to see him back out on the racetrack. 383 cubic inch Chevy under the bonnet.
Got that gold diamond on the back, which means we've got a bit of nitrous oxide on board as well.
Yeah, it's got the giggle gas, the fun stuff.
The fun stuff. Bungendore. And that'll... got a few people out there towards Canberra there. They've made it over this weekend to be part of this.
Considering there's no racetrack in Canberra and there hasn't been since 1998, how strong drag racing is down there in Canberra is quite phenomenal. Especially around that Bungendore area, there seems to be so many cars, so many races down there. It's actually quite amazing.
When you starve for some entertainment down there, mate, the best thing you do. It's not a big drive to get over here, just 3 hours. You can head to Sydney Dragway.
You've done it a few times, haven't you, Matty?
Done it recently, actually. Here we go. Underway, twist up for Charlie. in the Cortina and stays there, settles down just past the half track in front. And going across the line first, then 8:44 gets a round one win, 115 miles an hour, backed off that very, very early. 9:31 and 144 for Bradbury in the VR Ute. You can see the
Oh, now we're talking. How's the bullhorns on the front of this thing now?
yeah, that's to keep the front end down. Check out the rear wing. That is a big step up for Mazina. They are looking for a bit of downforce somewhere there. In the far end where he's doing 200 plus miles an hour. This morning was a soft run. I can tell you the launch was soft. 7:03, 198.
Now, for anybody who's watching on the live stream, what you're actually looking at here is an XW Falcon. Now, this was brought out by Ford in the mid-70s. Was never really intended to go over 200 miles per hour.
It's not aerodynamic in any way, shape or form.
It's kind of like pushing a stock Chevy Nova down the racetrack.
Yeah.
And probably less aerodynamic.
And this thing would have to, it's up in the 400 pound mark. So it's
4,000 pounds.
Well, 4,000 pounds.
Yeah, it's a heavy piece of gear. And
it's on this little 275 radial.
It's on a 275 radial with a 481X Proline twin turbo engine in it, as you do.
Steel bodied car still, full steel body.
It is absolutely incredible.
The engineering just to get that engine in there to keep this in some form of original style street car is phenomenal. And he can drive this thing too.
And I've just been corrected on the live stream. Yes, the XW 60s, not 70s. I was talking engineering terms.
Oh, just gets up on the back wheels there, pushes those radials into the ground.
Here we go.
He's towards the centre line, but he's on a bit of a charge. 694 at 211 miles an hour. That's a 694, 211 miles an hour. And we have seen this thing go faster than that.
That is such a fun car. I love seeing that and Frank Marchese's car going side by side. There is just something about those two cars, just incredible, absolutely incredible. And we'll see it go faster, I'm sure, later on today. Jonathan Damascus now, the Ford Mustang with the 370 cubic inch Windsor underneath the hood, actually took home grand champion of Southern Slam earlier on this year.
Gorgeous car.
Car.
We spoke, like, get down and actually check this one out.
It's show car quality.
It's show car. Tarabay and Son Street Outlaw now about to get back underway, and this is a dial your own category. So it's to be round number one of racing for them. So these guys will actually get themselves a dial in time and try and run to this one. Jonathan Damascus in the 65 Mustang is going to go a 1065 dial in. I think it's got more in it than that. It ran 1068, 113 miles an hour. Like 130 miles an hour is not a 10-second run.
No.
He's getting off that early.
And I'm pretty sure I've seen this car go into the nines anyway.
Yeah, probably not allowed to go in its current form. That's probably why we're seeing a bit of a 1,000.
Did I say something wrong?
We're getting 1,000 foot with a roll on.
Yeah.
Pat Friole, now we know him from drag racing here at Sydney. 10:29 is what he ran earlier. Dialed in a 10:18 as the sun just hits the track. The wheel is up there for Damascus. Just lifts that wheel right up. Watch it at the 1,000 foot. I reckon it's going to nose over.
He's peddling it.
Yeah.
He's peddling it, trying to keep it close.
He's got to watch Pat. It's a bit of a...
Yeah, and the problem is when you red light, it doesn't matter at the other end anyway. 024 red for Jonathan Damascus, and that put paid to his hopes of winning that race. Got another pair of Tiranas rolling up to the line now. Robert Galotta over in the Rocket Industries lane. That is the camera that's, or the car that's closest to camera. And he's going to take on the Tirana in the Aeroflow lane that we don't have any details on. We'll call him Old Mate.
We ran 1060 earlier, 1050 is the dial in. We have seen cars improving their time, so to put an extra 10th on it.
I've just noticed this VN Commodore down here with no windscreen. No windscreen.
Don't worry about that. Let's worry about that later.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Galotta gets out of there with a 187 reaction time, the better of the two. Gets down the end with the win, a 1083 on a 1075 dial in, 124 miles an hour. And if you just joined us on the live stream, you've been here for the first time, dial in time, Rusty. It's basically you nominate a time that your car is going to run.
Yep.
If you run faster than that, it means you lose the race.
100%.
So the idea is to get a great reaction time.
Level the playing field.
Go as close to your dial in time as possible. So what you will see is basically one light will come down different to the other depending on your dial in time.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter Villaris now in the Go Logistics. Falcon down there taking on Chris Downs in the VN Commodore. Across the line, 1065 on a 1024. Chris Downs left a bunch on the table with the reaction time. Only a 713 on the reaction time. And a lot of smoke down there for Chris Downs going through the braking area. You can see up there on the big screen. And looking at it, I think there might be a trail of something
It's
behind.
definitely glistening in the sun there, isn't it? As the
Can
sun
we
comes
switch
out,
to the other camera, Bushy, our wonderful producer that we've got running the live stream here today? Switch to the other camera, and this will give us a pretty good idea of what's going on. This is the beauty of Sydney Dragway now. We've got 12 of these cameras. 11, sorry. 11 cameras at the moment. Will be 12 very shortly. Cameras all around the venue that we can pretty much get to anywhere on the racing surface and the staging lanes, and we can find it. So, as you can see, that's a fairly major hemorrhage, that one, unfortunately. And I dare say, Matty Cav, that we are going to be down for a clean-up after that one. Now, I guess the good news, and I say good in inverted commas, is that car didn't really start smoking until it was well into the braking area. So it's not going to be affecting the racing surface. It's just the braking area that I think we're going to have to clean up down there.
Yeah, make that a little bit easier for the clean-up crew. They've been reasonably busy today. We are about an hour and a half behind schedule, so I've been reasonably busy today, and we need to thank all of our volunteers and officials here at Sydney Dragway doing a fantastic job here for the Grudge Kings 2021, all thanks to Tuner's Edge. We are underway at the moment with the Tarabay and Sons Street Outlaw class, round number 1. So, of course, this is a dial your own. And when we talk about that dial, and we touched on it, but basically, if we say you dial in 11 second, someone dials in a 10 second, it's basically a 1 second handicap that goes to the person with the 11 second dial.
Now
so
I know why you did
leave
advanced maths
early.
at high school.
Yes, I know, advanced maths.
You are very good. 11 minus 10? 1.
1.
Equals
See?
1. I see you're good, mate.
I could make it complicated for you. Do we want to go into thousandths of a second?
We could. No, you're absolutely right. It's all about nominating the time without going under it. If you both go under it, whoever goes under by the least is deemed to be the winner. And the whole idea is that it doesn't matter how much money you go out and spend. You can go out and spend a whole bunch and lose to a guy who's spent next to nothing. As long as everybody's playing by the rules, that's really the way what it comes back to. So, by the look of it, we are rolling with the cleanup crew down there at the top end of the racetrack. What we might do is take a quick couple of words from our fantastic sponsors here at Grudge Kings 2021, presented by Tuner's Edge and Pro Signs. We'll be back very, very shortly here at Sydney Dragway.
All right, let's get back underway, of course. Our Tarabay and Son Street Outlaws. We just had, unfortunately, the VN, well, it left a little bit of fluid on the track down there in the braking area. We're back underway. Buddy Rogers with an 11-second flat dial-in. Trent Demi in the 1020 dial-in the Holden Commodore. 355 on board, so it looks like it's got a bit of Holden power. It's going to be the HQ Ute, though, down there first, 11:41 at 116 miles an hour to Trent's Commodore that just seems to be having some issues there with a 13.79 after that 10.20 dial-in. So Buddy Rogers will get a round number 1 win here in the Tarabay and Son Street Outlaw category. Back on the mic, joining me here in the commentary box, Adrian Hodgson.
Nice simple combination, the Freak VH Trent Pymie's car. It's excuse me, I think it's just a Holden stroker, like 355 maybe. He used to run it on nitrous and all sorts of things. Switched it to methanol, gave it a little bit of comp and just put a big carby on it and just runs it aspirated. It'll do that 10.2, 10.1, maybe a 990 if he's feeling like it, 1,000 times in a row. It just does its thing.
Simple as good.
Yeah.
Chelsea Smith now in the VN Commodore takes off with Chris Creech in pursuit with that 10.25 dial into the 12.0 of Chelsea Smith. Oh, breakout for Chelsea Smith goes 11.49, 113. Chris Creech there at 10.31 on 10.25 dial. He'll take this win in the dial your own bracket for Tarabay and Son Street Outlaw now. So dial your own means they're going to give us a dial in time. If you go under that, you break out, you give the win away. Otherwise, it's basically like a handicap start. We were talking about this earlier. So obviously the person with the slowest dial in will get themselves a little bit of a handicap. The time difference between the two.
This is the Wollongong zone, mate. The yellow Commodore was my mechanic. Now the driver of the LH Tirana in the left lane is my tow truck driver.
I'm a bit concerned when you say you've got a tow truck driver. Does that mean you have to use him frequently?
I drive a Nissan, mate. What do you think?
Sean Smith from Waniassa in the ACT. The
South side.
Capital. Yeah, it's a bit just on the south side. Yeah, we don't go south side.
You don't go to south side?
No.
Don't hang out at the Tuggeranong Hyperdome, mate?
Breaks out there, runs 10.23 to 10.38 dial in, and Mark will get the win in the Tirana, a 10.200 on a 10.20 dial in, 131 miles an hour. If he had sharpened up that reaction time, that would be an almost perfect package. Really set on the dial in time, round 1 win there for him. Craig Warren now coming out with a 10.2 dial in also in the Tirana, and alongside Tarek Beck in the Ford Mustang. 10 flat dial in, and that's, well...
That's interesting.
Going to back
is
off
there
then.
Is there a low ET cutoff in this class?
I'm assuming the 10.0 probably is it.
Because he went 967 earlier. That's not going to cut it. So he's going to have to cut a light and then hopefully back off. I don't know how he's going to do that against Craig Warren, the small block powered Tirana. That thing's pretty consistent.
Well, it's where you got to be cagey, don't you? You know that it's going to have enough speed to get in front. Then you got to keep looking, obviously to your left this time. You'll have to keep looking to see where the car is and just stay that little bit in front. I reckon he's probably a little bit concerned about that 144 mile an hour ran before because I don't see those parachutes on the back.
Man, that black Chevy under the tunnel is shaking the entire building.
Didn't notice the blower on that before, actually. You know, the motor sits quite low in there and the carb's up that high.
It's Australia, mate. It's a blah.
Australia.
Blah.
Blah.
It's got a blah.
All right, just waiting for him to come to stage. The Mustang has gone sub 10, but it's a 10 flat dial in. We'll have to play some games there. Ready to go, late model car 2. Just needs to put the nose in front of Craig Warren. He's run 10.24, 10.25. He's dialed in with a 10.20. Gets a nice reaction time too at 0.52. This is going to hurt Beck. Doesn't matter how fast he runs, might get across the line first, but the reaction time is what's going to hurt him. The win will go to Craig Warren this time unless he breaks out. No, he gets the win, 10.63. He's backed off there, 128 mile an hour. Probably not seeing Beck alongside. And the Mustang goes 9.75 at 1.45 this time. So that is a personal best there for today. 75, 145 miles an hour. And we'll drive home.
Yeah, and looks like a stock Mustang for more than 10 feet away.
Rowan Hudson, that blown 55 Chev Belair, 10.1 dial in to Stan Nikitaris in the Ford Capri. Small block Windsor, 302 cubes. It's already got a little bit of a twist in it. It's had a bit of horsepower run through the chassis for quite some time. Paint it yellow and call it twisty.
They just, sometimes HQs do it as well. If they don't have very much bar work in it, they'll pick the left wheel up and then the left wheel comes almost all the way back down. And that's how it is now. Stan Nikitaris goes early, 009, hands the win to Rowan Hudson in the black Chev Belair. Blown big block, 10.17, 131. Pretty stout, pretty consistent too, only hundredths away from his previous best pass of the day.
So what you're saying to me is it's a pre-tension twist, torque twist.
Yeah, it's, I mean, if it doesn't come all the way down and then go all the way back up again, it's not really, I don't know if it's work hardening, stress relieving, or if it's just going to twist up like a minty wrapper. But no, I've seen HQs pull the front left wheel up before, and it really doesn't look like they put it all the way back down.
Yeah, no, the shock doesn't travel all the way back.
No. Mustafa Sakina coming up in the left lane up against Don Perry in that beautiful RX2. You watch the hatch in this as he bangs gears, and it often opens. Thankfully, the air keeps it shut. Big Tuner's Edge sticker on the back. Supporters of Sakina's RX-7 for a long time. Love this car because it can be wherever you like in the groove, and he'll just bang gears and get to the other end. Gets out of the car, massive grin on his face. The whole crew, they're probably the happiest rotary drivers here.
Just trying to get that into reverse now. They seem to be having some issue getting that into gear, trying to rock the car, but they are backing that up and turning it off. So Mustafa Sakina is out in the RX-7. They're going to put that to the side. It looks like Don Perry is going to have a solo run here and got RX-2. The 20B, how do you fit a 20B into an RX-2? That is a fair bit of engineering. They're not a big engine, not a big engine bay though.
I can tell you if you want. you push it off the mezzanine and make engine mounts for it wherever it lands.
On a solo run. Moved into our urban life construction small tyre fighter class.
That's a mouthful.
Small tyre fighter, and the blows the tyres off that one for Don Perry. He's going to pull in early halfway down the track. We'll open up the gate for him. Still going to get the win though. Opponent could not make it to the start line, unfortunately. And Mustafa at the RX-7 just to the side. Hopefully they're going to try and sort that one out. It is going to be out of this round of racing. They have to turn that one and come back a little bit later. Jamie Borg in the Rocket Lane in the Mazda RX-3 13B Turbo, taking on Frank Tarabay in the gas racing Toyota Supra. Doing double duties this weekend, not just in his race car, but in his Supra. Street style car, 2J powered. As we continue on now with the Urban Life Construction Small Tyre Fighter class, as Rusty Gregory joins me back in the commentary box.
A-team back on now, mate.
Yeah, I don't know about A-team.
Maybe the C-team.
Small tyre fighter
B-team.
class, though. That's you're a small fighter?
Yeah, small tyre fighter. Look, I'm a lover, not a fighter. That's pretty obvious. But no, Frank Tarabay down there doing double duty, as you said. He's in the Supra this time around. You see him reaching in, turning the bottle on. And Jamie Borg over in the RX-3. Good-looking car, this one as well. Very tidy little piece of kit, that's for sure.
You wonder why they're turning the nitrous on. You're new to drag racing, obviously the turbocharged 2J. Nitrous there just to help spool that up, especially on the start line. We don't see the turbocharged cars like they used to sit on the start line for a long time, trying to spool them up, get them on boost. It's all done with tuning now, a little bit of nitrous to assist.
This car does have a tendency to stand up the front end as well. We've seen this thing, I'm not going to say almost
they both
vertical.
rolled through.
They both rolled through?
Yep. We call it a double roll through.
Well, I think Billy, our starter, is actually telling them, off you go. Yep, that's right. That's basically the way it works. So you're only allowed to cross the start line once in a drag race, and that is by the burnout. Now, in the old days, they used to do dry hops and that sort of stuff, but they wrote it into the rule book a long time ago that you're only allowed to cross the start line once. So if you roll through the beams, basically you're deemed to have not contested the race, for lack of a better word. So that's why the starter went up and basically told them, move on down the racetrack, take the exit down there, stage right, and that's exactly what Jamie Borg does. Frank Tarabay went all the way down, but no ETs recorded. There will be no win or loss for that one. We'll have our next pair rolling up to the line. Danny Bresciani taking on Buddy Nasser. Buddy Nasser in the VX Commodore down there.
King LS, and I can tell you now, that has a rather large snail hanging off the passenger side. That has a fair bit of boost going into that one as well.
Just out of curiosity, does it have an LS in it?
Of course it does, mate. LS the world.
LS the world.
LS the world.
You and LS the world.
Well, you know, you do have a burnout pad here.
We do have a burnout pad. We have had our fair share of LSs, that's for sure. And we've had our fair share of LSs sacrificed over the years. You could almost say this is a sacred LS burial ground.
I think Australia's actually taken up some of the supplies out of America
think
when
they
it comes
have.
to the burnout scene. Yeah. So anyway, drag racing on track at the moment. Danny in the Skyline, R32. No, we're getting R33, sorry, R33.
So
oh no, smokes the tyres on the hit. Had a good reaction time.
He's going to give it a pedal though. He's going to try and chase him down, and he might just get there because I think the VX has gone quiet. Only just squeaks through with a 964 at 109 miles per hour to a 1052 at 160 miles per hour. That's right, you heard me. 1052, 160 miles per hour. Yeah.
Did you say a 9 at 110 mile, 109 miles
Yeah,
an hour?
I did.
Mate, those brake lights are on from 1,000 foot onwards, I reckon.
God. All right, next up, Andrew Martin in the HT Holden. Gorgeous looking car, this one. This is a nice bit of gear, this one. And he's taking on Nick Zamagius in the VIP Automotive VK Commodore, I should say.
This is our Triple H award winner. If you know what Triple H is, it's
The
height,
height.
haulage and hang time when it comes to the wheel stand awards.
And is he in front at the
Oh,
moment,
mate,
is
he
he?
has been up, down on the sump, kept going.
Who are we talking about? Nick Zamagius
Andrew
or
Martin in the
Andrew
HT.
Martin? All right. I hope
This
he
thing
did.
was up on the rear bar almost.
Now, I'm just reading some of the comments on our Sydney Dragway official YouTube stream. And someone said, in Oz, do we call Chevys imports? Asking for a Swede. So, I guess they kind of are. We don't really consider American stuff to be imports. I don't know why.
It's almost like a cousin of the GM.
Yeah, it's like your cousin coming over to visit.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
Second cousin.
we'll run with that.
It's a second cousin.
Nah, first cousin. Or the dirty uncle. One or the other. I don't know. Andrew Martin.
Exactly.
Oh, he's up again. Both cars are up. Zamagius has a good look at the concrete down there, and Andrew Martin wasn't far off either. Martin is going to go across the line for the win here. 910, 147 miles per hour. Safe to say he's not giving that dial in a threaten, and an 899 for Nick Zamagius. Look, it wasn't the quickest runs that either one has done all day, but I tell you what, spectacular side-by-side wheel stands. The height, the hang, and the haul, we had all of them.
Mate, he tamed that down, I can tell you, from the last run, and he probably had to because it come down hard last time, although he did stay in it. Out to about 100 foot on the back tyres. Neil Costantino, though, in the XY Falcon, the orange XY. 920 is a dial in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Sam Costantino in the Datsun 1200.
Yeah,
a little rotor, a 12A.
Little 12A, little baby.
What is that?
And Neil Constantino, if you're not sure who he is he's a guy who runs forwards and wins everything. And he's pretty much everything that he's ever jumped in, he's won trophies in. I was going to say he drives forwards, but he had a lot of his success in a Tirana. Won a couple of national championships in Super Street. He stepped up to top sportsman. I think he's won a couple of track championships in the Mustang. And now he's stepped across into this XY Falcon, which is a pretty tough streeter, let's be honest. Taking on Sam Constantino from Maroubra. How's the wheel stand from Neil? The orange Falcon gets out nicely with an 0.35 reaction time. 920 is the dial-in, and a 927 will get him the W this time around. 871 on an 860 dial-in, so a tenth and a bit over there for Sam Constantino, but he gave it all the way on the start line. When you look at it, a 1.20 reaction time is not going to win you much against Neil.
Not against a 0.35, already with a big advantage there. Massive advantage, almost 900ths of a second.
Reading the comments on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube stream is almost as entertaining as the stream itself. So there is someone, I think he's from Sweden, I may be mistaken, he's asked,
Sweden?
Is there kangaroo bacon?
Bacon?
I reckon there probably is, let's be honest. Look, we do like kangaroo down here, we do like eating a nice bit of kangaroo steak. Skippy steak, exactly. You heard it right from Adrian Hodgson sitting alongside me. But kangaroo bacon, I can't say I've ever come across it, but that's not to say it doesn't exist. Peter Raham now taking on Sam Damascus. Raham, an 830 dial-in, 980 for Sam Damascus, and that's a big red light for him.
Yeah, red light. Peter Raham will take a first round win. the small tyre fighter class. Shoots her out, goes 8.34 at 164 miles an hour, 8.34 and 8.30 dial in. So they've dialed that car, and they only ran a half-track pass last time from memory too. So they've held that out, made sure they've got the car setup done for today. The crew obviously on the start line, the full crew, media team.
Yep, absolutely. Elvio Gonzalez, the Ford Capri with the LSX in it, 376 cubes with a couple of little huffers on it, and Ayan Centenay, the VL Commodore from Bosley Park. Now he's dialing in with an 830. Gonzalez is dialed in with a 799.
So Teno, we haven't seen him get traction yet. He has blown the tyres off this VL every time. He does get back on it. That's why we've seen some 11-second runs there, but 122 mile an hour, considering nothing out of the first 100 foot. We'll wait and see how this one goes.
Nearly 200 people watching on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube stream. If you do want to watch, if you're here at the venue, make sure you do tune in. Go to the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. That is the only channel to get a live stream from. If you go anywhere else, or the official Grudge Kings Facebook page, if you go anywhere else, it's probably a scam.
Deep stage now from the VL. Just holds on, bumps it in the Capri, the LSX. Gets up on the back wheel, smokes the tyres, has a stab of the throttle again, gets back onto it.
Now, Elvio is part of the Blue Toro Mobile Mechanics group, and that's very fitting because he was riding that thing like a bull just then. Elvio Gonzalez, the front end came up, what, 3 times, 4 times?
3 times at least.
100%.
8.42 in the end of 162 miles an hour, and unfortunately though the VL again just can't get off the line that time, pulls up early, and we'll open up our wall at halfway and get that over the line.
Now next up we have got, we don't have our button anymore. We used to push the button and we'd be able to change the screen, the announcer's screen up here, but it's all changed now. Dom Lucci in the VL Commodore, and King GDR, Ibrahim Najjar. No burnout for him. He's literally rolling straight up to the line in the skyline.
Yep, all work, no play. Just going to get it straight in there. Keep the tyres nice and dry. He's gone around the water box. Dom Lucci, he drives burnout cars, show cars, and drag cars. Gets the wheels up just in that one in the VL Commodore. See a bit of daylight under the front tyres. Nadja though in the skyline. Look at this one come around. It's going to be fast down the far end. Breaks out. 884 at 157. But the win goes to Dom Lucci with the 916 at 147 due to that breakout.
Now Nadja only broke out by 3.5 tenths there. Yeah, he only broke out by 3.5 tenths. So the breakout won the race for Lucci, but at the finish line, the actual margin of victory, 17 ten-thousandths of a second there. So that's how close they were at the finish line.
Dominic Zitto in the Holden Tirana dials in a 9.11 and taking on Cameron McNabb, dialing in a 8.99 in the Orange Tirana. The Nasty Boys from Queensland.
Currumbin is the place where they hail from. Ooh, is this one of those diesel Tiranas? A lot of black smoke coming out the back of this thing. Little 308 working hard. Dominic Zito is going to go across the line and should get the win. 921 on a 911 and an 1117 troubles there for Cameron McNabb.
I'm just not sure on McNabb's car. I haven't seen the yellow diamond there. We've got a bit of nitrous on board. Possibly.
Maybe that usually means the black smoke. So we're rolling through them now. Aaron Stubbs taking on Aaron Murphy, battle of the Aarons here.
Oh, look, you can tell then when Anthony Matuk is build your car for you and he's giving you the universal symbol of no, keep going. We know Matuk loves his big burnouts.
No, you gotta keep if the finger's still going in the air with the circle motion, that means just keep your foot into it.
Just keep your foot.
Just keep your foot into it. So
if you're not past 100 foot on the burnout, there we go.
Aaron squared here.
8 flat as a dial in, hasn't managed to get this off the line. It's probably one of those cars where we know if we can get the launch done right, Anthony Matuk giving him the final signal, they'll be working on that one. Of course, we've got Matuk's racing signal now, it's going to be fast. Aaron Murphy in our Rocket Lane in the Ford XR6 Turbo. The Australian equivalent of horsepower, 4 litres of Australian inline 6. Spins the wheels, he takes off. That's going to hurt him in the times, but Stubbs is not worried about getting a win. He's looking for an ET. That's a good launch. Goes towards the centre line. Has to have a pedal at half track. Back towards the centre line there. 1,000 foot. It's over the end. 770 at 184. 7.70 at 184. He doesn't get the win, but that was a long way to get there to the finish line.
Look, the track's 1,320 feet long. I reckon he did at least 1,400 feet there.
Yeah.
That thing was going side to side, sashaying all around the place.
He was flirting with the centre line, that's
He was
for sure.
flirting with the centre line, absolutely. Well put there, Matty. Either way, Aaron got the win. Robert Pellesia, now I should say, in the VL Commodore, and Martin Whalen from Thornton in New South Wales. Now, both of these have got the Black Track Performance sticker on the back window. So, obviously, plenty of horsepower on board.
What's it going to be, Barra or RB? What is your poison? They're not too worried, actually. They're just looking for time slips again, judging by the reaction times there. And Martin Whelan's going to go in 9:36 at 147 in the XR6 Turbo. Pelesia's going to end up with a 9:92 at 137 in the VL Commodore. Of course, RB power on board.
Now, next up, love me some Commodore wagon. Peter Hamilton from Hume in the ACT. Now, is this a car that I remember a couple of years ago? And I think it may have actually been at Grudge Kings, or at least in testing for Grudge Kings, had a massive wheel stand, one of the biggest that we've seen here. It was one of the Queensland cars that looks really similar to it. Yeah, okay. Yep, very, very similar. But Peter Hamilton, this is a tough little car, this, with the 366
Small
Chevy in it.
nitrous assisted. Got the giggle gas on, the wagon. Does get up on the back wheels, trans brake on. There we go, just gets a bit of daylight under the front. 1.31 to the 60 foot's not bad, especially when we're talking about small tyre fighters. Over the end there goes 882 at 151 miles an hour. Now he's run 882 with a 5 previously, just goes 882 with a 5 once again, so he's doubled up on that one. I don't know. Extreme Bike, if you've never known what Extreme Bike is, let's move on to that one. Power plus Extreme Bike. Looks like we're only going to get, there's only one of the bikes coming out. Where's Alex Borg? That's what
He's standing out on the start line.
What are you doing, Borgie?
I can see him
Look,
standing out on the start line with Darren Foley, the high bush.
He's already run a 690 at 212 mile an hour, so his day is done.
Don't tell me he's put it in the trailer.
I hope not. Look, small tyre on the back of these ones. It's all about engine management.
Yeah,
Darren Foley.
And Darren Foley's been slowly getting his head around how to ride this bike. He's been down into the 7s already with this bike. Not today, but in the past. It's the speed that gets me on these bikes, and it's not going to do it this time around. Just blows the tyre off right at the hit.
And we're not going to get it because he's broken the
Yeah,
lights.
and the other thing that gets me is how violent they are on the gear changes. When they change gear, because I think the whole rear section of the body is just suspended there, it shakes and vibrates so much every time they bang the next gear. It actually looks like it's trying to high side him every time he changes gear.
I've renamed them from high boosters. High
boosters. I reckon you're not the first person to come up with that.
I don't reckon.
Drag Videos Australia watching online did correct us. It was Danny Lansdowne from Spot On Performance that did the big wheel stand. I've already got Adrian Hodgson sitting next to me, who's already found the video saying exactly the same thing to me, so I apologise. This is the problem with live streaming. You can't get away with anything.
You have been told now.
I have been told, yeah. Drag Videos Australia. I don't know who it was.
Totterello's Fruit Outlaw is the next category to hit the track. So Totterello's Fruit Outlaw. Danny Crane in the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, and Shadi Tabaji in the TC Cortina.
We need to know what is causing the boost there in Danny Crane's Mustang, because that thing is not naturally aspirated. 84s, that's 8.48.
Yeah, I would say some kind of either chemical or mechanical supercharging or turbocharging. That would be my guess.
We're hoping you could probably eliminate. Oh, he's on the centre line. He's taking out a timing block. Goes through, knocks out the 1,000 foot. Shadi Tabaji will take the win there with a 10:48 at 104 miles an hour. So he's got off that one early, but Danny Crane in the Mustang right over towards the centre line takes out our 1,000 foot timing marker. And we will have to reset that one out on track at the moment.
I only just tagged it, so hopefully we'll be able to reuse the timing block.
It definitely didn't disintegrate.
No, it didn't break up. Because sometimes if you really centre punch them, they do have a tendency of just disintegrating and going poof and just all over the racetrack. And because they're made of foam, they do stick to the racetrack because the racetrack's very sticky. I'm not sure if you're aware, Matty Cav.
Yeah, no, and especially with the compound we lay down out there. There were some readings taken a bit early. I was out there when they were putting the readings out early. It's really sticky out to the 330 foot mark.
So it's going to be, who have we got up next? Peter Sakinas, by the look of it, in the XY Falcon, taking on George Routsis in the VL, part of the Big H Racing stable. All right, so George Routsis. So Drake Videos watching online is Dave Reed. Yeah, Hodjo told me. Oh, no, Georgie. What are you doing? Nearly took out the concrete down there, threatened the Gay Logistics signs, which I have a bet with that they will never ever get hit. So if they do get hit, I'm gonna be on the losing end of that bet. Peter Sakinas over in the XY Falcon, I should say, with the Windsor Power Plant. This is where are we at now? Totterello's Fruit Outlaw, and George Routsis, best run so far of an 874, 870 best run for Sakinas. So you'd have to think this is going to be a pretty good run, only a mile an hour difference in their best runs so far. Yep, heads up, Pro Tree, there we go. Big reaction time advantage to Peter Sakinas, but he's going to have to drive around him now because Routsis got there in the end, and 872, 152 miles an hour for the VL Commodore, up against a 937. Big burnout down there from Hudson in the Celica, or Celica. How do the Americans say it again? Celica?
Celica.
Yeah, they say it weird.
Silicon
I know there's
Valley?
a few Americans listening, and I apologise if I'm insulting your sensibilities, but
and we've
it's
done,
a Celica.
We've done something else too. We've put a Cleveland, a Ford
and we
Cleveland,
put a Ford
an
in this
Aussie
one.
Ford V8. Yeah, so that's all sort of wrong there for those guys. Josh Boscovich alongside in the big Ford XA Coupe. This is a look, mate. That thing wouldn't be tubbed at all. That's just how big the guards were on these cars.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough car with a Fontana power plant under the hood, the famed Ford Fontana. And 851 best run so far of Boscovich. You got to think he's going to have the wood over Ernest Hudson here, who's got a best run of a 918, but that's really the only clean run that he's had so far. Freshly kitted out with a fairly healthy nitrous kit on this car now. You'll see the little gold sticker on the back window telling us it is nitrous assisted, as is Boscovich's. Saw the purge as he pulled it into the beams there. Nice little wheel stand actually from Boscovich. Not what we've come to expect from that car. It's usually pretty well behaved. 116 to the 60 foot. It's on a pretty decent run. And an 847 gets the W. 156 miles per hour and a 918 again for Ernest Hudson.
Just grabbed a little bit of limiter there just as he changed gears. You can see the nitrous flame underneath for Hudson. So we move on to the next couple of cars, the Ford Falcon. Paul Sabato there. What is the EA Falcon? The AEB Falcon. Jason Mansueto, the Ford Capri. Big block Ford on board, of course. 632 cubes. Has done plenty of racing before. Mansueto,
Yeah.
a name well known.
Now, if I remember rightly, last time Ciabato came out with this car, it gave the wall a little bit of a touch up at Jambo. Just got a wheel stand and then a tank slapper from memory. Big, not just a little wheel stand, like big wheel stand up on the back bumper. In the Falcon, good looking car this one. Running the Cleveland power plant, and Jason Mansueto. I mean, what can we say about him that we haven't said before? He's a tough racer, goes quick, knows how to make cars go fast. 632 cubes of Big block Ford under the hood, and he's going to get the win this time around, barring any misadventure. And a 792 gets the win, 170 miles an hour. 881 for Paul Chabotto, and 147 miles an hour. So probably a little bit of an early shut-off there, I'd say, for Chabotto. But anyway, we'll move on to the next pair, as clouds are starting to close over a little bit here, but still plenty of blue sky over the reservoir to the east of us.
So we're still in the round of Todorello's Fruit. Outlaw class in round number 1 of racing. Of course, heads up racing for this one, quarter mile. Tim Gruber is coming out the Ford Cortina from Queanbeyan in New South Wales in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Adam Attard, local Blacktown resident, just from this area of Sydney. Adam Attard and the, what do we call him, the pink Tirana? Puth. The Puth Tirana. Puth. Well, thanks to West End Performance, Premier Hire and Ours Glides, 604 cubes of big block Chev goodness in between the rails at the front of that car.
A lot of good Fords out here at the moment as well, isn't there? The Cortina over in the Aeroflow lane, 410 cubes, as you said. Adam Attard, 604 cubes. I think he's still got the nitrous on this car. I'm not sure. Usually campaigns, or works, I should say, on the Premier Hire top fuel dragster, Peter Gibberis. Been a long-time crew member for him. Long-time sportsman racer as well.
So you see the Premier boys down there. There's
Peter.
That Pete.
That is Peter.
Looked like a Pete.
Yeah, I thought that was Pete. On the start line behind the Tirana down there.
Getting ready for January, mate. He's already here at Sydney Dragway.
Absolutely.
Adam Attard rolls in. Oh, the wheels are up on both cars.
Aggressive for Tim Gruber off the start line. Tim Gruber went perfect on the tree. On a pro tree. That's just a bad job of red lighting. Tim Gruber, 000 on a pro tree. Didn't do him any good anyway. Still lost the race. Adam Attard gets the win in 8:45. But
something's happened there for Gruber, though, because he is off that.
Yeah.
Before the 1,000 foot.
That's quite remarkable. Going 000 on a pro tree. That's bizarre. Ronnie Palumbo is going to roll up to the line next in the LX Tirana. This is the other car that he's got. And Sam Sabato in the Hume Performance Holden Tirana will be up next, lining up alongside him.
I can see that we've got our track walkers out at the moment.
We do.
Just like we say, got off the gas very, very quickly. So something may have gone wrong down the far end. Looks like it's all good, though, especially when we don't see him stand out there. Normally when we see him stop in the middle of the track, that's because they're actually trying to signal for the tractor to see where that's going to run down, where we need the clean-up crew.
We've got the all clear now. And if you are watching on our Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, make sure you do give us a shout-out on there. Feel free to share the stream on your social media channels. Make sure you do hashtag Sydney Dragway. And hashtag Grudge Kings as well, because it's a killer day of racing that we're putting on here, Matty. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else on a Saturday afternoon, that is for sure. And looking out the back, I can see some of our promo teams starting to roll back into the lanes. I can see Michelle Davies is out there, Greg Saccharides and a few of the others as well. So we've got some of the quick cars coming up once again in the not too distant future.
Yeah, scheduled to have some grudge racing, followed by the Fuel Tech Pro Mods not far away. Just a few races waiting for Sabato in our Aeroflow lane to bump in. Wheels are up for Palumbo for just a second at 0.29 reaction time on the Pro Tree, and he is in a commanding lead at the moment. 1,000 foot though, he's coming around. Sabato, can he get the win? No, he doesn't. And it's 33 thousandths of a second, the difference over the line. Palumbo gets the win in the green Tirana.
Like a tiger, that race.
8.79 at 153 miles an hour as Corey Burns now. Looks like going to be a solo run here for our Todorello's Fruit Outlaw. Truck Norris is here.
Truck Norris, is that what we're calling this car?
Yeah, it's Truck Norris.
Window sticker this big on the front.
Yep, there we go.
I love it.
Nitrous powered big block Chev. Yeah. Yes, we've been down this already with Adrian.
Yeah, it doesn't actually move its way down the racetrack. The earth moves underneath it.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. It doesn't have a car in the other lane because they're all too scared to take him on.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's...
Yeah. Do you want the microphone, Therese? Because he's just sitting on...
He's writing them down.
Just pick up the third microphone. Yeah, pick up the third microphone and jump on. So this is comments from the Supercoach here. We just got to make sure it's turned on. Radio mic 1.
Truck Norris.
There we go. Jump on, Mr. Hodgson. Yes, this thing is on.
Hello. Thank you, ball boys.
Oh, up on the back wheels.
110, it's slightly quicker to the 60. Oh, the 8th number's good. 472, they've pilled it up. 739. What did I tell you to go this weekend, Matty?
730.
There we go.
All right, I've lost that bet.
Well, you were wrong because it went 7:39, not 7:30.
It's not the end of the day, and he won that round.
Okay.
Number 1 qualifier by a whole bunch.
Country mile, 182 mile an hour. Good speed there.
Yeah.
Could see Craig walking back with a big smile on his face.
472. And congratulations, Craig Burns. You did nothing to make that happen. That was all Corey and Joel.
I was going to say, I do wonder how Burnsy feels about seeing his son in a nitrous car.
It's really weird because he's got Simon Krieger tuning the nitrous. He's got Con Miglodakis on the rest of the laptop tickling, and he just sweeps the truck.
It'd be a very foreign concept for Burnsy working on a nitrous car. There's no black belts to adjust. There's no blowers. There's no injector hats. It's all very strange. All very strange. Now, Rob Deckett rolling up now in his Australian Pro Stock car. Yes, you heard me right. Running in the Grudge class here. If you are watching online, this is what we call an Australian Pro Stock car, or a Pro Stock car. Really, if you live in Australia. 400 cubic inches, manually shifted 5-speed, leaving off the clutch, doing everything that you would expect a Pro Stock car to do. Usually, if all things are going well, this thing will run down into the 690s at up around the 197, 196 mile an hour, somewhere around there. Really good conditions. You'll see it duck over 200 down into the 680s, but we haven't got really good conditions for a naturally aspirated car today.
Alongside, looks like Anthony Matuk might have jumped into the driver's seat of this Skyline.
Real subtle number plate, Death Wish.
Well, I'm not sure. Is it aspirational? I don't know.
Honestly, that number plate could go on any of these GTRs that try to put 1,500 horsepower through a front diff as well.
Yeah.
You got to have, you got to do arm day. You can't skip bicep day if you're going to drive one of these cars. They try to throw you into the wall or into the other lane.
101 to the 60, a little bit down on what you'd expect from Robert Deckett. I'm not sure. Oh, that's spitting something out. The Skyline 698, 195. There we go. I said it was going to be a 690, and it went 690. I'll take that. I'm going to retire now. 882, 123 miles per hour.
698, Rusty. Didn't we just do that?
Yeah, we just did.
Yeah, it's 698.
Yeah, you're not original, Therese. 882, 123 miles per hour. But it did look like it was maybe hosing a little bit of stuff out of it, Matty Cav.
Oh, that's just boost. That's horsepower leaking out the back. Just lost a couple of horsepower there.
That's the liquid horsepower.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit rich. But they've got off that at half track. That was really hot. And like you say, forearm day, bicep day. Don't skip gym. Need to be on it if you want to drive those things. Now,
I think we've got a grand total of 1 dragster here today. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yep, and that is the nitrous-assisted car of Jess Turner, who is coming up next.
Everything.
Nitrous does seem to fix a lot.
Nitrous is the best. I love nitrous.
Love the way it stands up on the tyres, this car. She is going to take on Jay Sedec, the R34 Nissan over there, which goes all right.
Goes all right?
Goes all right.
Hasn't managed to get it under full power down the track so
No.
far, Jay Sedec. Normally he's driving the RX3, which was his dad's car originally. Now Sam's back. He's going, you got to take your street car, mate.
Yeah, well, he's got
back into your car.
Let's be honest, he's got any number of cars that he could bring out here and run at Grudge Kings. I reckon there's probably 6 or 7 in the shed that they could probably roll out onto the racetrack and it'd look at home.
At least. The big challenge with this car, unlike some of the R32s, even though the R32s are more street orientated like this thing is about 1,900 kilograms with Jay in it, and Jay's only little, so it's actually a super heavy car.
Yeah.
And you're trying to make the full drive work and the suspension work and that kind of stuff, and it's really difficult. The horsepower is not the problem, managing it is. So if they can get it down the track, it's a low 8, high 7-second car.
That's impressive. Yeah. Well, Jess Turner, we know she can run into the 6-second zone well and truly. Does have a tendency to stand up on the rear tyres as well. Pro tree, 062 on the Christmas tree, and across the line for a 690, 193 miles per hour. That's a good improvement. Looks like Joe's on a pretty good run here as well.
That's a lot better pass at 8-something, 883, 159.
Good
Very
speed.
solid. Yep.
Good speed. And Sam's happy with that. Sam is happy with that, that's for sure.
I love when father and son change. When dad's out there, it's Jay out there egging him on to get the big burnout, get him fired up, and then they change around. Jay gets in the car, Sam comes out, eggs his son on. I really like that. It doesn't matter which one.
100%. Next up, we've got Dominic Peroni taking on Sam Afshul, I think it is. I apologise if I've butchered that surname. He is lining up in the little Mazda down there in the Aeroflow lane. No representative pass yet out of him. Only 26-second run and a 10:29 best run for Peroni over in the Rocket Industries lane. Now, if you are watching on screen right now, the Aeroflow lane is the one closest to you, and it's easy to tell by the signage that you can see. So if you can see the Rocket stickers, that side's the Rocket lane. If you can see the Aeroflow stickers, that one is the Aeroflow lane.
All right, so the Holden HSV GTS. Manual in this one too. You can see him grabbing some gears. Pontiac, if you know it, over in the States.
So Pro Tree, it's always going to be tough going on a Pro Tree. I assume it's going off the foot brake. Dominic Peroni. Oh, aggressive off the line for Sam Afchow.
I thought we had a manual in this car, actually, the way it jumped around before, but that might just be sitting on there. Might have a fairly aggressive tune in that one for Peroni. He goes 10:31 this time, 137 miles an hour.
Now, it does sound like the car in the Aeroflow lane is still moving under its own power down there, so he'll motor on down to the top end of the racetrack, take the turn off.
Bit of a check, but we can't be too far away from our Fuel Tech Pro mods about to come on track here at the Tuner's Edge Grudge Kings for 2021. Big shout out to everyone who's joined us on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Hope you are sharing around along with your mates, but the Pro mod's not far away from getting back on track, and it's probably a bit of a win for the Turbo guys at the moment. The Turbo cars seem to be having more wins after round number 1. And we already have seen Rob Campezy go 5:54 at 272 miles an hour in lane number 1, or what we know as the Aeroflow lane. So we know that Campo has been super fast today. Greg Saccharides hasn't really got the car down there. He was right on the wall there and ran 240 mile an hour, got off it early last time. So
but you know who did get down the track? Campo. Campo, down into the 50s at over 270 miles an hour. That one is going to be interesting to see how that goes as the day goes on, because I don't know whether the conditions are getting better or worse. I reckon there's probably a little bit more track temp out there now because it is a little bit warmer. Jay Sedec coming down the return road with plenty of smoke coming out of that car. That's not a good sign. But hopefully they'll get it back and get it sorted for the next round of racing. But yeah, as we were saying, plenty of racing left to come. Conditions are it's overcast here, but I don't think there's a lot in these clouds, because when you look around, I don't know if you want to go to the overall shot here. Bushy, our producer, who's doing a fantastic job on the live stream, just tilt the camera up. You can see plenty of blue sky poking through these clouds. So I would say that we're probably pretty safe at the moment. And if anybody is watching online and you happen to be in Sydney and you're thinking, oh, you know what, I wanted to come out, but I didn't. Well, come on out, because we could end this live stream at any time.
Anytime.
I'm threatening you, all right? We could end the... Don't make me come and knock on your door and sell you a ticket, all right? It's it's a good day of racing. We've got plenty more coming up. I think we're only just moving into round 2 of Fuel Tech Pro Mod, aren't we?
Yep, round 2 of Fuel Tech Pro Mod about to get underway in the lanes. A little bit of track preparation underway. Another one I need to watch for is Shelley Davies. Now, they have struggled with this car previously to this in the last 6 months.
Yep.
And they made a couple of changes, a bit of information coming out of the States in regards to the tyres there. Whatever they did, that thing was super aggressive on the last hit. It actually stood up on the tyres. Car got up on the back wheels. Shelley had... We think she might have got thrown back and actually come off the accelerator, got back on it, and it took off again. So that issue's sort of where they've been chasing that. Now it's the opposite. They've got to try and tame that down off the line and see if they can push that all the way down the quarter mile.
Yeah, they're now running liners in the tyres, which is something that they haven't done before. And you'll probably see it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment period for them. But you were right. That was actually the first run that I saw when I came in today. And the thing hooked up hard. It was on the wheelie bar, riding it well out past the 60-foot mark. And, she got off it because it did start getting a little bit out of the groove. She did the right thing. Shelley is a very experienced driver and a bit of a natural driver as well. She just reacts to what's happening in front of her. She doesn't try and preempt anything. And, she got off the throttle. You know, discretion, the better part of valor. But when that car does hook up, I'm telling you now, that thing's going to go. Now, you can see on our screen at the moment, plenty of horsepower in that picture, isn't there? Peter Lovering at the front. You got Tristan Ockers in the middle in the Nova, and then you got Rob Campezy up there at the back, as well as Gina Bullions as well. Pack Performance guys. There is plenty of horsepower on offer there. Probably, what do you reckon, a lazy 10,000 in that overall shot?
Pretty lazy, I'd say.
Yeah, pretty lazy 10,000 horsepower. Anyway, Big hello to everybody who is watching via the Sydney Dragway official live stream. If you are on YouTube, this is the only place to watch it. If you're on social media, don't click on any links because unless it's on the Sydney Dragway official Facebook page, or the Sydney Dragway Facebook page, I should say, or the Grudge Kings Facebook page. Anything else, if it's posted in the comments and it looks like somebody who might not usually be interested in drag racing and it's saying live stream here, click now, don't click now. Just click on the actual official ones. Now, we are going to send Adrian Hodgson out to do some work this afternoon. He's been sitting up here tapping away on his computer, pretending to do some work. I think he was actually watching reruns of Diagnosis Murder, but that's right, you only have to look like you're working. So a little bit of track prep going on at the moment. What we might do is take a few words from our fantastic partners here at Grudge Kings 2021, and we'll be back very, very shortly here at Sydney Dragway. Welcome back to Grudge Kings, presented by Pro Science and Tuner's Edge. My name's Rusty, alongside me is Matty Cav, and we are moving into Fuel Tech Pro Mod now. Michelle Davies in the Ford Mustang taking on Jeremy Callahan in the Chevy Camaro now. Jeremy Callahan yet to lay down a representative run, only best of a 6:49 and an 8:36. For Michelle Davies, so plenty of work for both of these races left to do. Once they do get on top of the combination, it's going to be impressive, I'm telling you now, because both of these cars have got well and truly deep into the 5-second zone in terms of the potential that they've got to run. And Matty Cav, welcome back. Did you enjoy your break, mate?
I enjoyed a small break there.
I'm
very
glad.
Small. I've been on for a few hours today. It's been a long day already, and I'm excited for what's still to come as we are only going to round 2 of racing. Of course, we do have round 3 then finals as well, so still plenty of racing to watch. If you want to tune in, make sure you get the YouTube up on your TV and just enjoy that while you finish your day off on this gorgeous Saturday as we lead into Christmas, only a couple of weeks away. Shelley Davies, now we're just getting word there from the in-car footage that was actually the trans brake button as the car went up in the air on the back wheels. A sudden touch of the trans brake button, brought that car down, gone again. So that's hotted up. This thing is going to be on a mission if it gets underway.
Yep, and look, it's going to happen. Things like that do happen while you're trying to sort out new bits and pieces. This car does have the torque converter set up in it. It does have the lock-up in it as well. So it has got the best of everything, this car, without a shadow of a doubt. Now,
and it's got a Paul Mahayat behind it. So
it does
sure
have
it happens with the tune and the spark.
Yeah, Paul Mahayat, 2-time Slammer champion, came out and basically beat the best of the best, and a lot of the guys who were involved with that team are actually over on the other side of the racetrack working with Jeremy Callahan. I can see Skip down there and Con and Vic from CV, and they'll all be casting a close eye over everything that's happening here. Now, Michelle, I think, is struggling to get it back in first gear. struggling to get it back and forward here, which is quite a process in these cars. You've got to bump the trans brake, you've got to dance on one foot for a little while, hop up and down, scratch your head in the right way, and yeah, it looks like it is stuck in gear, or in reverse,
We
I
did
should
see this
say.
when they first put the 5-speed in at the start of the year, didn't we? Struggled to get in reverse after the burnout a couple of times.
And she's not the only one.
Procedures, yes.
Yeah, she's not the only one either who's had issues with this.
Oh, there we go.
Now, they're giving it a bit of a hip and shoulder down there. Paul Mahayat just reaching in, just trying to help sort it out. You can see him shaking it, mate, just trying to get it to drop in.
But his crew are there saying, come on, because that'll be heating the converter up and stuff. They'll want to get this underway very quickly. No, they're going to call it on this one. That's going to be unfortunate for them. A fair bit of work to turn this car around, and they're so close, really, to getting rid of that gremlin. Jeremy Callahan going to be in a solo run in the Camaro this time. This car's absolutely gorgeous.
Now, my question is, if this thing sticks and goes to the finish line, what do you reckon, Matty? We'll see something with a 5 pop up on it.
I think it's going to be 590 if we can get this going. 590s to start with. Definitely will be able to go faster than that over time. Monty Motor Cars obviously getting behind this one. Not looking too bad. Just on top of the surface too. You can see the wheel spin there. How's he go this time? 583 at 252. 583, 252 there.
That's a fantastic run. Got way over near the centre line as well, but 583 at 252, as you said. Now, he's already taken home a trophy in Pro Mod trim because I think he won at the Nitro Champs here back in, or Nitro Thunder event, I should say, back in May here. So he did win Pro Mod in his first ever go, and Jeremy Callahan certainly looking the goods here. 583, 252, that thing is on a good number. Now, plenty of people watching online on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. 270 odd people watching at the moment. James Loday has asked, is there any juniors out here today? Unfortunately, no juniors, mate. Mick Mahoney watching, go the black belts. Plenty of people watching from all around the world as well. It's not just the local people. We've got people watching from Seattle, Washington, from all across the United States, from across Europe. It's very, very cool to be able to share this event that we've got going with you here today.
Talking about the next couple of cars to come out, it looks like Greg Zacharias is lined up, and this is the fastest door car in Australia at the moment. Of course, this Ford Mustang Proline 540 on board. It's gone 274 miles an hour from memory.
With a 50 flat, I think.
Yeah, it was a 550 flat, yes. So
yeah, a 50 flat. So the next question is, can he go quicker? Can he go quicker than that? They've changed the car a fair bit since then. Peter Lovering in the Chevy Belair. It's been a little while off track with this car, but it's good to see it back out there. Usually ran in Slammer trim, but obviously running in Pro Mod today. I'd say it's probably been 4 or 5 years since we've seen this car out on the racetrack, and it's a cool car. You can't fault the Chevy Belair. He was definitely running... look, not necessarily right at the pointy end of the field in terms of slammer, but was certainly running right down around that 6.0 high 590 mark when the last time the car came out, I should say. Now, Greg Zacharias, let's talk about him for a minute. This car, at one point, this was actually the fastest door car in the world, full stop. No exceptions. Did it over at Orlando, I think it was the World Street Nationals. And they brought it back here. It's had its fair share of trials and tribulations, that's for sure. First event back. May have even been Grudge Kings, I think, in 2017. It actually gave the wall a pretty good touch-up after going 260 miles an hour. It hit the wall in the braking area and basically relocated the whole front end of the car about a foot to the left. They rebuilt it, brought it back out here, and the thing has been running on rails since. And Greg Zacharias, ever since he jumped into this car, he's done it the right way. He came from what was essentially a really quick street car in that Mauler RX-4 with Windsor power plant in it. That thing was a quick car. That was running, 8 second, 7 second runs. He's jumped into this, which is a different thing altogether. And now he's actually comfortable in this car running 550s. He looks at home, and that's a really important thing when you're going those sorts of times.
All right, wait from who's going to bump in first. I think he's probably going to let the black belt in. Zacharias now going to just gets it into stage. Takes away 0.57 off the lights. 9.93 to the 60. It's early and shoots her out before half track. They blossomed.
Not sure what happened there for Greg Saccharides, because it
not at
looked
all.
like it was on a pretty decent run. Went 9.93, which isn't super quick for this car, but it's still quick enough. 9.93 to the 60. It went sub 4 seconds to the 8th mile at 3.90, but only 165 miles an hour. So the chutes were well and truly out by that point. 7.54 for Peter Lovering at 122 miles an hour. So problems on both sides of the tree there. But look, I guess they get another crack at it later on. Saccharides will get the win with a 7.55, a long way from representative from what we've come to expect from that car.
We haven't seen a clean run out of Saccharides, though. The best we saw was in round 1. He did 240 mile an hour, but he was off it early because it went to the left in the same lane, the aeroflow lane, and he had to get off it so he didn't touch the wall there, which we have seen him do in previous seasons of racing. He's just had a little bit of a touch-up. It was on the right-hand side earlier in the year.
Was it Jambo, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
Yeah, was it Jambo?
That was another one.
Gave the wall a little bit of a touch-up.
Converter locked up and boost came in, probably about 700-800 foot out. So that one got a bit wild ride for him. So not afraid to really push the boundaries in that car. Knockers now fires up the Nova. Aaron Haimbridge goes forward.
I don't know if this is a first, but someone said that they're watching from the Australian Antarctic Division. Loving the feed, guys. I don't know whether that means they're in Antarctica. That's got to be a first. Drag racing in Antarctica, who knows? But we've got Rob Campezy on track now with Tristan Ockers. Rob Campezy currently holding the title of the quickest and fastest car that we've got on the grounds here today. He went 550 something. I can't remember exactly because I was looking at my window. 554
with a 6.
272 miles per hour. That's right, you heard me. 272 miles per hour. And yeah, it never looked like it was going away, did it? It just left the line, front wheels in the air, danced a little bit at half track, and yeah, through the top end. Now I'm going to go and just say to Bushy, he's going to need to be on it here because this thing's going to be moving on the camera. He's going to need to be on his game, our producer up here. Just saying.
The thing is, this has been back-to-back. So it ran a 565 in qualifying. Sorry, 567 in qualifying. 265 miles an hour. Just touched that up there with that 554, 272. So expect this thing has been super reliable here today. You see the boys from SCF Race Cars working on it as well. The twin turbocharged, Hemi-powered 514 Cuba for Campo. Alongside Tristan Ockers, the Chevrolet 511 cubes of blown Hemi power, all thanks to ProFlow Performance and Ours Race Glide. You can see Aaron Haimbridge, who is used to tuning the top fuelers of Phil Lamontina.
He'll tune anything with a blower on it, basically, and some things without.
He'll drive it as well. So.
Absolutely. He's driven outlaw Nitro Funny cars. He's came very, very close to a Pro Alcohol Championship. He's driven top fuel. He's driven pretty much everything. Now, my question, what can Campezy do? He bumps it in very shallow, leaves the line nicely with 974
to the 60, but Ockers is on a run as well. He goes around the far end. Campo, can he get it done? Across the line, 594, 268.
Yeah, he had to give it a pedal there at half track. 594, 268, as you said. Tristan Ockers very nearly got the win there. Margin of victory, 61 thousandths of a second. That was tight for Tristan Ockers. He strapped on the whole shot and he gave it a pretty good shake, but not enough this time by.
Well, he also red lit off the start as well. So he
had
the cherry on. The bulb was lit.
They took it away from you too quickly. I didn't see it on the screen here, but either way, good run. 622 from Ockers. That's the best we've seen from him for a little while.
Haimbridge is wanting a bit of power into that thing. It's just slowly. They're just getting onto that one bit by bit.
Next up, it is Zoran Gadgetic in the gas racing Ford Mustang, who came agonisingly close to winning a Pro Mod Championship in the 400 Thunder Series, didn't he, earlier on this year?
Oh, it was down to the final race.
Yeah, like it was agonisingly close. But he licked his wounds and he's back here now. And the car ran pretty much bang on what you would want it to do in IHRA Pro Mod with a 585 at 256 miles per hour. So that's exactly where you want it to be. I would think that they probably would be turning the wick up a little bit on this run just to see what the track can hold, see what it can do.
Well, you got to be concerned if you come into round 3, who you're going to get. If you end up against Campo, you know you're going to have to be running well into the 560s there to give him a run for the money, especially on the tree there. You're going to need to cut a good light as well. As well as you just can't take it away. Greg Saccharides has managed to survive there by getting a couple of wins there. Fortunate for him. Obviously his opponents have had some issues, but Saccharides, it could all come together in the final round of racing for him as well, because we do have a final after that, and it's all for the big prize here at Grudge Kings, all thanks to Tuner's Edge.
Now, if you could pick a final Who would you pick in the final for Pro Mod? Well, seriously. Would you say Campo Saccharidis? Would you say Gadgetic?
Look, Campo's in there for sure.
Would you say Campo has to be there? And you'd say on paper that Saccharidis would want to be there as well. But then you see guys like Callahan, who's just gone down with an 82.
And Gadgetic, I want to see what he does if they turn this up.
It's a tough field. It is a seriously tough field.
See how Gadgetic goes this time. Bumps it in. He's on a solo run. Oh, 100 to the 60. It's a bit soft, and there he gets off the gas just past the 330.
Just babied it off the start line, didn't I? I say babied with the greatest of respect, but a 1009 is not a quick 60 foot for what these cars usually do. If it's not in the .9s, it's not really where you would expect it to be. Only went full 19 to the 8th mile. He was already off the throttle by then. And so really, I mean, 582, that's really set the benchmark now for Jeremy Callahan in this round of racing, hasn't it?
It really has. So you're right. At the moment, on paper, Campo and Callahan would be the two I'd like to see go into the final, but we'll have to wait and see how that happens. What's going to happen in round 3? Who are the matchups?
It's not up to us. That's the good thing.
Mate, it's up to the races. We just have to see who gets the win lights and where they end up. That's the Fuel Tech Pro Mod run and done for round number 2 here at the Tuner's Edge Grudge Kings 2021. We're here at Sydney Dragway and we're lining them up out the back. Coming up next will be our Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite cars about to hit the track. As we wait for them to come out, not too far away, we can see them lined up. They're already starting to poke out of this end. And we're going to see the Pack Performance boys back. And we're expecting some big burnouts here from George Raham.
Well, we know we're going to get big burnouts as well from quite a few of these guys. I can see Danny McDessie rolling through. We know he loves to throw it down. We know that Rigoli's certainly been putting down some big skids as well. There's plenty of guys out there who like to do the big burnouts, but you've made a point of calling out George Raham, haven't you, about the burnouts?
I just know he'll do it. That's why.
There you go.
I'm not even a big rotor fan, but I just know that he's going to step up to the mark. 20B. If I was going to pick a rotor, it'd have to be a 20B. And actually, I don't mind. They got a bit more of a throatier sound to them. A bit more torque. Got to go to the triple rotor. Gina Bullion's alongside. A showdown. We had this last time, unfortunately. Both it went into the wall, the 20B showdown. We're back, though. It's a different 20B. It's George Raham alongside the Pack Performance in the Rocket Lane. Gina Bullion's back in the Mazda RX-8 20B.
All right. The man I heard Adrian Hodgson say earlier on today with one of the best head of hair in all of Australian drag racing out there in front of Gina Bullion's right now.
I think him and Frank could have a showdown.
Oh, I think they do. They have got a bit of a showdown going, don't they?
Maybe we can
Billy Nabham, of course, is the man I'm talking about. I'm just wondering what the hold-up down here is. Track is clear. I think the start has given them the direction, so I'm not sure what the hold-up is, but George is in the burnout box now, as is Gina. We're going to see some side-by-side skids. Maz Sport versus Pack.
There we go. Come on. A bit of noise out there, Sydney Dragway. George Raham laying a long burnout.
Is that the skid you've been hoping for,
Matty? Yeah, I'm a little bit more. That's he qualified last time, but I reckon that could put him in the finals, that skid.
I reckon you're probably not far off, eh? Not far off.
What I like about that, though, that car's... Look at the run back here. You've got to be flat out if you want to bring this car back in. He is not mucking around, George.
It's not just the driver that has to go into training to drive these cars. It's also the poor bloke who has to run out in front doing the backup because you've got to be able to run as fast as humanly possible with your arms in the air. And let's be honest, that's not an easy thing to do, Matty. And
you've got to be prepared as crew to jump out of the way because those wheelie bars are coming back really fast.
Well, Gina's gone back for another burnout, but sounds like she's having some problems getting the tyres to turn down there or at least come up on boost. So Billy, our starter, has pointed to the beams and said, in you go, no more mucking around. This should be a good matchup. He
doesn't want to hold up the other crew either, does he? We both know. We'll try and keep the temperature out of there. Final checks in the car. See, normally we have the backup there from Gina. Didn't happen, but our backup crew just going over to do their final checks. Now, wipes the eyes.
From where I'm sitting here, Gina Bullions has pointed at the wall at about 330 feet out off the racetrack. And I'm sitting dead behind the car in the aeroflow lane. So maybe it's on purpose, I'm not sure. Maybe they're just trying to counter which direction they think the car's going to go.
Just waiting for George Raham to bring the Mazda 6 in to pre-stage. We're about to get up on the two-step, baby.
Flamage.
Bit of flames.
Bit of flamage.
Here we go in full stage. Two-step time to bump it in, George. There we go, the bump's up. Two-step time, they're out of the hole. Both side by side past the 60-foot too. 105.8 though for George Raham. Takes it out the back, 691 at 172 miles an hour. 691 for George Raham in the pack performance Mazda 6. Gina Bullions goes to 738 at 192.
It wasn't quite out the back door for George Raham. There's still a fair bit left on the table there. Only 172 miles per hour. You'd think there's plenty left in that. There was a little puff of smoke out of it just as he let his foot off the throttle. And look, anything in the 6-second zone is good, but it's something to improve on.
I have a feeling too, he was heading towards the centre line. That might have been getting out of that because the car just pulling to the left there.
Yep.
Fair bit of headwind still happening. Not as strong as it was earlier.
No, it's definitely calmed down, although you can see on those Grudge Kings flags down alongside the racetrack that they are still pointing firmly back at the tower, which means that it is still a headwind, which can work for you or against you depending on exactly what you're trying to achieve. It can give you a little bit more downforce if it's strong enough. Either way, that sounds like a blower car, and that is Danny McDessie.
It sounds devilish.
Nathan Hagenson in the Aeroflow lane. And just a reminder as well for everybody, it is no smoking in any of the viewing areas that we've got here at Sydney Dragway. Whether you're in the grandstand, the concreted areas in the cauldron, or on the grass, it is no smoking. You do need to go to the designated smoking areas.
Oh, McDessie puts down a burnout past the 330 down to about 400 foot here at Sydney Dragway.
I'm going to call it a certified 8th mile burnout, that one.
Yeah.
From Danny McDessie.
Look at the tyre marks. They just keep going.
They just keep going and going and going.
Wasn't straight the entire way either.
No. If there's one thing Danny's not afraid to do, it's stay in it in the burnout. He has had that car completely sideways on any number of occasions. And he did go to the George Raham School of Reversing as well. He comes back at a great rate of knots down there.
With the door open. Watch out for that one.
Yeah, it's a steel door as well.
Collect a couple on the way through.
It's going to hurt a lot more than the carbon door on the Mazda 6, that's for sure.
Nathan Hagenson. Well, we're going to stick in the Aeroflow with the Luscious Locks as Frank Macchese is giving the shut-off signal there. He's just checking something. Maybe that's just to pull the car up.
Now, it's... Maybe we need to start calling the start line area the braking area, because the speed that these guys are coming back, they're going to need to start getting on the brakes at about 60 feet to pull it up.
Can we get a couple of those hatches like they do in NASCAR?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, so Nathan Hagenson, this car, if they get this thing hooked up, this is going to be on a number, the 2J powered car down there in the Aeroflow lane. Frank Marchese behind him. So we know that the car's got horsepower. It's just about getting it down to the racetrack, isn't it?
It's just it's a 2J dandy engines built there for Hagenson. McDessie, mate, he's got all the power in the world. Blown 521 cube Hemi like you would see. Steel-bodied car though.
Final roof.
And just a madman. Not a gives him the side, bump it in, mate. I'm on the two-step out of here too. Gets it up on the tyres. Has another step sideways again too, past the 330.
Whoa, big problems for Hagenson. Into the wall. That is a big, big hit. Fortunately, he wasn't going super fast, but that was certainly a nasty incident there for Nathan Hagenson. That is not what we want to see. All eyes were on Danny McDessie as he was riding that thing all the way to the finish line. But for Hagenson, unfortunately, he has hit the wall fairly hard down there, and that is not what we want. If we could just ask the crew to please stand back, let the fire crews do what they're doing, guys. Please make sure you do stand back until you get the okay from the IHRA or the Sydney Dragway officials. I know you guys can hear me, so please make sure you do listen. I understand you're concerned for your driver, but let our guys do what they have to do. So we are going to be down for a little bit while we get the clean-up going down there. And it was a weird one. Just kind of got up on the tyre and started skating sideways. Did a good job not to go upside down with it because it was definitely up on two wheels, Matty.
Yeah, that was... Well, we've seen it a couple of times just overpowering the track there. The 2Js, they make so much power, don't they? And just got up on the tyre this time, got sideways. Once you're up on those two wheels, you're really in for a bit of a... You're a passenger really in the ride at that point. There's nothing you can do with the steering that's really going to pull that back.
Now, the good news is I think I can see Nathan Hagenson out of the car down there, handing his driving suit off. How about a round of applause, Sydney Dragway, because that's not what we like to see in any way, shape or form. Hopefully everything is okay down there, but yeah, that's a terrible shame for a team who, let's be honest, they've done a lot of laps here at Sydney Dragway. They're starting to make some headway with this car, and to see someone's day end like that, you never like to see it.
No, we got excited about Danny McDessie getting down there, just giving it probably about 4 goes at the throttle there each time. It just blew the tyres off and he was sideways down the track. But that's unfortunate when he gets past that point of no return. We were talking about earlier, not a lot of lock on these cars. We don't give them a lot of steering because when you're doing 200 plus mile an hour, the last thing you want to do is be able to put 30 or 40 degrees of steering on that in the front. So there's not a lot of steering for them to go by, and at some point you've just got to be a passenger for the ride, and that's very unfortunate there for Nathan Hagenson, and that's going to put him out for the rest of Grudge Kings here today.
Now, there is a fair bit of liquid coming out from around the rear of the car, but I've got a feeling that may be just from whatever has split open when the car's given the wall the touch up down there. I don't know if there was any fluid coming out of the car before it got into the wall. That's something that we don't know at this stage. We don't want to speculate on it, obviously, but look, I guess the good news, if there is any good news to come out of this, at least for the other racers who are still around today, is that the cleanup's not going to be long. It's not going to be an extensive cleanup because it is obviously a fairly condensed area down there. So we are going to be down for a little bit while we get this one cleaned up, guys. And for now, what we might do is take a few words from our sponsors and we'll keep you updated as far as the ETA to get back to racing as soon as we can. You're at Grudge Kings 2021, presented by Pro Science and Tuner's Edge here.
Well, not far away, ladies and gentlemen. The final couple of runs now with the tractor. Looks like the car is off track and the cleanup is well and truly almost done. So we will just prep this track very quickly. A couple of moments away before we get back underway with the Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite on track. So start making your way back, grab your drinks, get your brakes done. Racing about to get back underway here at Sydney Dragway for the Tuner's Edge. Grudge Kings 2021, not far away. Time to fire them back up. The track is clear. Our officials are in place. And the tuner's edge. Grudge Kings 2021 gets back underway. Hopefully you're still with us on the live stream. You might have turned us down a bit waiting for racing to restart. It's back on now. Turn it back up. Get it onto the TV because we're about to go back underway with racing. Dominic Rioli in the RB-powered Nissan about to come out on track in our rocket lane. Alongside Frank Tarabay. 2J powered. RB versus 2J, Nissan versus Toyota. Both are going to be, I'm going to say 3.2 litre here for Rioli in the Nissan. We normally see the Nitto's stroker kits go in. That's what they take them out to 3.2 litre. Wouldn't be surprised if Frank Tarabay's is a 3.2 as well on the 2J. Big turbos on the side of these things. 6077 earlier there for Rioli. Didn't get it down last time. Frank Tarabay's had some unfortunate runs as well. Hasn't managed to get it down the track. 199 miles an hour is what he did, but it didn't get off the line last time. They jumped the lights as well. So didn't record a time. Rusty Gregory joins me back in the commentary box. He's been off.
I'm here.
Floundering around?
Floundering around, no. Down attending to a few things downstairs in the office. So, great news is, for everybody, I'm back.
Is it great news, though?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it is great news. I opened myself up for that one, I know.
Yeah, you open that door, someone's going to shut it for you. Get ready. We are here for our Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite class right now. Both these cars are actually Pro Elite.
So it's Pro Elite versus Pro Elite. Okay. All good. Plenty of people watching up on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube.
They had a chance to grab themselves some food and drink, set the TV up.
Well, that's all right.
Here we go.
Get it up on the big screen.
Tarabay slightly to the right on this one. We're actually sitting behind the races up in the commentary box in the tower. Just a bit to the right is where the car seems to be positioned there. In pre-stage now, who's going to be the first to put it in? Rigoli goes in. Tarabay, is he going to bump? Oh, they get it underway. He's going to get time this time. You see the car get sideways, though. He keeps on with it. Rigoli's on a run, though. 6:09 this time, 239 miles an hour.
Both cars were getting close to the centre line down there, but you got to say Rigoli was a lot closer out of the two, but at 6:09, 239 miles an hour. Not the quickest run he's had today, but I tell you what, he's consistent.
The mile per hour, though, fast.
Yeah.
Fastest run of the day for him, 239 miles an hour. And 233 for Frank Tarabay, 6:43, 233 for Tarabay. So he finally gets himself what you would expect sort of out of a run. We know that car will go in the fires, but he hasn't really been able to get that bumped in and get the runs completed for the times.
So next up, Joe Signarelli from Gas Racing over in the Toyota Celica. I don't know why I found you coughing. That's so funny.
I don't know why you find that funny at all.
I don't know.
Signarelli, he's already been down, taking an excursion down into the sand trap in our qualifying sessions there, but last time round got himself a win. Solo run.
If you are watching online on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, please make sure you do like, subscribe, share, all the stuff that everyone always asks you to do. But it's important that you do because we want to know, do you guys want to see more of this sort of stuff? We've got the facility and the abilities to be able to live stream a lot of this stuff now. So if you want to see it, I guess we'll try and do a little bit more of it. That's really what it comes back to. And I know we've got people watching from Louisiana in the United States of America. Todd Sally, hope you're having a good time, mate. Make sure you do smash that subscribe button because I think we've actually picked up nearly 100 extra subscribers today alone. So if you do want to see more, make sure you do share it. Give us some love. That's what it's about. Share the love, guys.
Just share the love?
Share the love.
No hate. We're not here for hate.
You just keep your dirty thoughts to yourself, all right, Matty Cav. So the Queen Street BMW down there in the Aeroflow lane, up against Joe Signarelli in the Gas Celica, the 2J powered car, as you said, ran up around 240 mile an hour, but on the 232 mile an hour run, he poked it into the sand, which is unfortunate. It's not really sand either, it's gravel, and it tends to hurt a little bit more.
Well, he didn't put it all the way, just dipped his foot in there.
Got the nose in.
Got the nose in.
Just got the nose in.
The Queen Street BMW bumps it in. Gets it up. The 20B up on the two-step. This time it's looking a lot better. They haven't had a full run. It went half-track last time, and it's over. Signarelli going to run it through. 598 at 240 miles an hour. Back in the 5. Signarelli in the 2J Power Toyota Celica.
A lot of smoke out of the car down there. As he goes down around, and he's made the turn. I tell you what, he's gone around with a great rate of knots around that bottom corner.
I've just put a bit of camber on the front now. It's turned into a circuit car.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's going to tackle Bathurst next week. This is just like the end of Conrod, isn't it?
Oh, you heard Summonats is coming. That was a tip-in, folks.
Yeah, that's it. It's just the rear tyres weren't spinning. Anyway, Adrian Hodgson, you've been out and about talking to people, and or at least the ones that will talk to you. What have you learned?
Well, I haven't learned terribly much, to be honest. No, I've learned that the track is either, depending on who you speak to, terrible, unworkable, it'll never happen.
Can I guess the other one?
Yeah, go.
Or absolutely incredible, can't get enough of it.
You've been here before. Yeah,
Yes.
totally. So it's basically, as Matty Cav rightly said earlier today, it's a battle of the people that can make the best use of what we have. And there's incredibly fast cars. There's some incredibly fast cars that are here today that are making the most of it.
All right. Adrian Hodgson comes into the box and everything just turns turtle, doesn't it? Absolutely turns turtle.
All I have to say is I thought it was HBR for a second.
Yeah. 3:30 after dark. Sam Afchal up against Nick Soltudas.
I was just wondering if those flags were too close to the start line. If they should
no,
be
we're not
further down
going
the track.
there. Not going there.
That's not what I heard.
Nick Soltudas, the RX3, the Rotomaster car with the 20B turbo in it, taking on Sam Afchal in the S15 Nissan.
Nick Soltudas has run 7 flat a whole bunch of times.
Yeah.
Like maybe a dozen, and some of them have been 7-0-0-0. He's never run a number with a 6 in the front.
He'd like to. I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would. And Sam Afchal, I haven't actually seen him in this car before. Is that right?
I don't know. Maybe in testing.
Maybe in testing, but definitely not in any kind of competition. Down from River Hills in Queensland. So we've got plenty of interstate competitors here. It's nice now that we're past all the COVID lockdowns and all the border messes. It's nice that we can all come together as drag racers once again. It's fantastic with this big, dysfunctional, happy family.
So Tudis in pre-stage now. Okay, we'll have to bring the S15 in. There we go. Pre-stage light comes up. Who's going to be the first one to put it in full stage? So Tudis does it. We need the bump in now. Let's get in. They're not worried about race time sideways.
Whoa.
Oh, both of them.
These guys got magnets in the doors. Gee whiz, that was close.
Take a breath.
Nick Soltudas had a good look at the centre line, and I'm glad that they didn't actually leave together because they would have come a lot closer, a lot quicker. So Nick Soltudas takes the exit stage right down there, 13.04 for Afchal, only 64 miles per hour. They definitely made a big move down there, Matty.
We'll wait and see what our next racers can do as part of our Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite.
Jeez, I tell you what, Tony Grigich is keen. He's come through the water box down here and absolutely locked up the rear tyres.
He's been waiting too long out there in the staging lanes. It's time.
That's Tony Grigich doing Tony Grigich things. And Daniel Camilleri in the Aeroflow lane, the Pontiac Firebird. And the Nissan power plant in it.
As we change over to our RGM Civil Pro Modified category on track at the moment. Round number 2 of racing.
Absolutely. So Tony Grigich, hasn't really got down the track today for all intents and purposes, has he? This car's been through a bit of a refresh over the COVID lockdown situation, got a new coat of paint, just a little bit of a freshen up, but hasn't come back with the kind of performance that he's kind of come to expect from this thing.
Just keeps bombing the tyres, Rusty. It's interesting, it's tricky, and it's Tony Grigich things. So when it goes, it's a game changer. It's one of the quickest RX3s anywhere in the world. But until that point, it's a little bit of an uphill battle.
I'm concerned about the flat spot it's going to have after those back wheel lock up as it came through the burnout box.
Literally came through the water box at a great rate of knots and then just locked the rears. Like he didn't loop it, to be honest.
Brakes work.
Camilleri had a good run last time out, though. He's been struggling to get this car down the first couple of runs today. Last time out, they got down the track. See how they go, the RB-powered Pontiac Firebird.
Jess Turner out there guiding him into stage as well.
He's got a part-time crew chief down there helping him as well.
Yeah, bloke who supposedly knows something about top fuel. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. So Camilleri bumps it in. He actually, I should take that back. He's one of the few guys who doesn't actually have a bump box on this thing. He'll roll it in and then bring the boost up. Grigich, oh, he does now. Never used to. Grigich rolls the beams and bombs the tyres. Pretty much the story of the day for him over there. Camilleri on a pretty nice run, straight down the centre of the lane, and a 707, 187 mile an hour. That's a solid pass. That's pretty much in line with, I think, what he ran before, maybe a touch quicker, but it was a lot straighter this time.
Yeah, that was ever so slightly quicker, I think. Camilleri's got that car dialed out of experience, that the hundreds of laps that he's had in the car, but also he has to have it dialed because of the category that he usually races in is incredibly competitive.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Next up, it is Gina Bullions in the RX-7 taking on, who did we say it was? Vince Rigoli over there. Oh, Vince! Vince, you can't threaten the Christmas tree like that. You can't do that.
Can't knock the Christmas tree over this close.
No.
Only 2 weeks to go.
Especially when there's a big concrete barrier around it. It's not time to take down the Christmas tree yet. You've got to get through Christmas first.
He's aiming for the present in front. That's all it was.
Is that what it was?
Full credit to the team to not only get the bonnet repaired sufficiently to get back out here, but also finding bright orange tape to do the job.
What we want to know is how many layers of the 100 mile an hour tape. We're assuming 2 layers because it went 189 last time. So
it has to be 2 layers then. That's how that works, Matt. It's just maths.
If he goes over 200, then he's got to put 3 layers, doesn't he, just to be safe?
Yeah,
because you're in that next barrier.
Just to be safe.
Yeah, 100%.
2 litres of Cosworth power on board for the S15.
How many Cosworth-powered S15s do you reckon there are in the world?
Including that one?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
I dare say there's probably some Cosworth-powered S15 drift cars.
Maybe.
And I don't care. So there's that one.
They don't count. According to Hodgson, drift cars don't count.
No, that can't count.
They can't count.
Yeah, incapable of, not unwilling to.
Gina Bullions in the RX-7 is lined up and turned right again. And we see quite a number of cars in that sort of heading towards the halfway track. I don't know what happened there, just got to come off the trans brake, but here we go. Rigoli takes off, a 111 to the 60 foot. I think I've said that before. 734 at 186 after that 189 mile an hour pass last time. That tape is holding.
They love their unusual engine combinations, don't they, the Rigoli boys? Yeah. They really have a tendency to go out there and just go, not the tried and tested route, just go out there with stuff that not everyone else is playing with, and they make it work.
Yeah. They like the weird stuff.
They like the weird stuff.
The freaky.
Gina Bullions unfortunately had her troubles there. She takes the early exit. And next up we have got Steve Bazina in... Look, I'd love to say it's the angriest XW in the land.
Except
there's another one that might
it's
give
probably
it
equally as angry.
Yeah.
Maybe on par with another a white one there, which is the tuner's car.
Yeah, I mean, these cars, putting a 481X Pro line in these cars is kind of like giving the old man who yells at the moon a big shot of adrenaline and sending him on his way. It just kind of wakes him up and makes him stand up, take notice, makes him a little bit louder. But getting him down the track is not the easiest thing in the world. Simon Bradbury over in the other lane with the Commodore Ute, 383 cubic inch Chev with a big dose of the nitrous, the giggle gas.
Change over to the Petro Italian at R275, so the Radial boys are back in, and it's quarter mile racing for them. Frank just brings in as a tuner, brings the car into stage now with Bazina. They've teamed up big. Wing on the back, that's new here for Steve Bazina. We just saw that go 690 just before.
They needed somewhere to eat their dinner.
It was 211 miles an hour from memory for Bazina. Here he goes. He's gone 670 in this car. Can he get it back down? The wheels just come up. It's looking pretty stable though.
Yeah, that's on a number.
On top of it's on top of the tyres.
450 to the half is good.
Oh.
688, 211 is better.
Yeah, the 211, he actually dropped the chutes a touch early. That would have knocked a bit of speed off as well. So, Bazina, 688 at 211. He's pretty much just gapping the field in this class, isn't he?
He's definitely the standout when it comes to the Radial guys.
Bradbury, a 930. Solid pass for him, but when you've got a 6-second, 4,000-pound car over in the other lane, it tends to take a little bit of the focus away. Craig Lewis now in the Cortina taking on Danny Busbridge.
He's staying in the right-hand lane, or the rocket lane. If you're watching us on the screen, it'll be the left-hand side.
Yep.
Is it the beige Craig?
We are. We're having a bit of fun up here today.
Yeah.
You got to have fun with it. That's what it's all about.
Danny Busbridge with the twin whizzers in the Tirana. Little yellow Tirana. Twin turbo, 400 cubes, a small block Chev on board.
Goes okay, this thing. 846 earlier on. Just gave a 200 mile an hour mark a little nibble at 200.56 earlier in the day.
Oh, the wheels come up for Lewis.
Yeah.
Run straight this time though. Busbridge alongside, way out in front. Going to get across the line first. 689, 202. Trying to catch up to Bazina.
Yeah, that's solid. 689 at 202. I think he might have been offered a little bit before the finish line too. 767, Craig Lewis. That's a really good one. 182 mile an hour. Left hard off the start line as well. The front end was just dangling. Exactly where you want it to be. And we move on to the next pair now, which is Charlie Terse in the Ford Cortina, taking on Rob Margin in the insane Jun 2 Nissan GTR Skyline. These things are nuts. Come on, you're the expert on this.
Oh, I've been called worse. Yeah, Rob's been struggling to get it off the start line. Had a chat to his tuner and crew chief Con about half an hour ago on the start line, and he said they're just, if they can get it off the start line, it'll be fine. But like so many people today, just battling, not blaming the track though in this situation, just the setup of the car and working with it. The horsepower's again not the problem with Jun 2. It makes tons.
What sort of horsepower numbers are we talking here?
Over 2,000.
Over 2,000 horsepower.
So about roughly 11 horsepower per cube in the old money.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nuts, right?
Wow.
It's under 200 cubic inches.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That is. There's no words for that.
No.
Anyway, Charlie.
Street car.
Charlie Terse over in the other lane, 365 cubic inch Windsor.
Is that why we're only seeing 3 guys on track?
That's right. If
It's a straight, well, 3's too many.
Three's
for a
too
street
many,
car.
so it's a race car.
Yeah, so it's a race car. If it's a street car, two crew.
It's in race car trim.
2 crew maximum. Yeah. But does have power mirrors and power windows and
Full
the whole
interior.
bit. Full interior.
Yep.
Yeah.
Subwoofer.
I don't know if it's got a hectic subwoofer. I'm sorry, Matt. I'll do my best to find out between now and the next round.
Rolls it straight in. Start line's been the challenge. Oh, over near the wall for the Cordy. The sporty Cordy pulls it off the wall, but Jun 2 gets off the line. Okay, 1-2-1 to the 60, but yeah, rolls off it after that. 757 for Charlie Terse. That's a solid pass.
That's the best lap of the day.
Yeah, big improvement for him. 184 miles per hour. Had to do some driving on that one as well.
So we've moved on to our Tarabane Sons Construction Street Outlaw class. Street Outlaw class back in the house. It's going to be round number 2 of racing.
Absolutely. Jonathan Danascus taking on Robert Gallotta. Gallotta with the Tirana. Danascus, the Ford Mustang down there. Oh, big hike of the tyres from the Mustang.
Gallotta, little Tirana there, just twisted up as they go down and watch for the brakes. Danascus is already red lit, so it's not going to matter, but getting off 10.65 at 126 miles an hour for him that time. Gallotta takes a win with a 10.92 at 116. Given the win on the start line, that's all they have to do is keep it in his lane and get it down to the finish to take that win. Because obviously we go back into dial-in racing, so there will be handicaps dependent on your dial-in time. Stan Nikitaris is a 10.74 dial-in in the orange Ford Capri, taking on Nick Roteski in the VK Commodore, an 11 flat dial-in. So you're going to see 0.26 of a second there handicap.
Should be a pretty good race here. So not quite heads up, but not too far off. Only about
0.4 of a second between each light as they go down. So you're not even going to see a full light. Just pops a wheel up there. The Guitarist and the Capri goes away 0.19 to a 2.25. He's surely got the win on this with a 0.19. He's got 0.2 of a second just in the reaction time. And it's a 10.93 at 111 miles an hour. And the Guitarist in the Capri gets the win over Rateski. Next up, it's a 10.5 dial in Gin Raptus in the Holden Tirana, the yellow LH, taking on Peter Valaris with a 10.28 dial in the XT Falcon.
Yeah, Valaris, been a long time racer here at Sydney Dragway. Loves coming out and running this car. It's been steadily improving. He's been adding bits and pieces to this car over the last couple of months, and he's now got the big hood scoop on it. The thing's breathing a little bit better, though a big backfire right off the start line is probably not going to help his cause. 0.96 on the tree to a 1.98. Jim Raptus, on the other hand, it's going to be a close one at the finish line. I think it's the Falcon, and he gets there with a 10.50 on the 10.28, 10.76 on a 10.50 for Jim Raptus. Not quite enough this time around.
Yeah, 0.14 of a second is the difference there. And it's most of that is in the dial-in time. That's what's giving him the win.
Buddy Rogers in this HQ Ute. This is a neat-looking car, this one. Taking on Chris Creech, the God of Thunder from Banks in the ACT.
10.3 dial-in for Chris Creech to an 11.20 for Rogers in the HQ Ute. Rogers gets away a 5.40 reaction time to a 0.79. Creech has got half a second on him almost. Creech will have to watch out here. Doesn't want to break out on this run. Goes 10.39 on a 10.30 dial in 117 miles an hour to get the win over Buddy Rogers, who ends up with an 11.23 at 118 miles an hour in the HQ Ute. Chelsea Smith in the Rocket Lane, an 11.30 dial in the white Holden Commodore. Trent Peamy in the Holden Commodore, the 355, of course the yellow VC. 10.2 is the dial in. How is he going to go? All Holden power. Chelsea Smith got 1.1 second handicap. Gets away. 285. Oh, no, red light.
Giving it away, Trent. Giving it away, mate.
It's freebie.
It's no good. I bet he runs 10.21 or something as well. Oh, no. He was nowhere near it. He didn't give it away. He threw it away.
Threw it away. So the win will go to Chelsea Smith there in the white Commodore, the VN. End up with an 11.38 and 11.30 dial in 122 miles an hour. Is Stephen Bush going to join us in the commentary booth? Steve, you've been in the background there running some cameras. And
I have, Matty.
We're going to unleash the voice now.
I'm multitasking today. Bit into everything.
I hope they're paying you double for double the amount of work.
Well, we'll have to talk to Rusty about that. But yeah, having a good time.
Having a good time
plenty
here
good
today.
runs. I'm doing my best to capture all the action on the big screen for the people in the crowd, obviously, and those that are watching on our Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. There's some pretty cool comments coming across that channel as the action unfolds, of course, on the racing service.
Yeah, we've had a few cars today that have unfortunately come to grief with the concrete barriers here today. That's been unfortunate for a few races. Good news is all of them walked away from those ones, and the cars with some minor damage. They'll all be able to be repairable. Seen a beach trip.
Matty, I know I've said it before, but that last race was two Albion Park Holdens racing each other. And this is an Oak Flats Holden racing. This is basically Grudge Kings Wollongong. This category is dead set. And I know it's compulsory to own at least one Tirana if you live in Albion Park. If you live in Albion Park Rail, it's allowed to be a Commodore. But I think they're all here.
All of them?
All of them.
Every single one?
Yeah. And they should be yellow, apparently. I don't know.
It seems pretty popular, doesn't it?
It seems a popular colour, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not even a racing stripe on it either.
No.
Black bonnet. It's got black down the bonnet.
Yeah.
Got to keep that tradition going. Do they do that with the Commodores down there, with the black bonnet on?
I don't know. It's just compulsory to own one. There's not particular rules about what it's got to be or what it's got to look like, but you must own one. It's like a council regulation.
Does it have to run, or can it just be
it doesn't.
Parts thereof.
It doesn't have to run, but to give you an idea, there's some serious Tirana talent in Albion Park. Simon Krieger's an Albion Park Tirana owner, and that's a 864 Cuba with 500 nitrous kits on it. Tommy Rako has got the beautiful red and black twin turbo Pro Street blown Tirana. Phil Kurgen's got that nitrous HB. There's some serious Tiranas out of Albion Park.
There were got a couple of street fighters as well. They're not Tiranas, Adrian, but they're at least of the General Motors brand in VY, VT Commodores and that sort of thing. There seems to be quite a number of races coming from that area, so it's fantastic.
Nothing else to do. That's the thing. Is just build a Holden, drive to Sydney, drag race it.
It's a day out.
It's a day out.
It's just a day out.
The family.
Get out of the gong. Just waiting to see what we've got coming up next. Looks like our Street Outlaw's still on track. Well, thanks to Tarabay and Sons Construction. Just waiting to see which is going to be the next car, because we did have lined up there one of our Perfection Automotive Grange, our HSV Grange. Just pulled over to the side at the moment. Waiting to see what's going on here. Looking to see Pack Performance boys are there. Peter Raham's ready to go. We did see that run in the 8s just before.
You're not too sure what the hold-up is here, Matty. The track is clear.
Just waiting here. There's no red lights on the track, so there's nothing happened down the far end, that's for sure. Otherwise, we would see the red lights going on the tree. I think we're just sorting out some of the races here, maybe, because we do have a couple of different categories come up. The Urban Life Constructions Small Tyre Fighter is about to happen. We're going to go over to here. Let us suck it in first. Make sure you suck in the stomach there as we go down.
See, I never did that to you.
You never did that to us. I respect you, Bushy. I respect you. There's no respect there from Rusty. No respect at all for our viewers. That's the last thing they want to see is who has to be this annoying voice on the microphone.
Yep.
All right, we move over. Looks like we've got a all-steel Tirana about to line itself up, and I reckon this is going to be Craig Warren there. 10.2 is the dial in for Warren as he comes over into the Rocket Lane. And a 10.2 for Mark Maternan. So that's 10.2. It's going to be a heads-up race here. 2 Tiranas as well. One of the LH variety, one from the, looks like LC.
Returning with the bigger cubic inches on board. 502 between the chassis rails in the Tirana. Nice big strong burnout in the aeroflow lane there, Matty.
And 502 cubes in terms of big block Chev at the moment is not huge amounts of cubes, really, isn't anymore. 502 used to be massive. It's crate engine, basically. You can buy them straight out of the magazine, the 502s, put them in. Craig Warren with the 400 Chev, and of course, with all the Australian Pro stocks running 400 cube Chevs, it means there's a fair bit of experience with a lot of engine builders putting that together, screwing those sort of combinations and making some big horsepower out of them.
Yeah, gone are the days of the small block 350A.
Mate, 350. Those were the days.
Yeah.
Well, now we start them down LSs, make more powers than those 350, and all you got to do is throw a cam in them. So those days are unfortunately behind us there. So you know, life sorts of starts at 400 cubes. We go big block. Well, it doesn't start till 500. Here we go. The Tirana's lined up. They're in full stage for McTiernan. The yellow Tirana. Warren's white Tirana. It's going to be a heads-up race. 10:20, both of them dial in. The wheels come up for Warren. 0.46, a better of the reaction time. He's got 200ths of a second. Pretty close to 1,000 forward. Looks like it's going to be Warren. He gets the win. 10:47 at 129 miles an hour on that 10:20 dial in. 129 miles an hour for him.
And a 10:64 with a 6 at 123 there for McTrinnan in the yellow Tirana there.
Sean Smith from Waniasta in the ACT, the south side. The BDL car stereo HSV Grange has got a 10:23 dial in on a solo run. Really can't lose it from here, just has to get the car from A to B. Only really has to take the light actually if they want to, just roll over once it goes green. But I'm sure they'll run this car down the track. It's run 10:30s already today.
And not pushing the reaction time there, Matty. Has 4:58 on the tree, but the car running straight down the centre of the rocket lane here at Sydney Dragway. He's going to take the win with a 10:37, 131 mile an hour through the finish line.
Might look to sharpen that up in round 3, I reckon, with the dial-in time there as part of the Tarabay and Sons Street Outlaw category. And I do believe that is the final car in that category for round number 2. The Urban Life Constructions Small Tyre Fighter should be up next here at Sydney Dragway as part of the Tuner's Edge Grudge Kings for 2021, and it does look like I can see the STF symbol on the back of the cars. So we're going to head into the Small Tyre Fighter. Yeah, it's not the Street Fighter class, mate. It's not the Street Fighter. It's close.
It's as close as we're going to get today.
That's why we've kicked Rusty off. He's a lover, not a fighter. He can't be part of this Small Tyre Fighter. Of course, brought to us by Urban Life Construction. Just waiting for him to come through. I can hear that
It's got a very harmonic...
The echo of the 55 Chevy below the
Yes.
blower, just, you know, rumping over, I suppose. Carbureted there. Looks so tiny in that engine bay. They sit very low. Just waiting for it to come out of the tunnel. We can hear it, we can't see it.
They are such a big car, though. Pretty much any motor that you put in the engine bay doesn't fill it. But obviously, adding a set of carbies and a big supercharger certainly helps.
Plenty of room at the front, I reckon. Just put a Pro Charger there, crank driven. Get one of those Pro Charge engines in there. That'll be great, I reckon, one of the big Chevys. Here we go. Now we can hear it coming forward. Let it come out from under the tunnel. Beautiful, fat 55. Black. The big Chevy. Warms the tyres up. And that's actually still in our street outlaw class. So our small tyre fighter sitting to the side. Maybe we've got a solo and we've lost a car maybe in this one, which gives us an odd pairing. Hence why we do have a couple of solo runs for this one. It's going to be a Rowan Hudson and the Chevy Belair. 540 cube, big block Chev, of course. This thing has been running in the low 10s today. Squats in the rear and gets underway nicely. 1.61 to the 60 foot. After acts of 661 and 107 miles an hour, and ends up with a 10.27 at 133 miles an hour to complete the quarter-mile run.
A little bit off his dial in, but the car didn't sound like it was running that cleanly down the racetrack here, but not a bad pass. The car going nice and straight. Plenty of weight to plant those rear tyres.
Yeah, the weight transfer there really on the back tyres there. Got away. Didn't hear any wheel spin out of that one, but just did the... You really didn't see it come up in the rev range for a while there. Just ticking over the 540. Using all the cubes to make the torque and not having to rev everything out of it. Here we go. This could be a bit of fun. Andrew Martin currently holding our wheel stand award at the moment. Got that way above in qualifying. Was it qualifying? Round one qualifying
it was. His first time out. He got our attention very quickly when all we saw from the commentary box here was the roof and the front of the bonnet.
Oh, I can tell you the Pro Stock scoop because, we could see that clear as day. Just having a look here, it looks like a couple of drops of fluid from the Peter Raham Mazda RX-3 from Pack Performance, and so they will take that car back, and unfortunately it looks like it won't be out this round. We'll have to wait and see as we have changed over to our small tyre fighter. All thanks to Urban Life Constructions. Let's see what the HT can do. Andrew Martin.
Yes, unfortunate there for Peter Raham, but Martin is putting on a good show. He's up from Beaconsfield in Victoria. Nice, strong burnout.
420 cubes, going to say small block Chev on board. See the yellow diamond there, which means the giggle gas is getting engaged. A purge there. Make sure the lines have no oxygen in them. Make sure the bottle pressures are just right. We want to see a wheel stand. He carried it out past the 60. It went out about 80 to 90 foot last time, that big wheel stand. Last time out, though, last round, he managed to tame that down a bit. He got the wheels off the ground, but really pushed the car out. Let's see how he goes this time. He's not going to have a competitor alongside. 885 dialing, not going to matter, as it is now a solo run. Gets the front wheels up again, though. It's tame this time. He's looking for the ET at the end. The elapsed time, what will it be? 1,000 foot done. Gets over the finish line, 891 at 148 miles an hour. It's an 891 at 148 for Andrew Martin.
He certainly wasn't backing off early. He went well past the finish line, under power. Shoots out safely, that car.
He's tamed down. Whatever they've done in the rear, maybe they've taken a little bit out of the launch on that one. Maybe stepped the nitrous back a little bit, just staged it off. I'm sure it doesn't have a big nitrous kit on it. Hagenson 10A in the VL Commodore, about to come out once again and looking to get some runs on this thing. It has run some big mile an hour, well past 120.
He's been doing some pretty big burnouts too as well.
It's all about, though, when you go small tyre fighter, it's about getting that power down to a much smaller slick. Probably most of these will be untubbed cars, talking small tyre fighter. So you see like maybe like a 28-inch high, 9-inch wide tyre for most of these, but a slick, not necessarily the radial. Up on boost there in the RB, 8-second flat dial in. Zamagias in the VIP Automotive VK Commodore has the burnout done. 8.99 is the dial in there for the VK. Of course, 416 cubes of LS power.
dropped his dialing a little bit away from where he qualified this morning with a 9.05 in the rocket lane.
Oh, the tyres are alight there for Sam McGears.
So is the red light on the bottom of the tree. So 10A will take the win. He's taking his time to...
Do you think he's worried about the win? I think he's worried about
Probably
the time
not.
slip.
Probably not.
The car just goes to the right a little bit, centres it back, steers it in. This one looks like a bit better run. Half track's 5:47 as he heads down 8:42, 163.
Wow.
The crew almost come to blows there with the next car doing a burnout. Got to watch out. Very busy down in the start line. We've got a fair bit of time to make up. We're about 2 hours behind at this point. So if you joined us a little bit late there, whether you're watching us on YouTube or you've come down to the track or you think you can still make it, you've been at work all day watching us on YouTube, we are a couple of hours behind. We're probably going to go till about 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight. No promises. We might get through these very quickly. You never know. Martin Whelan, 930 dial in the XR6 Turbo. Full stage, Sam Damascus in the Ford Capri. The Lime Capri gets underway, takes off. He had a 989 dial and he did have the handicap start that time.
Got over 3.5 tenths up his sleeve. Off the start line, he should take the win here. 10.03 with a 3 on a 989. 121 mile an hour through the finish line and the win lights flashing in his lane. Martin Whelan, a 981 with a 2 at 144 in the Falcon.
Oh, the Barra fans want to see that go big. Yeah, the Barra fans are looking for it. Aaron Murphy now, another one. Barra powered, of course, 4 litres of Aussie ingenuity. And what do you do when you have a good old school 4-litre inline 6? Well, you do what everyone's done overseas with the technology, especially in Japan, and you put a turbo on it, some decent fuel injection, and we have the Australian Barra.
Yes.
How's it going to go this time? 985 is the dial, and we've seen these motors. It doesn't look like this one's wound up as much. We've seen them make over 2,000 horsepower on cast blocks. Sam Constantino alongside in the Datsun 1200 12A rotor. 860 the dial in for the little Datto. He's going to have to wait. He's in full stage. Deep stage there for the XR6 Turbo of Murphy. He gets underway. 0.44 the reaction time. Datsun's chasing him down though.
He's certainly coming on strong at the
close
bottom
to
end of
the
the racetrack.
1,000.
Oh, wasn't much in it. A 10.25 with a 2, 130 mile an hour there for Aaron Murphy and the Falcon to take the win. 8.66 with a 2 on an 8.60 for the little Datto. Wasn't quite strong enough, just left too much on the start line, Matty.
We're a little bit too much on the start line, unfortunately, with the Datsun. Otherwise, would have had that win. God, there's some tough tow cars coming out now. I want to see this HZ looks like down there, HJ. Are you for real on the plates? And beautiful blue there with the beadlocks on. Looks everything that should be out on track at the moment, but got the toe strap. Let's have a look this time though. Robert Palesia in the VL Commodore, 8.9 dial in. Elvio Gonzalez in the Ford Capri, 799 as a dial in. This thing will twist up. Passenger side front is going to want to carry as far as past the 330 foot. It's going to want to stay up.
The LSX on board on the Capri, and I'm pretty sure it's got street registration plates on it as well. 799 the dial in. Pelagia in the Commodore, an 890 dial in.
Nothing Boost can't fix. LSX. Put some puffers on it, let's go. Jumps up, oh no, lights the tyres up, stands back up on those rear tyres, and here we got a race on it. Looks like it's going to be good though. They stood up square actually. Thought it was going to twist up, doesn't do it. 888 at 136 miles an hour, and 8.88 at 136 to a 957 at 135 for Palesia.
Yeah, that Capri still maintaining to stay in front. A big difference in the reaction time. The Capri picked up a massive advantage on the start line. Next pair up, we've got Aaron Stubbs and Neil Constantinou. Stubbs in the Nissan GTR and Constantinou in the XY Falcon.
Yeah, the R32 out on track at the moment. Of course, Anthony Matuk at the front, customer of his. He's out there. He'll make sure this car try and get down the track. It means it's going to be pushing a whole heap of horsepower back through those tyres. Aaron Stubbs last time round, the car just didn't want to get off the line. Constantino, the XY Falcon, 9.2 dial in, and 8 for Stubbs. Stubbs is going to have to wait, probably not worried about that one. What times can they do with this?
I reckon we'll find out in about 8 seconds, Matty. Or thereabouts.
Thereabouts. Here we go. Gets up on the back wheels. It's got some hang time there. It's not our biggest one, but putting on a show for the crowd. Here we go. Stubbs lights the tyre up. It's up in smoke there, unfortunately for them. That is another run done for them.
Yeah, and Constantiu, 9.32 with a 6, 127. He wasn't on the throttle the whole way down. I think he realised that Stubbs was having some issues on the start line and slowed just to make sure he won the race.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there. And great wheel stand there, Constantinou. He just held that up on the rear tyre there, held it nicely too, just kept the power into it. You don't want it to come down too fast and then you bottom out your cross member and do some damage.
It just tests your nerves, doesn't it? Like, because the first instinct would be to take the foot straight off the throttle, but sometimes the worst thing you can do.
Don Lucci, he's in the Burnout Masters at Summernats in his HJ, and he is putting on a burnout demonstration here in the VL. I'm going to put that down, biggest burnout of the day almost. Trying to keep up with Danny McDessie, I reckon.
He's doing his best, and he's certainly put on a pretty good show.
Look, it's not the normal car he does burnouts in, but, you know, there is a reason he's going to the Burnout Masters at Summernats. Dom Lucci, the VL Commodore, ready to go. 9.06 is the dial in. Dominic Zito in the Holden Tirana at 9.17 seconds. So it's only 11 hundredths of a second is going to be the handicap. You're barely going to see that on the lights. Look at the wheel tracks. They're tiny tyres here in the small tyre fighter category, and that goes up to about 500 foot out there for Dom Lucci.
Yeah. He's done a very good effort, and they're nice and straight too. They're not out
He's
of
used
shape
to chucking
at all.
a couple of donuts,
Yeah.
well then that's just a tip in normally for him.
Yep.
Just right hand down, he could have kept that going, I reckon.
Nice lead, 0.24 on the start line. I think he's got this race pretty much in the bag, Matty. Way out in front. The issues for Zito in the Tirana, 9.11 with a 147 mile an hour for Lucci, and Dominic Zito in the Tirana there, 15.03 with a 5.57 mile an hour.
Yeah, not quite sure why he backed off in the Tirana there for Zito, but Lucci's going to get himself a win. Not too far off the dial in time either, 147 miles an hour, and putting a show on for the crowd here at the Tuner's Edge Grudge Kings for 2021 here at Sydney Dragway. At the moment, just having a look, are we still in our Urban Life Construction small tyre fighter? Yes, we are. The pros are coming out now, the fighter pros.
And we've got Peter Hamilton from Hume in the ACT. 366 cubic inches of Chevy on board the wagon.
And that bottle, that beautiful blue bottle, liquid horsepower about to be thrown down the intake of this car. Liquid supercharger, as it's known. Got to get it right though. Goes bang when it goes wrong. Up on the trans brake now. Gets a good launch there. 127. He's on a solo run. Still going to try and cut it down on the lights. Been running in the 8s already today. 8.87 at 151 mile an hour. Another solid pass there from Peter Hamilton in the VH Commodore wagon.
Yeah, nice and consistent as well. Oh, next up there's very, very nice pair of very, very nice Mazdas on or in the burnout pad.
Look, the Raider fans are going to be happy with today because apart from Jamboree, we don't necessarily see a lot of these rotors come out all at once. And today we've had a fair share of them and some really tough ones as well. Look at Dom Perry now in the Mazda RX-2, 20B rotor, an absolute pristine show car. Do not leave today if you're here at the venue without going and having a look at that. That would win a car show any day of the week in a show and shine. You just got to clean the rubber off from today's racing. Jamie Borg alongside in the Rocket Lane, the Mazda RX-3. 13B turbo, of course. They're going to try and get them down, but, mate, this God RX-2, if you've seen it on social media, absolutely gorgeous car. And what we do is, he's not worried about the time slip so much. He just likes to race and get out there and have a good time. This thing has spun the wheels every time, but he gets straight back into it, gets the car straight and goes for it down the far end.
Some issues for Jamie Borg on the start line. I think that's not his first time for the day to have that issue. But Dom Perry away with a 5.19 reaction time on the brakes early, probably about 1,000 foot, and still goes a 9.37, 123 mile an hour through the finish line.
And that's black track there too. You can see it has spun the wheels at the start, and he's had to get off it, gets on it again, and it's left marks out to about 80 foot. So
it's got a pretty decent tyre under the back of it as well.
But still, it's small tyre fighter. It's just it's an RX2. It's so skinny. Like,
yeah,
you
that's
know,
true.
you stick like a 245 or something like that. That looks big.
They look a big tyre, but certainly a very, very nice car
It's
there.
got something a bit bigger than that. Yeah, I'd say that'd be something like a 275 under the back of that one. Maybe only a 235.
Mustafa Sakina burning out in front of us in his Mazda RX-7. I thought he was going to run over Rusty's blue paint there.
Oh, don't hurt Rusty's paint. You have to be out there with the paintbrush next week redoing it. He's already got to repaint his signs. Don't upset him today. Mustafa Sakina, the RX-7, they struggled with the burnout in this one each time, actually, when they brought that out. So that was a clean burnout this time. That's looking a lot more promising for him. Just came out of the water box, straight into it, smokes the tyres up and well past the 60-foot mark from past the burnout pad. And then next up, we see the Nissan Skyline there. Over in our rocket lane, Danny Bresciani. This thing's shown a fair bit of promise. We know it's going to be quick. A lot of horsepower on board. R33. What can Danny do this time? Comes up from Victoria to race this one. RB30, of course, on board. Already waiting to go into pre-stage, waiting for Mustafa Sakina. What's Moose going to do? Brings the RX-7 in, 13B in the front. There we go, slap on the roof, gives it a tap. Lets the driver know it's ready to send it. Pre-stage, who's going to bump in first? Oh no, he bumps past the beams. Danny's gone past the beams, he's not going to get a time. Mustafa takes off the hatch lid, tries to open, gets up on the back wheels. Going through the gears, this thing is jumping around in the first 100 foot. Sakina goes through in the RX-7, 833, 169, and a buck and Bronco all the way through the first couple of 100 feet for him. So you see, unfortunately, Danny in the R33 not going to get a time there. Just went through the beams there, and that'll set that off and gives him a red light on that lane. Frank Tarabay's back now. It's in the what we call in small tyre fighter. Toyota Supra, where it all started, the gas racing there, 2J powered, of course. Still also driving the race car here. Mind you, if I have a look down the pit crew there, I think, can we classify this as a race car? More than 2 pit crew?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the parachutes on the back classified as a race car. If my memory serves me correctly, and it wouldn't be the first time it's let me down, I have a feeling this car has run somewhere in the...
Well, we were 211
200 mile an hour.
Yeah, I think we were 211 last time round.
I'm pretty sure that classifies it as a race car too, Matty.
Double shoots means it goes quick, mate. That's what you know. Look at the parachute on the back. If it's got more than one, expect it to go over 200 mile an hour. Open up the lid. They'll turn the nitrous on now. They won't be on for the burnout. They will turn the nitrous on so they can make sure this gets up on boost very, very quickly. For every little advantage they can get to get this car into the 6-second zone at over 200 mile an hour. We've seen the little Radials do it. He's in the small tyre fighter class. Not quite sure if he's running a Radial on that. He may be. Just may not be at 275. Might be even smaller than that one. Might be at 235.
We're just taking their time to get set. Guiding him into stage now.
Not far away from our Torello's Fruit Outlaw class. Not far away at all as we see cars lining up in the staging lanes. Pro Mods will be out not far behind that. Last couple of words there from the gas racing crew. They close the door on Frank Tarabay. Brings the Super into stage, in pre-stage. There we go, full stage up. He's on a solo run. Gets away, not too bad. 1.26 to the 60. Let's see how it's going to go as the boost comes in. They wind it all in. The power management doing its job. 731 at 201 miles an hour. But a 730 for today, probably not too bad there from Frank Tarabay in the Supra. Looked pretty stable as it took off as well. We didn't see, the car wasn't jumping around, stayed in the middle of the lane, played it nice and safe.
If I use the words, it looked almost effortless. Like it didn't, as you say, it wasn't wandering around. He didn't seem to have to put much input into the steering. Nice pass there from Tarabay and his crew. Sam Sabato and Peter Taniskas now. Taniskas in the XY Falcon with the Windsor on board from Condell Park. taking on Sam Sabato. Sabato running for Hume Performance in the Holden Tirana from Silverdale.
Ford versus Hold battle. Ford versus Hold. It's getting long in the day. It's been a long day. Very long day. Been on the road today. Here we go. Ford versus Holden battle here at Sydney Dragway for Grudge Kings. Side by side. The modified outlaw class.
Sabato with a big advantage. I don't think the Falcon's going to catch him. No, a 8.24 with an 160 mile an hour there for Sabato in that red Tirana. Again, that running looked like it was running a little bit rich, but it seems to be working for him. Next up, we've got Josh Boscovich in the XA Falcon Coupe, taking on Shady Tabaji.
Shady Tabaji in the BK Engines JT Performance TC Cortina, raw TC. See how he goes. You want to get this one back on the back tyres as well. Josh Boscovich, of course, 410 cubes of Fontana power with a bit of assisted giggle gas. Goes to the right. Oh, goes over the edge of the yellow lines there in the start. Gets towards the centre line. Boscovich in the lead at the 1,000-foot mark. Goes back towards the centre and ends up with an 8.44 at 158 miles an hour to a 9.2 at 148 for Tabaji in the TC Cortina.
So aggressive on the shift, that car of Boscovich's, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The car likes to move around. It likes to go to the right. You can see the marks there. Look at his left. Just missed the yellow lines there with the tyre. And, of course, we have moved into Todorello's Fruit. Outlaw class at the moment. On track. George Rutzis in the big H Racing VL Commodore. The big for sale sign on the back of this one. Of course, Chev powered. Taking on Paul Sabato in the Ford Falcon. 347 cubes of Ford V8 power. We spoke about it earlier. It's had a couple of moments here at Sydney Dragway in the past.
Oh, George had a big one this morning. We're very surprised that he was able to keep the car off the concrete in the rocket lane there this morning, but settled the nerves, and hopefully everything goes well for him on this pass.
Keeps you alive, mate, a scare like that. You know the heart's working. He's in full stage, though. Wants to get this race underway. Paul's going to have to bump this in quick. Lights go green, looking straight at the moment there. Rutzis gets a nice drive. Sabato there, I thought maybe the car coming stuck. He's off it early, though. The shoots are out, though, for Rutzis, and he goes through for an 8.66 at 152 miles an hour to an 11.67 at only 90 for Sabato. So that is a much slower run there. He's got off that very, very early to get that speed down.
Next up, we've got Jason Mansueto in the Ford Capri, running the big block Ford, 632 cubic inches on board. That black Capri taking on Adam Addard.
What a change this is for Addard. I mean, obviously got Premier Hire as sponsor there. You can see the Premier Hire car now. Top fuel racer, Pete Shibris, is actually his backup man. So Pete Shibris, normally racing in top fuel, is actually the man getting him back into the groove there for Adam Addard. And we normally see Adam do some of the crewing there for Pete when he's got the top fuel team out. We'll see him get involved back here at Grudge Kings.
Addard to move into stage now, and the tree will drop. This should be a good one, ladies and gentlemen.
Addard just needs to bump in. There we go, full stage. Very shallow, gets up, but it's a red light, goes too early. Mansueto gets sideways, goes towards the wall, brings it back into the centre. They're going to keep racing, why not? It's a 0.19 from Mansueto. He's going to end up with the win, an 8.30 with a 4 at 169 miles an hour to Adam Addard's an 8.44 at 159, but cuts the tree down. It's a red light. As we move on. Look at the burnout now, though, for the Cortina, for Tim Gruber.
It's one tough Cortina, isn't it?
It's pretty tough from Queanbeyan, New South Wales, just outside of Canberra. Just wonder if that's Dave Gruber's obviously associated, also coming over from the same area. But look, mate, how's he going to take on this? It's Truck Norris.
No, I'm not going to lie.
Corey Burns in the...
Gruber's got a task in front of him.
Yeah, the S10 Chevy. Look, I tell you what, if Gruber wins, it's because Truck Norris let him. Truck Norris would let him. He scared him. Look, he's not even coming. He's not going to come on stage. All right, this time round, let's have a look. We had the bet going on with Hodjo, 7:39. They end up running the 7:30s already in this car. For Truck Norris, Corey Burns. In Todorello's Fruit Outlaw class on track at the moment. He hasn't staged in. Full stage, though, for Gruber. Going to get up on the big block. Nitrous gets up on the back wheels. It stays straight. Gruber off towards the wall. Has to steer it in. Corey in front by the looks of it at the 1,000 foot. What's he going to go? 7:40 at 181. It backs it up within 1/100th of a second of last time. He's gone to the half track, 473 again. So another 470 there to half track. We're looking maybe Krieger's going to want a bit more giggle gas into that one. Gruber ends up with a 772 at 165 in the Ford Cortina.
Yeah, Truck Norris not being generous there.
Aye, Truck Norris doesn't let you win.
No.
Nobody beats Truck Norris.
Looks like we've got the Extreme Bike in the burnout box, Matty.
Yeah, it's only Foley back this time on a solo run. Borg, unfortunately, we haven't seen Alex Borg come back. He did run the 690 earlier at 212 miles an hour. We're just checking something out on the track. Got our track walker down the far end. Just a quick check there as the car did get awfully close to that wall. Maybe just having a look, see if something has come out of the bottom of Gruber's car. Well, the wind's still blowing. A little subtle change in direction here at Sydney Dragway. Not as strong as it was earlier today, but still cool conditions. Looks like the track's still nice and tight out there at the moment. By that we mean it's pretty sticky there. Plenty of traction down for the cars. Especially we can keep this rolling over. Keep that temperature out there in the concrete. Looks like we've got a red light on track there. We've got our track walkers still out. Just about to get over the wall hopefully. And we'll get back underway with racing here this afternoon. Obviously at the Tuner's Edge, Grudge Kings 2021 here at Sydney Dragway. It's fantastic to see so many people joining us here actually on site at Sydney Dragway, and so many people watching us around the world on our YouTube channel, Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Hopefully you're sharing it with your friends and family all over the place, and of course we hope we are bringing you a bit of a taste of Australian drag racing if you are watching us from overseas. We'd love to see the comments coming in. Unfortunately my comment screen has gone. Rusty's taken his phone away. High technology here. Oh look, he's giving me the hillbilly wave.
Did it with a smile on his face.
Yeah, it's Darren Foley, the high booster. Gets off the line, has to lean to the right. This little small tyre is on the edge. Is he going to hold on as he gets closer to the wall? We'll have a look at the mile an hour. 867 at 169. He has got off that one, and mate, too close to the wall for my liking.
I was just thinking he was leaning further and further to the right, but the bike did not want to comply.
Mate, they're capable of getting up to 218 mile an hour. I think we've seen these turbo buses running 679. Was it 682 or 679, something like that, with as a party. I was hoping to see them here today. So unfortunately, we haven't seen them.
It's roughly about 6 seconds quicker than I'll ever go on a bike.
Yeah, mate, I think it's just roughly that I wouldn't get on a bike like that. I don't trust myself.
That was the point I was trying to make, buddy.
Oh, the Death Wish Skyline is ready to go, and they're looking underneath. This is not good. Check up on the screen there. You can see how many cars we got lined up out the back. Not too far away. We've got Grudge Racing coming. Then our Fuel Tech Pro Mods are about to hit the track. You see Shelley Davies down there ready to go, and it's just couldn't get into gear last time. So hopefully they've turned that car around very, very quickly. It was very promising in the first race. Alongside, is she going to be up against Campo, who has been the standout so far when it comes to the Pro Mod racing today? That 554 at 272 in round number 1 is the time to beat. Campo, see if he can back that up. Can we get another 270 mile an hour pass? Greg Sakaridis hasn't had a full run today yet. We've only seen him do 240 mile an hour. Uncharacteristic from those guys in the Mauler.
Yeah, he's still got a bunch of speed left in that machine, Matt.
Just in the background there, Jeremy Callahan though. Another one of our picks gone 583 at 252 already. McDessie's panel shop have done the beautiful work on that one. That is a gorgeous car. 70.5, and you stick it in the Pro Mod style body, it is really slick. Gorgeous colours on it as well. They've got the lines exactly right on that car.
Well, I think he ran a 5 at his first race meeting, I think.
Well, he came out in the first Pro Mod there with obviously in the IHRA 400 Thunder Pro Mod, and yeah, it came out maiden, I suppose, championship running and took the win out in that first round. So he's been super confident, I suppose. The Moitz Motor Cars crew have got that car very well settled, that the setup seems very right, it's consistent. Obviously when we come out in that category, it's a 585 sort of bracket there that you're trying to run, and It's very comfortable doing that. You can see that 583 already though, but I'm sure they'll have to hot that one up if they come up against Campo in the final. Anthony Matuk looks like he's taken the steering wheel on this time in the Nissan Skyline. Going to get behind the Death Wish R32. Customer car, I would say, and they're going to see if they can push this one out, try and sort it out so they can give it back to the customer ready to race.
A lot of RPM there in the burnout, but there wasn't a huge amount of smoke.
Are we not surprised at Matuk's engine with some RPM?
No, they only know 2 throttle positions, idle and flat out.
Yeah,
Nothing in between.
It's a switch.
Yeah, that's
it's
right.
just a switch.
It's like a Tesla, but not.
Yeah,
not,
but with noise.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like a Tesla with noise. I thought about electric cars the other day. I thought you could do the old trick like you do with your push bike back in the day. If we see a Tesla down there, we'll just get a card or a bit of tin there and a peg, and we'll stick it in the spokes of the wheel, and that way we get some noise out of them as they go down the track. Rob Deckett now in the Pontiac GXP. Now these guys are on an absolute high at the moment because they just ran a 698 in this, and it's an Australian Pro Stock car. They're obviously out here getting some time on the track, bedding some tyres in, getting some things tested. Now, I believe that is actually their first 6-second pass. If we actually have a look back, I think that is the first time they've run a 6-second pass. That might be why we've seen them so happy before. And they've got that car 698 just cracked in, only 195 mile an hour. So the wind has died down a bit here, just a little bit. It's still flowing across the track. Maybe we can push that up to a 197 mile an hour and get a bit more out of that one, like we say.
Yeah, I think breaking the 6-second barrier.
Matuk there goes to the left, goes towards the centre line, gets out of it early, tries to get back on it. It's vicious when it comes on boost. 2-wheel drive, I'd say, that's why. And we won't worry about that one for Anthony Matuk. They're just trying to get the handle on that car. It's all about power management. They've got oodles and oodles of power, as much as they want to use. That is the biggest problem. It's not how much power they're making, it's how much can they actually use here on the track. Just having a look, maybe some fluid there on the start line, just looking at the mop. Hopefully it's just from it sitting around.
There was a fair bit of pointing at the car in the burnout box. Let's hope there's nothing untoward. There's no concern with the track walkers wandering out onto the surface to check
Yeah, not
it.
further down. It's only on the start line there. And sometimes
Yeah.
that happens when the cars sit down. It could be something as simple as once they come through the water box and done the burnout, a bit of water under the back tyres there sitting around. Maybe a bit of condensation there, especially if they've got something there cooling, where they're running a bit of methanol and things like that. So we can get a few small drops out there on the track at the start line.
Yeah, he was waiting a fair bit there for the Deckett car to come forward and do its burnout. So next up, we've got Jess Turner in the rear engine dragster. Nitrous assisted 407 cubic inches of Chevy on board.
Just waiting to see if the part-time crew chief's out there. They're coming out for this one. Normally holds the camera. Can't see him.
Someone's got to do it.
He hasn't ventured out yet.
Someone's got to do it.
Just cracked into the sixes today. We do see this one come down, and I do believe we've seen a 670 out of there actually in this dragster. Oh, look, there he is. He's the backup man. Putting him to good work today.
Yep.
Getting his fitness training in. It's how fast that she's going to make him run back.
Nah, casual walk, mate.
Now, checking this is normally Peter Raham has come back out in the small tyre fighter class. We didn't see this car run before there was an issue with it. Didn't even make it to the start line there. So maybe letting this car run again. Not quite sure. I'm just waiting to see if I can see Peter walking around, because don't have a name up on our screen, but it could just be a number out, maybe 9250. No, that's what we've got. Maybe it's just because they're not registered in this category, but they're going to let them run anyway.
Well, he's in Grudge at the moment. We're in Grudge at the moment.
Yeah, there you go. So we're in Grudge. We're going to let them Grudge race. Moved over to the Grudge section.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Fuel Tech Pro Mod coming your way soon. It is the Grudge Racing. Just Turner on track in the dragster. Up against an 8-second RX3. 13B turbo. Turner out of there, nice start, 104.6 to the 60 foot. Car looking stable down the far end, gets through the traps there. 686 at 195 miles an hour for Jess Turner. Peter Raham goes to the right. Slistic stays in it, clicking the gears. 8:32 this time, 167 miles an hour, 8:32, 167, and we can see the claps down there from the crew of the race car.
Yeah, nice clean pass from both races there.
Just waiting for the car to clear the track there as he moves around in the braking area. That is gone. We stay on board with our Grudge racing here. Grudge Kings, where the toughest cars in Australia have come for today's drag racing. They send them down. Burnout's done. Sam Afkel in the Mazda RX-3 13B Rotor taking on Peter Pisolides in the Chevy Corvette, Hemi-powered. They're going to send him back into the burnout box. No, not going to send him all the way back. Going to try and get this burnout underway once again. Rolls onto it. Doesn't want to spin the tyres there. We always seem to see cars that can't do that at the start. Sometimes they have a little bit of a problem there when we actually go to stage them. Now he's going back, put the front tyres back to the burnout box. See if he's going to do a rolling burnout here. He's going to have to get this done rather quickly.
What did Peter run before, do you know? No?
No.
Sorry to throw you under the
I
bus.
do know, yeah. Just that's a great bus you're throwing me under.
Apologies.
I'm not that historic.
I'll back and pick
Yeah,
you
you just come back. Would you like me to ask me some more questions about Pete?
Sorry.
What's his middle name? I don't know. Where's he from? Altona and Victoria at the moment. Well, that's what the screen tells me anyway. He's going to have to get this set up, though, rather quickly. They've messed around this burnout procedure here. I don't know. Afkal's already pulled that RX-3 into pre-stage, so that's going to set a timer off. He's not going to stay there forever. It's going to start. It's got a bit of time to pull that car in. Just needs to get it into pre-stage. Here we go. 500 cubes of Hemi power. Don't see the big blower hanging out like you normally do. Corvette, very old style Corvette in this one. Full stage now for Afkal. Red light, he times out. Doesn't get it staged up. Tyre shake there on the line for the RX-3. Chatters through, gets on the wheels, are up at the 400-foot mark.
I think it was just on the throttle as the suspension was unloading. It just carried the front wheels for 20, 30 metres there.
All the camera guys down there, that was the shot to get. 500 foot out, tyres up in the air.
Yep.
What a ride there from Sam Afkal on the RX-3. That was perfect timing. I don't know if that was just purely as the powers come in on boost. And like you say, just maybe as the cars moved around, the right time in the suspension. That was a wild ride there. And great to watch here from the commentary box. It's good to see that we've still got cars running out. Plenty of grip there. And it's... yeah, there's plenty as the track goes out as well. It is not going away. All the grip here at Sydney Dragway today. It's great conditions. The air is still relatively cool. Probably the water grains up just a little bit here. It's not going to see with the naturally aspirated cars all the times, but definitely for our boosted application cars, they've got themselves a good platform here to see if they can run some numbers. A little bit of track prep coming your way right now because we got Fuel Tech Pro Mod coming your way straight after this break.
V-Drive Tech.
It's time to step into the Fuel Tech Pro Mod category here at Grudge Kings 2021 Sydney Dragway, and that is the sound of the elite race parts. Shelley Davies, Ford Mustang, fired up. Blown Hemi, of course, in the front. This just looking to get this car. Last time round, came out, couldn't get the gear to get it back into drive, unfortunately, on the start line, so we did see that car pushed off. The first round, though, came out, stood up on the tyre there, accidentally grabbed the trans brake button for a second, went down, came back up again, and Shelley got off the gas, but it looked very promising after what has been a probably not the start they wanted to 2021 and the few rounds of racing they had. They did get in. They've been having some tyre issues there as well as a heap of other races there, but they've got that sorted there, put some tubes in the tyres, and it seems to have fixed that up for them, and they're looking a lot more promising here with the data. Paul Mahade over on that side, and he's going to be working through that. Rob Campezy's back, though, and he is the driver of the day so far. Fastest car on track so far with that 5:54 at 2:72. Now, We do believe the Aussie door record at the moment of 5.50 there from Signarelli, who has not got the car down track under full power as yet. And we've seen that up at 274 miles an hour, but Campo is, well, taking the challenge there, and he's doing it with almost a streetcar crew. Almost. He's got three. He's got three out there, not two.
Yes, well, of course, we've seen them all run very consistently whenever he does come out. To run the car, almost you could nearly call it a bracket car, running so consistently. But that hasn't been the story today for that car. But I hope he's got a couple more hits this afternoon. Let's see what he's able to produce. Of course, Rob Campezy would love to go that little bit quicker than what he did earlier. Perhaps even quicker than a 550.
Gareth Davies just pulling his wife in there, Shelley. I'll tell you what, he would be so happy after what they've been through in the last 12 months with this car. If that got down around a 5-second pass, I reckon there'd be a bit of relief in that team at the moment, because you can see a bit of frustration there with Gareth when you speak to him. He just wants the car to get down the track a couple of times there, get it back to where it's been in the 580s. Pre-stage now, it's not going to be worried for Shelley to come in. She'll get on the two-step instantly there with the blower. Campo brings it in. He winds it up. Let's have a look at the times. They go up. It's underway. A 9.96 for Shelley. 9.89 for Campo down the far end. Campo shoots around early. Shelley gets to win 5.84, 2.45 miles an hour. And look at the crew. They are so relieved to get that car down the track once again. Look at the excitement on their face. They pat each other on the back. Campo goes a 6.24 at 157. Not quite sure there. Half track 380 at 2.02.
Yeah, down about 11 miles per hour to the half, so not going Rob Campezy's way. Not only was that a 5.8 for Shelley Davies, it was also the win against a car that's been down at 265 and 272 miles per hour, is the class of the field and is capable of at least 0.3 quicker than Shelley Davies just went there. She left on him. She left on him and stayed in it all the way to the end. Fantastic pass. Yeah.
I do want to see her get out of the car, because I can see Gareth's already been on the radio there. He's actually watching the big screen now. Look at him down there, so proud. The next couple of cars coming out. Pete Lovering gets through the burnout there. We'll keep watching up on our screen and see Shelley gets out. Look at the excitement on her face. The Belair gets the burnout done. Kristen Ockers, the Pro Flow Performance Chevy Nova now. Burnout routine done while they back up. Is she getting out of the car? She's just taking a moment. Do you think she's just taking this in, hearing the news back in the 580s? It was a good run in the car. It looked very stable out there this time.
Yeah, the car didn't seem to want to move around at all, did it? It was a nice straight pass.
What they want to do is replicate that. That is the biggest thing they'll be looking for if they can get out again, is another replication. She gets out of the car. Let's have a look. The team will be trying to get down there, I think, just to spend a bit of time with her. And Campo shoots her out early for him this time. He's had an incredible run today so far. The first loss, really. We thought maybe we were going to see him try and nudge that 554 he ran earlier. We'll get back onto racing, though. On track at the moment. Peter Lovering in the Chevy Belair. Taking on Tristan Ockers in the Chevy Nova.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see Lovering back at the racetrack in the TFX powered Pro Mod car.
Yeah, the Fuel Tech Pro Mod category. We are moving into what is round number 3 at the moment. Still have finals to come when it comes to Pro Mod. Ockers gets out, big drive there, the car going side to side, gets back into the centre groove. Lovering behind as they go over. Gets it done with a 6.15 at 2.34. That goes even faster again for Ockers. It's going deep. Is he going to pull this one up before he turns?
He'll make it around the corner, but there was some sideways action under braking, Matty Cav. That was, I think the drive in the braking area was more impressive than the drive down the track. That was awesome.
What's Aaron done to that? How much are we leaning on that, Aaron? You're definitely putting a tune up in there for him. You got the driver, that's for sure.
Well, he's used to driving a much shorter wheelbase Ford Capri with nearly as much horsepower in it. So if you can drive that and get it down here over 200 mile an hour, then driving that Nova is probably a walk in the park.
Lovering went 6.47 too, 169. So that's probably not too bad a run for them. We'll probably see them get a bit lower into the 6s if they can tune that up a little bit.
Those shake marks from the Ockers car, Adrian?
Yep, they sure are.
Wow.
You can see his line all the way down there, all the way to the finish line.
going for longest power skid today here at Grudge Kings, that's for sure. Just waiting to see if we're going to get this fire up there. Maybe checking something down there. Having a look. Jeremy Callahan's about to come out in the Chevy Camaro, and he was my pick possibly to be the second car there in the finals. 583 at 252 mile an hour is where we have seen him. Saccarides, has he come out as well? I'm trying to see if we can see any of Saccarides' crew.
Just a little bit of an issue for Callahan. We're going to rip the front off really quick. They've just run over to the golf buggy for a Zeus tool. So thankfully the crew's very practiced at it. So I doubt they'll be very long at all.
Yeah, hopefully that's something very simple. Luckily, Grudge Kings here, we've probably got a little bit of time there just to give them this ability to do this. Something we afford all the races here today. As we see this front end comes off, they'll be looking for something very minor.
Yeah, nice camera work, Rusty. We're about to see a sneak peek under the front end of Callahan's Camaro.
Saw one of the crew reach down when the front clip was still on, like he knew exactly what it was and just couldn't reach it through the turbo hole. So maybe it's something simple like an electrical connector. The car wanted to fire but then immediately shut off. So it could be like a cam sync or like a crank angle sensor or something.
Either way, it looks like they've put the front end back on.
If it fires up and runs, then yeah, it was something simple.
We'll have to wait and see. Just line that up. And there we go. Fastest are going back on. Callahan's car about to get fired back up. I'm looking for Saccarides actually out in our stage lines. He's not there, so I'm hoping he's actually under the tunnel lined up. Wait and see if I can see any of the crew out there, because one, we're hoping to see with a pass there now, and things have changed. The tables have turned there. Campo running that 554 early. Saccarides hasn't had a chance to get that car under full power all the way down the track. Will we see him actually make that big pass? Will he get it in today? Shelley Davies has turned their fortune around, and after the first couple of rounds where it didn't quite go to plan, that last one there, a 584 from Shelley, she has done a fantastic job to take the Mustang down there and put it back in the 584s, 245 mile an hour. So probably a little bit left in that one there. We'll probably expect to see that around the low 250s.
Well, I think the good thing there for Davies and the crew is it shows that they're going in the right direction. You know, the changes that they've made and the improvements that they've made to the car have certainly thanks, Rusty, have moved the car in the right direction and reignites the fire. You know, if they're at the point where they're really struggling, like you've made the point that Gareth seemed to be really struggling to get the car to do what he was expecting it to do, to see that result there for them is a whole heap of encouragement.
Yeah, it's not just their team. We saw that in some racing earlier down at Winter Nationals. Is the Hoosie, a slight change in how the tyres are manufactured. And that caused a whole heap of dramas and people going back to old tyres they had in the shed and coming out and running some personal bests. So, sideways there in the burnout for Callahan, really trying to put on a burnout. But yeah, a slight change in the compound there with the tyres there, and seems to be the answer has been put some tubes in there, and there's probably a little bit of information there we're not being told.
If you like what you saw, Shelley Davies, the giant killer, put your hands together. Show some appreciation. Team going in the right direction. 5'8", very solid pass. Gives them data, gives them something to work with. Very importantly, it gives them the confidence to come back around and have another go. Shelley Davies, the giant killer, taking out our #1 qualifier and the second quickest door car in the country.
And an 84 is right up there with her personal best. That might actually be there. I know she's done an 86 or an 85. I'm not quite sure she's gone much lower than that. So that's around her personal best as well.
I don't think they've run a 70.
They have not run a 70 in that one yet. It's in the 80s. Callahan though going to be on a solo run here. Let's see how we go. I'm not seeing Saccarides here. That's a shame. Jeremy Callahan. From the ACT, the Chevy Camaro, the Moist Motorsport put together car. It's been rebuilt. Looks whatever it was that's come loose, they got that fixed very swiftly. And it sounded absolutely sweet in the burnout. Let's see it as it comes up on the RPM. Bumps it in. Gets away. Chatham marks there, but it looks like it's on a charge. Not quite out the 60 foot, and it goes half track 390 to the half track of 189. So a little bit off the numbers there, and the shoots are out very, very early. Not matter, it's going to be a solo run, 670 at 136.
Yeah, big shake there, Jeremy, obviously knowing that he's not going to see the full potential of that pass.
Mate, that would have shaken him in the car there too. That is a fair chatter mark there. Look at the distance between where you can see the chatter marks down the drag strip. Let's move on. Our next category coming out, the Turbo Smart. Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite cars are the next on track here at Grudge Kings 2021.
Gina Bullion's doing double duty in the 20B powered cars today. She's got the FD-RX-7 and she's racing the Mazda RX-8 in the left lane right now. Had a couple of decent laps. Definitely a 6-second capable triple rotor car. Frank Tarabay's done a little better, 675 at 199 miles per hour. Again, that car's capable of bottom sixes.
Yeah, because this is low sixes to 240 mile an hour.
Yeah. We actually did see him run 212, I think, in a run as well. That hasn't come up on here, so he's put it down a little bit faster than that so far, but we'll wait and see. Obviously running two cars too, it's easy to get between the two of them, especially when you got Frank driving both cars here today. Bullion's in the RX-8, 20B rotor, taking on 2J. Tarabay Brothers racing now as Frank is brought forward. Sioka's bringing back the Chevy Nova. What a drive job that was, 614 from memory. Nice drive as well, used all the track. All right, pre-stage for both cars. Gina's bumped it in, waiting for Tarabay. Lights go down, Tarabay away, 997 to the 60 foot. Something flapping under the car, but it's moving. 592, 235 miles an hour, 592 at 235, and look at the team.
Moving is exactly right, Matty. 592 with a 7, 235 mile an hour through the finish line. Whatever it was under the car that we could see certainly didn't affect the performance. And Gina Bullion's in the other lane, 814 with a 7.
That was awesome. I'm excited. Yeah. I'm excited for Frank and the team. That was pretty special. It's always nice. Like, it's a bottom 6-second car. Well, now it's a high 5-second car, and it's nice to see them run consistent low sixes. But it's also nice to see the team jumping up and down. George Raham in the left lane now. These are both billet by pack 20B rotaries. So the BMW's a conventional billet 20B, if you want to call it that. The pack Mazda 6 SP, if you have a look out of the left-hand side of the car now, there's 3 giant exhaust pipes. It's because they've gone triple turbo with this car. I couldn't work out why it sounded different earlier. I spotted the 3 pipes and the team confirms it's triple turbo now. So sounds considerably different.
It certainly does.
To what it used to. It used to sound very much like the BMW in the right lane.
Be interested to find out why they've gone in that pass to something different. Have they found a method there, maybe a difference in torque, or that it comes up on boost quick? We're not sure.
It's too hard to speculate. Rocky's a mad scientist, and they could just be testing it. It seems a significant change with all the fabrication required, but it's certainly not a failure based on performances and the horsepower the thing's clearly making. But getting the rest of that very complicated car to work is the perennial battle. Certainly sounds like it's got a 630, 215, 220 miles an hour on it if everything goes to plan. I think this car's been as quick as a 626 in a previous guise. this car certainly never looked better than its very new paint.
Here we go, we line them up. The Queen Street BMW 20B. Taking on the Pack Performance 20B, both built. Same engine build, bumps it in there. The BMW, Sam driving. George bumps it in, they take off. They are side by side halfway down the track.
Ooh, nice, 6:58 with a 5, 210 mile an hour there for George Raham. Went 118 to the 60, and the BMW a 692 with a 5, 194 mile an hour. But they were locked together to just past half track, I'd say. A little bit of smoke up the top end of the racetrack there for Raham, but nothing untoward, I don't think.
It's interesting just looking at the 60-foot time compared to the rest of the run for George Raham in the yellow pack Mazda 6 SP. I can't help but wonder if he just rolled the beams on the start line.
Yeah, just slightly slower to the 60-foot, but he was in front everywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Locked together at half track, almost, there's a tenth in it, but there's also, 13, 14 miles per hour in it. So more horsepower in the Mazda 6 SP, but I think he may have just rolled the beams.
You've got to take it away, though. If they're testing something new there, triple turbos and that thing, first time out, 6:58,
yeah,
first time out.
It's
definitely,
not
there's something there.
Yeah, there's something to it, Rocky. Keep going. But the rotary brains trust in commentary think that it's a good idea. Keep doing it.
And it hasn't stopped him doing the burnouts either. So, that's another good thing too. We always like to put a show on for the crowd out there. As I'm just trying to see if we've got any more cars. The staging lane's looking pretty empty at the moment there. Trying to find out, of course, our finalists will be getting decided at the moment. Looks like that's going to be our Pro Elite. Our Pro Modified not lined up there in the staging lanes, but we will be looking to see if we've got our finalists here for the Tuner's Edge Grudge Kings 2021 here at Sydney Dragway. Don't go anywhere if you're watching us on the social media, on YouTube, on the Sydney Dragway official channel. If you're here, take a break, head down to the pits, check out the cars, the drivers, obviously all the merchandise that's down there. Go and grab that one. And we are going to take a short break and be back with you very, very shortly. Well, we got a bit of noise going on here for Grudge Kings at Sydney Dragway, all thanks to Tuner's Edge. Racing not far away from getting back in for the finals, I do believe. We might actually be up for our RGM Civil Pro Modified, actually. They still have a round left to do, round number 3, our RGM Civil Pro Modified. Our Pietro Italian R275 are coming back out. Tarabay and Sun Street Outlaw round 3. Urban Life Construction Small Tyre Fighter round number 3 coming. Grudge Racing once again, and then it's on to our finals. Of course, we start off with the Fuel Tech Pro Mod final as well, with all the prize money on the line here at Grudge Kings for 2021, all thanks to Tuner's Edge. Rotor fans have been in for a treat this weekend. Nick Soldatis in the Rotomaster RX3 20B. 20B turbo there, ready to go. The RX3 going to come out in Aeroflow lane. Vince Rigoli in this Cosworth 2 litre. They've had the bonnet fly up earlier today. They've had to patch the car up. Looks like they've had to jump on that bonnet. It's got a couple of layers, 100 mile an hour tape on to make sure it withstands what it's done. 189 mile an hour it came back out and did. Last time out it did 184 mile an hour. It's done a fair bit of work. The wind has now picked up here at Sydney Dragway. You can see it coming directly down the drag strip. It's a headwind. And here we go, the signal comes out. Time to get into the burnout box and warm those slicks up. Up on the back tyres there, Sultatis. Sultatis gets through the Rotomaster, 20B. Rigoli, a short, sharp burnout there in the Cosworth. Probably looking for a bit more out of that one. He's sideways actually out on track at the moment. We'll have to see if he can pull that car around. Sultatis will take the RX3 back. You see the crew there opening up the door, make sure they get the smoke out of the car. Something has gone wrong. It did sound like the Cosworth went out, the sound went away. Our officials are going to be sent out there. They're going to have to make a decision at this point. Is it still running? I'm just trying to hear out on track. Hoping they can get the car. They're just going to leave it there is what they're going to do. They're going to run out of the way for safety. Car is going to stay there. It's on the other side of the wall. That's going to be fine. It's going to be a solo run. Regolia, they're not going to get this car back out of the way. It's going to be fine where it is. Stay strapped in the car. The team are now going to pull Nick Sultatis forward. Just need to get this car in a solo run now. The RGM Civil Pro Modified, round number 3 gets underway. Unfortunately, it's going to be a solo run. Up on the 2-step, the flames come out. The car gets sideways and he backs off. Huge chatter marks there on the start line. They threw a whole heap of power at it, but they haven't got that through the first 60 foot. It is just a heap of chatter marks there, as you can see. Possibly we can get a bit of a zoom in there as we change the views. It's just going to roll down. Hopefully we're going to open up our track halfway down and let him turn the RX3 in. That looks like we're going to do that. That'll get that car off the track relatively quickly as we can move on with our RGM Civil Pro Modified category. Looks like Gina Bullions has turned around and got back into the RX7 now. So doing double duties here this weekend. 13B power in this one. Rigoli, there's the chatter marks you can see out there on the live stream there. Look at that. Car has got up on that tyre. It is just shaken. It's amazing what you can see from where we sit up in the commentary box, and great to see we can put those images out on YouTube on the Sydney Dragway official live stream on YouTube, and you can see exactly what we're talking about when we say the chatter marks. The slick just rolling over on itself and really shakes the car around. Hard to drive through. They've decided to get out of that. Will rattle the fillings loose in your mouth. It's bad enough. Next couple of cars are lined up. Another one of the Rotor Powers, RX7 13B Turbo. Gina Bullions now coming out in this Pro Modified category, all thanks to RGM Civil. About to come out now, Rocket Lane. Sam Afcal alongside in the Nissan S15. 15 Right, we bring the cars up to the burnout box. Gina's getting plenty of driving duties today, stepping between two cars. Clutch goes up and up on the limiter. Strong burnout there from Gina in the RX-7. Comfortable in this car. Sam Afchow will now just open the doors. I want to get the smoke out of that S15. All the races starting to line themselves back up there in the staging lanes too. We've still got round number 3 to come for our Pietro Italian R275, as well as Tarabay and Sun Street Outlaw class, Urban Life Constructions, Small Tyre Fighter, the Power Plus Extreme Bike, and Totterello's Fruit Outlaw. Round 3 still to come, as well as Grudge Racing. I'm sure we'll see plenty more Grudge Racing during our finals, because some of the cars will have a fair bit of turnaround time there to get ready for that. So an issue there with the Gina Bullion's RX-7. That looks like they've managed to get that back into gear. We had some heads also in Sam's S15. Just having a look around. A bit slow to get this one restarted. It's like the thumbs up. We've got 2 cars in this race.
That's normally how it works.
That's how we like to see it. Heads up racing. I know they're pushing Gina Bullion's back. That might be an issue with that car. They've decided that is not going to race, and this will be a solo pass now from Sam Afchow. The S15. That's how he goes down the track this time from Queensland.
All right, the quickest SR20 in the country. Well, that didn't go to plan.
Did not go to plan. Hitting the liver a heap of times too, didn't it? And then it just seemed to rev there. No drive. Hopefully that's just popped that into neutral maybe. Hopefully that car, well, it does get off track. That's a good thing about being able to open up halfway down and get a gate open there, so some of the cars that don't quite make it can roll through the gate. Continue on with racing. Daniel Camilleri now will bring out the RB-powered Pontiac Firebird. Pro modified on track, all thanks to RGM Civil. Here at the Tuner's Edge Grudge Kings 2021. They'll back this car back. They've had 2 good runs in this back-to-back, actually. Qualifying didn't go to plan, but the round racing has. Some stout 7-second passes here from Dan. Team just gathering around. They're going to get the wheelie bar set. Another solo run here. Taking their time. All right, we're in pre-stage, winds it up, bumps it in, here we go. Looks nice and straight this time as they head down the track, a 103 to the 60-foot. Car getting down there, 710 at 188. 710 at 188 miles an hour there for Daniel Camilleri in the Pro Modified, all thanks to RGM Civil. As it looks like we are going to move on to our radial class, the R275. I'm sure Mr. Diggles is watching us on the YouTube stream. He'll be firing up over a bit of radial racing. Leg up at the moment. He's spewing, he's missing out on this radial stuff.
Yeah, shout out to Christopher J. Diggles, Esquire. Get well soon. Hoppy.
Nitrous purge there, Simon Bradbury in the Holden Commodore. 383 cubes of Chev taking on Danny Busbridge in the twin turbo 400 small block, the Twin Whizzers. Last time round we did see Busbridge go 689 at 202 miles an hour. So 689, not far off Steve Bazzino. He's probably going to take it to him. Hopefully we're going to see them in the finals. The showdown that we need to see the two fastest radial cars out there today. And we say Bazzino. Let's say it one more time, Bazzino. There it is. Already coming out. Say it 3 times and he will
Pro
appear.
Radial Beetlejuice.
It's waiting for Busbridge to bump it in. It's up. Takes up, the wheels are up too. Stays into it, gets the car down. He can steer it now. Busbridge is on a run. 461 to the half track, 706 at 202. Just misses out in that 6-second pass. 706, 202 miles an hour once again. So he's definitely putting some back-to-back runs together, but unfortunately not a 6-second pass. Simon Bradbury alongside 915 at 146 miles an hour. As we see the next couple of cars come out, and it's going to be Rob Margin, the Croydon Racing Developments Nissan GTR. This thing is the fastest Nissan GTR in the world at the moment. The Aussies are leading us there in that one, aren't they?
Kinda.
Well, street, are we going?
Street GTR.
Street GTR.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends where you look, Matty. There's rules and classes, and it depends where you're racing, whether it's Grudge Kings or Jamboree or Cootamundra. There's a whole bunch of different race classes that you can talk about. But speaking generally, the thing that people understand, certainly around Australia, is there are race GTRs and there are street GTRs. And this is the top dog when it comes to street GTRs.
Have they been listening to you? Because I reckon
they've got fewer crew.
Fewer crew.
All I know is I've seen this car go a 689 at this track, and then Rob jumped in and drove home. And that's pretty stout. They live streamed the whole thing.
Steve Bazzino, the Dandy Engines built Pro Line in this XW. He's already gone 688 at 211 today. He's got the big wing on the back now. He stepped it up. Look at it, just picks the wheels up in the front. It's away. It's a 1.2 to the 60. Let's see how he goes down the far end. It's moving 683 at 213. So a 683 with a 9, 213 miles an hour there for Bazzino. Puts it back to back, goes a little bit faster, and Rob Margin pulls out of that run. That is not what they were looking for.
It hasn't been Rob Margin's day today. Really struggling to get the car off the start line. Team constantly working to develop that car, so maybe a couple of major changes that have set him back.
He really struggles though with the four-wheel drive, doesn't it? When especially you see sometimes they get the front wheels off the ground, probably does actually help them with the launch, but when it comes down, it just tries to pull the car all over the track.
Yeah.
All right, Craig Lewis.
Craig Louis. We took the mickey out of him a little bit earlier because of his frankly sensational drifting effort, but I've got to be honest, the last pass was pretty special. Got that 7-second number.
Brandon Zito alongside the LC Tirana. Get it bumped in, the wheels are up. Pop there from him though, car slows down now, they get back on it. Just comes up on boost.
490 to the half, 760, 182. Solid. Going quicker again.
Definitely converted that from a drift car into a
it's a drag car again.
It's a drag car again. Good to see the Spiders have joined us down the far end. They've given us a bit of a web to look at on the live stream. All right, the Cordy's back out. Charlie Tez is brought out the Cordy. Once again, this thing has been in the 7-second zone. To wait and see how he goes on this run. Going to get a solo run. We're still in our Radial 275 class at the moment, all thanks to Pietro Italian R275. Quarter mile radial racing. You can see the cutouts there for the turbos. Just trying to line him up. He is a little bit to the left. Definitely has the back tyres in the groove, but the car is actually pointing to the left. So we're going to try and car over again, try and line it straight. Crew are taking their time. No one alongside of them. They have to worry about someone coming into pre-stage or full stage and starting the timers. Problem you got though, you stand there long enough as a crew, you almost lose a shoe.
Yeah, you donate it to the track prep gods. This will be another decent lap for Charlie Ters. Little 365 cube Windsor spinning hard. It's coming home strong. 742, 186 and a PB. .480 at 150 miles per hour to the half from a 365 Windsor. It is making some steam. Rowan Hudson now back again in the blown 540 cube big block 55 Chev Belair up against Rob Gallotta. That 5 litre powered Tirana. Both solid 10-second cars. Hudson's got the chase on. Almost nothing in it in terms of reaction time. We'll see if the Chev can get there or the Tirana will break out. 10, 1, 8, 134 for the Chev gets there. Margin of victory 0.111. Rob Gallotta won't be disappointed. That's the quickest he's been so far. Look at the time boards. That's the race's dial in. 1050 will get the green first in the left lane. 2.5 tenths difference between the green lights. And loses all of that advantage back the other way to Chris Creech's Holden Commodore Ute. Pretty well spot on run. 10.29 on a 10.25 dial takes the win. Chris Creech will be back again. Buddy Rogers out of Victory in New South Wales on the south coast. 400 cubic inch. HQ Ute. Number plate HQ Wood. Beautifully turned out car. Won't want to break out here. 10.0. Way too fast. Goes 5 tenths of a second. A full half second quicker than his dial in. Hands the win to Nick Risteski in that 400 cube powered VK Holden Commodore. What's up?
And Peter Villaris goes through for the win. Slight breakout, but an 0-1-2 red light's not going to win too many races for Jonathan Damascus. As we say goodbye to Matty Cav for the first time today. Yes, that's right. He has literally been on since the start, and we thought we'd finally give him a break.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Welcome back, Rusty Gregory.
Welcome back to the professionals.
Big shout out to all the Queenslanders watching on the live stream.
Is there a lot? Is there?
There really is.
They've got internet there now.
They do.
Oh, cool.
They got the electric. No,
is it in colour though?
Yes. They share a like globe. No, massive shout out to our Queensland buddies who have been watching on the live stream, and
I shouldn't be mean
enjoying
to them,
drag racing. We miss you. It's been too long.
Yeah, we'll see you one day in the future, I'm sure. Couple of Holdens out there now. Chelsea Smith in the Commodore with the LS power plant, taking on Craig Warren. And Warren gets the win. Slight breakout, 10.19 with a 7 on a 10.20. Chelsea Smith takes, well, 700s at the stripe there. That's a little bit too much. Not going to win too many races with that one. As we see the Tirana roll up from Mark McTiernan. There you go. And Trent Pime.
My mechanic versus my tow truck driver.
Well, you do have a
Nissan, I know.
Nissan,
We've had that. Unfortunately, it's hilarious and accurate.
Which one do you use more, the tow truck driver or the Nissan?
Yes.
Or the mechanic?
Yes.
Yes. Speed dial.
They spend a lot of time together on my dime.
All right, dialing 10-2-0 either side. So it's basically a heads-up race, this one.
Oh no, we've got a little bit of a leakage situation out of Trent Pimey's VH Commodore. Mark McTiernan has the solo.
Is that the mechanic or the tow truck driver?
That's the mechanic, unfortunately. Damn it.
So solo pass here. And down through the traps for an 11.29 on a 10.20, so nearly a second over the dial-in. Not going to win you too many races, but he gets a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card there with the solo pass. Seeing a few comments coming through from our friends from Queensland now after our friendly banter from before. That's all right. Big hello to wherever you are watching from. We've had people from all around the world and Queensland as well. Plenty of people from WA, I've seen a couple as well, which is basically another country now as well. Anyway, so nobody's allowed to go there anymore. So anyway, Stan Nikitaris in the rocket lane, 014 Reds, Sean Smith, he went more red. So double red light. Nikitaris is going to get the win here. Test out the dial with the 1071 on 1068, 1036 on the 1023 for Sean Smith. As you see, Pat Ferriolo now rolling up to the line in this very, very tidy HQ 1-tonner, 350 Chev power plant under the hood. And I think he's on a solo pass here. Indeed he is. So this is Street Outlaw, presented by Tarabay and Sons. Good light there, 004 on the tree. You can tell he's been itching to get after it.
Kind of wasted on a solo. It's very good practice though.
Indeed. Indeed, as we see... now this is a car I've been looking forward to seeing come out again. The HT Holden of Andrew Martin.
Oh, it's a weapon.
Oh, this thing is cool. Talk about wheel stands before. It had the height, it had the hang, and it had the haul. The 3 H's of wheel standing. It's Sam Danaskis over in the Capri. On the other side, little Windsor under the bonnet of that car. He's kind of tamed it down a little bit now, Andrew Martin. I think once he got into race mode, just thought he might have to calm it down just a touch. Yep. Not a great light though, 369 on the tree. Sam Danaskis goes 073 and he will win this one. I'll tell you that right now. 991 on a 980, 918 on an 882. That's not going to win you too many races. Do apologise for the wobbly camera down the deep end of the racetrack. It is very, very windy today. For the most part, it's been a headwind, but it does seem to be swinging around a little bit the later we go on into the night. Neil Constantinu now in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Aaron Murphy, Aaron from Raymond Terrace. I can't see the name Aaron now and not do it.
It's Aaron.
It is Aaron. Big wheel stand for Neil Constantinu. Oh. Matty Cav, the angel of Red Bull.
003 for Constantino in the left lane. 924 and a 919 is plenty to get it done. Big improvement in performance for Aaron Murphy, though. Breaks into the 9s in that big, heavy XR6 Turbo. More black track performance in the left lane now. Good contingent of the Newcastle cars there. Matt Whelan, 8.9 at 155. His best earlier in the day. Ibrahim Najjar in the R34 GDR. King GDR plates. He'll be doing the chasing today. Relatively small engine, giant turbo, very difficult to get off the line with a manual. No problem for the black track car, 981. Off slightly early, preserving the dial and getting the win.
Big reminder, if you are watching online, make sure you do subscribe to the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. This is where things are going to be live streamed potentially into the future. If we get enough subscribers, we might even end up doing a few more events live and free. So the only way to really encourage that is let us know that you're enjoying it. Subscribe, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Make sure you're sharing it around all your social media channels as well. So next up it is Ayan Setnay taking on Elvio Gonzalez. Elvio's on a bit of a mission with this car today. He's been leaving the line pretty well, but he's been bouncing the front end. I saw it wheel stand 3 or 4 times on one of the previous runs.
Capri just bumping in, deep stage now. Watch the light, make sure he doesn't go red. Wheels in the air, gives it a pedal. No problems for Elvio though. He knows enough to be out of the throttle early though. He's on the brakes, doesn't want to break out. 865 at only 133. Solid reaction time. Fought off what could have been a giant Capri wheelie. A Capwheelie, if you will. I just want to make Rusty spit his hot dog. Sorry.
Have we not heard that before?
A Capwheelie.
A Capwheelie. I like that. I'm going to steal that, Therese.
Welcome.
Oh, very out of shape burnout down there for Sam Constantino. Peter Hamilton in the VH Commodore wagon.
Peter Hamilton with the early leave. There's not much in it in terms of dialing. The wagon's going to hold on. 891. Very nicely done. Fast finishing 876 for the little ute. 12A rotary. There's a little small block in that ute. Small block rotor.
Absolutely.
You right there, mate? You want to turn your microphone on and
Nah.
just lick your fingers for everybody?
Oh, how's the half-track burnout down there from Dom Lucci?
Look out.
Not what I was expecting in the in a Dolly Roan class, put it that way.
I mean, he's a former Burnout Masters finalist, so
He is.
Kind of makes sense.
He knows a thing or two about him. No, I'm glad I'm actually sitting on this side of you, Therese, because I'm half expecting Bushy to throw it up on the camera as I'm throwing my dinner down.
Do not throw it up on the cameras, please, Bushy.
No, nobody needs to see that.
No one needs to see you smashing a solid dog down your throat.
Are you right there?
I'm better than you will be tomorrow after eating that, mate. That is feral.
And you know what the worst thing is? I didn't even ask for it. I just asked for food, and this is what he brought back.
He didn't bring food.
No. No. Anyway.
And you're going to eat every last bit, aren't you?
I've lived a good life.
Yeah. Have you, though? Aaron Stubbs are the 32 listed on the paperwork. It's a 3.2 litre straight 6.
Tell my kids I love them.
They just texted back, meh.
Oh, oh, that's savage.
All right, solid performance for Aaron Stubbs on his last lap. He run a 7-something. It was a very sketchy pass. Big chase on. Not interested in catching the Commodore at the other end. Really just does want to run that number. Fries the tyres. Way burnout machine. That looked like it left with no front-wheel drive at all. That's all right. He'll take it out at the quarter-mile mark. And we'll get to see Peter Raham in that very well-presented Pack Performance RX3 sedan. Going through the motions today is Peter. Just burnout and launch, then burnout and 60-foot, then burnout and half-track.
Need to reverse those two things. Half-track, burnout.
Yes. That was once famously lost in translation by Kawasaki-san, who drives the HKS GDR, or used to, in licensing at Willowbank. The translation to do a burnout and half-track pass became do a half-track burnout. And he had an air-shifted Hollinger 6-speed in the car. So he hit the line lock, let the clutch go in first, shifted 5 gears, and power skid to half-track. And the officials went, well, if you can do that, then we reckon that's fine.
Yeah, you can probably drive. You can probably drive if you can pull that one off.
Yeah.
All right. So Peter Raham in the RX3. As you said, he's been doing a pretty good job today. 167 mile an hour, 832, best run so far.
Solid.
Very solid. For a street car. Oh, hang on. Too many crew.
Hang on. No, too many crew.
Too many
it's a race
crew for
car.
a street
It's a
car.
race car. Just dangling that front left wheel and half an inch off the ground. This is another solid run. Yep. 819, 167 PB, Pete Raham and the car. Very well done. If that were a street car, it would be very fast. Too many crew, Rusty. Too many crew.
Good to see that the clouds have cleared here now and the sun is out, just peeking through at the right time of the day as well, just enough to warm it up, get some track temp in as we head into the night session. So Frank Tarabay up now with the Supra, taking on Dom Perry in the RX2 Coupe. Very tough little car. This one, very neat little car as well.
It's ridiculous.
Super tidy, show car quality. There's a lot of activity going on around the Tarabay car. I know the boot's up to turn the
That's
the bottom
nitrous.
on.
Yeah.
Got some professional door wavers there.
Yeah.
Just to get the smoke out.
Oh.
Well, went from very shallow stage to very deep stage for Dom Perry. Blew the tyres off right at the hit. Tarabay's on a good run here though. Across the finish line, shoots out for a 7.20, 205 miles an hour with the shoots out across the finish line. Yeah, that's a quick one. Next up, it is Jamie Borg taking on Danny Bresciani.
Anyone who's been around the fast Nissan scene for very, very, very long time will know the name Danny Bresciani. Back in the days where having an 8-second VL Commodore with an RB30 turbo in it made you a god amongst men.
Yep.
The Brescianis were where it was at. The Victorians used to be the king of RBs. It was Bresciani and it was Rajab.
Yep.
And those names still pop up from time to time in turbo 6-cylinder Nissan drag racing. It's great to see they're still part of the sport.
Unfortunately, not going to be a part of this race, though.
No.
Being pushed back off the start line. So, Jamie Borg will be going on a solo pass in the RX3. Sitting a little bit over to the left of the groove, not too far out, though. Don't have a huge amount of details on this car, other than it's got a 13B under the hood. And that's about it. That's about all the information that we've got, and he comes from Concord. Oh, no! Up, 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 and away. That was a big, big wheel stand for Jamie Borg. If you're lucky enough to be watching on the live stream, make sure you go back and have a look at that one, because the first wheel stand was high, the second one was higher, and the third one definitely hurt when it came down. Those are the 3 H's of that wheel stand. So, Jamie Borg, that's unfortunate for him. Hopefully there's no damage to it, because that is a tidy little car.
They like that one on the live stream, Rusty.
They do. I've got it here, although the battery on the phone is about to give up the ghost. So, I've got 8% battery left.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So I reckon that's probably another 15 minutes or so. We'll see how we go. So if you've got anything you want to say it now.
Say your piece.
Yeah, say your piece before I can get my phone on charge. Otherwise, that'll be it. Next up, we're moving into the only bike that we've got here now. Darren Foley, who we did have Alex Borg here earlier on, but unfortunately fell by the wayside for whatever reason.
He might have had somewhere to be, mate.
He may have had somewhere to be. It is that time of the year, isn't it? So, this bike has definitely got some potential. That's the understatement. But he's got to get it off the line and got to get it leaving cleanly, which he's done this time around. This is a much nicer run, getting a little bit close to the concrete for my liking, at an 818, 143 miles per hour. That bike's got definite mid-7 second potential once they start turning the wick up on it.
I think it was a little bit timid on the throttle.
Yep.
On that one. Angled out towards the wall, it's less than ideal when the only thing between you and the concrete wall is nothing.
100%. 100%. I like a roll cage around me.
Yeah.
Leathers just don't do it.
Oh, is it no good? If you've got a cable, you can do it. Here. My pleasure, mate. Keeping the live stream alive, one battery pack at a time. Hey, what do you mean? What kind of gypsy phone do you have, mate?
I don't have a gypsy phone. I've got a Samsung. You've got an old Samsung charger.
Did I stutter? You have a gypsy phone.
Yeah, apparently. Anyway, I do have an iPhone, but this one just doesn't happen to be the right one. That's all right. All good. No harm, no foul. Just means I'll have to go without a live stream. Oh, well. No problem. Now, we do have a little bit of a clean-up down there in the Rocket Industries lane. I can see that the tractor is rolling, and I can see that the mops are mopping. And that's unfortunate. But we do have some more cars left back there in the lanes as well, so we've got plenty more coming out. This is Grudge Kings 2021. We are moving to a conclusion. Hopefully, in the not too distant future. Hopefully without any more big delays. That would be absolutely spectacular. But for now, we might take a couple of words from our fantastic sponsors here at Grudge Kings, and we'll be back shortly here at Sydney Dragway.
Back into the track at Sydney Dragway for Grudge Kings 2021. And someone's let me back on the mic.
Yeah, we thought we should give Adrian the rest. He's done 16 minutes worth of work now, so...
16, and 6 of that was us waiting for a bit of a track prep.
That's right. That's right. Anyway, we have got Peter Sakinis down there now in the Rocket Industries lane, taking on Josh Boscovich, who's been running pretty quick with this car today. Run very quick with this car. Gone down into the 840s, 155 odd miles per hour.
Down into our Todorello's Fruit Outlaw class now for round number 3 here at Grudge Kings 2021. We're getting close to our final rounds. Josh Boscovich, his car moves around as he goes through the 410 Fontana.
Oh, dry hops. Dry hops out of the XA Coupe. That's what we like to see. Good old Ford battle here. Fontana in the Aeroflow lane. The Windsor Power Plant in the Rocket Industries lane.
Windsor's waiting, mate. Already in pre-stage, ready to go full stage now. Boscovich up on the back wheels, and you see it go towards the centre line. Straightens the car up now. He's on a run home. 8.32 at 157 miles an hour. 8.32, 157, and that looks like a personal best for Josh Boscovich in the XA Coupe.
Oh, big out of shape burnout down there for the red Tirana. I'm just looking for the details. Sam Sabato it is, taking on Paul Chabotto. That was way out of shape. You can probably see the tyre tracks having a look on camera now. The tyre tracks are definitely not what you would call train tracks in a straight line.
Definitely not a straight line.
They almost cross over.
That turned back really quickly. That was lucky there, really. Sabato, that could have got messy very quickly. Let's see how we go with this one. He's lined up facing left towards the wall just a bit.
Just a touch.
Just a touch. So we're just waiting to clear down the end of the track. The final moments there as we check that. Photographer's getting ready. There's already a bit of excitement in the burnout there. We'll wait to see exactly what happens here on the restart. Already straight into full stage.
He's double bowled, which is going to put some pressure on Paul Chabotto because it means when he rolls into pre-stage, you've got 7 seconds. And being Pro Tree, no time to bring it up on boost or anything like that. On a fairly decent run here, across the line for an 8.22 for Sam Sabato, 8.85 for Paul Chabotto.
Yeah, 164 miles an hour as well. Sabato, that's a nice run there from the Tirana as we see raw TC, the Cortina. Gets the burnout run and done initially, and alongside in the VL Commodore, George Rutzis, the big H Racing entry. Shady Tabaji it is in the BK Engines TC Cortina, so thanks to JT Performance. Stout 8-second Cortina out on track in the Aeroflow lane. Tabaji, let's see what happens this time now. He's been getting this car down the track really well each time it's come out for a run. Rutzis in the VL just gives the nitrous a squirt. Chevy power plant on there for the VL compared to the small block Ford there in the Cortina. Oh, clears the throat there. You can see that's a bit of raw nitrous helping ignite the pipes. Very lucky that didn't happen.
Whoa, Shadi Tabaji, hold on to it, up in the air with the Cordy. Very well set up car. And across the line for an 8.93, 8.77 for George Routzis. That was a beautiful launch for Tabaji.
Yeah, he's been doing it all day in that car and just seems to be going back to back, putting on a show there for the crowd. For the photographers, Jason Mansueto gets the burnout done very quickly in the Ford Capri now. Corey Burns. Truck Norris.
Truck Norris.
What will Norris do to the world in this run?
You know, he's not actually on the throttle there. The tyres just smoke when he looks at them.
Truck Norris. Came off a 7.39 to the 7.41 back to back. Looks like they're pumping. Krieger's got the tune up there on the nitrous. I reckon they're putting a little bit more into this big block Chev, nitrous assisted.
The nitrous purges itself on this car.
Yeah.
We could keep going with this. We could keep
how
going.
many Chuck Norris memes can we make about this car? We're going to go take some photos after this.
The bottle refills itself.
Yeah. Here we go.
So, Jason Mansueto, that car's no slouch over in the Rocket Industries lane.
This is going to be a tough race, actually. Heads up. Oh, no. Wheel spin there. Truck Norris.
I think it might have had a little backfire as well.
Man, pushing hard on that car, and Jason Mansueto gets the win there at 7.89 at 121 miles an hour there. Fair bit of wind down the end. You can see from our camera there moving around. Corey Burns ends up with a 10.79 at 99, but I'm quite sure that was a backfire. Definitely spun the wheels on the hit.
Yeah. So next up, it is Adam Addard with the All-Star crew.
Is he not in the backup now?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that is him, yeah.
I think that's him.
He's got the jacket on, that's all it is.
That's what it is.
Just a slow day for Shibboleth.
Not sure what he was doing under the front of the car. Then he sort of crouched down and reached up under the front. I'm not quite sure why.
Just make sure the bonnet's down, mate. The Premier Hire sponsored. Adam Attard, Holden Tirana, 604 cubes, big block Chev. Clears the straight, going to be on a solo run this time. Gets down the track, nice start there, 0.92 reaction time, 1.24 to the 60 foot, and down the end we see an 8.37, 160 miles an hour. 8.30's a nice time there for Adam Attard. Like I say, does a fair bit of work there on Pete Shibboleth's Top Fuel team. Good to see them, that they're all part of the crew when it comes down to the Grudge Kings. Bring the old street car out.
Why not?
Why not?
Actually, I'd love to see the old Capri come out. Pete, one day, can you bring the Capri out to Grudge Kings? Bring it out, do a little bit of sportsman racing again.
Big Pistoleti's now in the Chevy Corvette. Of course, the 500 cube Hemi in the front of this one. No blower hanging out the top. We're used to seeing the Hemis with the big black belts on them.
Not this one. Not Peter Pizzolitti's. I do remember last time he was here, he actually got into the wall pretty hard down in the braking area, unfortunately. Or that was probably about a year and a half ago, I'd say. Something like that. Now, over in the other lane, though, that is Michelle Davies coming out fresh off her 583, 84.
So I'm assuming after 3 rounds of racing, that means we got some grudge racing going on right now.
I think so.
It's grudge racing. And after that fantastic run last time of 584 from Shelley, they'll be wanting to try and back that up. The team is what they're looking for. Wasn't the start they wanted with just touching the trans brake there while the car had the front wheels in the air, and then we had dramas getting into gear, but finally the car has run straight and very aggressive. They want to back that up.
Absolutely. Now Pizzolitti's still struggling to get this car up on boost in the burnout.
There we go.
That's a little bit better.
Tyre got out of shape there. The big slick on the back there, I noticed that. Stepped out.
Yeah.
So we're going to send out the backup boy. I'll get Shelley's car back. I want to get this one done reasonably quickly. She's just out there to race herself, and so I'll be looking for a time card on this. I'll try and cut a light. I want to go through the full motion of what they would do in a normal race.
Oh, they'll be treating this exactly like a race.
Question is, do they change the setup? Do they just look at the track conditions and adjust slightly? Or do they go out there and actually try and beat their time? Because I think they've got it in it now. If they can do the same they did last time, or is just to get that repetition and that baseline data.
I think they'll probably be looking for 2 runs back to back so that they can just compare them, do the overlays on the data. Because until you can do that, you don't want to go making wholesale changes. You want to make sure that you can repeat everything that you need to.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And sometimes, you know, you just try and go for that back-to-back, maybe just grab a tenth, half a tenth of a second. Wait to step it in. Wait for the second car to come on. Pistoleti's going to bump it in now. Try and get it on boost and get it in. Going to time out very shortly. Goes through the bulbs. Shelley's not going to get a chance. Gets it up there. It's not a bad launch either. The cars are pretty straight. She's holding on to it. This one's going to be another good time there. 380 to the half track.
Yep.
584. Replicates at 244 miles an hour. Picks up 1 mile an hour.
Solid pass. Solid pass. I think Gareth and the team will be pretty happy with that.
Back to back.
That's
584s, and that's what they're looking for. That's how you're going to be competitive when it comes to championship racing as well. Need to put them together. Cut a light, unfortunately, with the time out beside. Didn't get a chance to get on the pro tree.
Still got some left in it as well, because it only went 994 to the 60. I think that may have been on the back wheels, but still only went 994 to the 60. And so you'd have to think there's still a bit more left in that for sure. Awesome run from Shelley and the guys. Big congratulations to Gareth going back to back. I'm sure they'd be pretty stoked with that one.
Mate, after the run they've had the last 12 months, they're going to be happy to walk away knowing that now they've got the car in some sort of position where they can replicate the run. Obviously conditions slightly changed, but the issue they've had with the tyres really binding up there, and you see the shape they've been getting for a number of months, that seems to have cleared up now, and the tubes in the tyres seem to have rectified a lot of those issues. The Deathwish Skyline. R32 is going to sit there. Anthony Matuk driving this one. Trying to get it down there. Just keeps smashing the tyres on the hit. Just looking for maybe a little bit of fluid there. Maybe coming from the Shelley's car. That's maybe what they're looking for down the track there. With some spotters just jumped over the wall.
Yeah, just having a little bit of a look. I can see that we've got the golf cart rolling at the top end of the racetrack as well. So not sure what the problem is, but obviously we've got the best track walkers in the business. They've spotted something down there. They're going out to have a look at it. We might just take a very quick break and be back very, very shortly with
Well, looks like we've got a clear track out there. We're back underway. It's going to be Anthony Matuk steering the Nissan Skyline down the track, the RB 3.2 litre. RB 32 on board. Wait to see if we can get this one off. Last time on the hit, it just smashed the tyres up in smoke in the rear. Waiting for the lights. They're not going to worry about the lights this one. She's going to try and bring this up on the boost. Waiting to see what happens. Maybe some issue there. Actually working on the car and building, and they'll know exactly what's going on in the cabin. Oh, there it comes on boost. See it, vicious there. At the 250-foot mark now we see it looks like some fluid out on the track. Walkers will be out to check that one, but we can see some sort of line out on the track. Not quite sure if that's just some fuel come out or maybe it's... I don't think it's spun one wheel, but we are down checking something right now. Hopefully that will not stop us from getting through the next round of racing. Of course, grudge racing just happening at the moment. Red lights are out on track here at Sydney Dragway, and that's very unfortunate. Going through our grudge racing at the moment, waiting for our finals to come out. Of course, our Fuel Tech Pro Mod final coming away very shortly, followed by the Turbo Smart Pro Street versus Gas Racing Pro Elite class. Then it's the finals for the RGM Civil Pro Modified. The Petro Italian R275 will be after that, plus the Power Plus Extreme Bike, which has only got one of those out there. Tortorello's Fruit Outlaw class will be next, and the Urban Life Construction Small Tyre Fighter Pro class will be the next one. And to finish things off tonight, the Tarabay and Sons Street Outlaw Final coming your way tonight here to finish off Grudge Kings. Still a few races to go. Hope you're staying with us, tuned into the Sydney Dragway official live stream on YouTube. It looks like we are going to have a clean up there we're going to have to drag the tractor out here to do a little bit of work there. Hopefully it's just a mop there if we've got fuel. That will evaporate very, very quickly, especially with the wind that we've got going over the track. Our crew today have been very busy cleaning up a number of things, but we are getting through this big break where we haven't had a lot of racing, unfortunately, and there's been a lot of modifications to a lot of the race cars out there. Means they haven't had much time to test them. And here we go at Grudge Kings. They come out, they want to put it all on the line. They want to get that big crown, the big King's crown here tonight at Grudge Kings 2021. All thanks to Tuner's Edge. Just waiting to see if we see the tractor come out, because once we see that, we know that we are going for a small break. Shouldn't take too long to clean this one up. We've got them standing out on track, and that normally means our spotters are indicating where the tractor will need to come down. Just having a look if we can see that getting prepared to come out on track. The gate is open. We've got some of our staff heading down there now just to double check things. Not quite sure what the fluid is that's come out. Did stop very quickly, unless maybe we just got an overflow there on the breather as well. That could be pushing fluid out of the overflow. Well, just speculating here at the moment. Good to see the crowd that's joined us here at Sydney Dragway. It's been a nice cool day today. Conditions have been very good for the drivers. Sure the tuners have enjoyed their trying to get the cars down. We have seen that 554. It's 272 miles an hour from Rob Campezy, and I'm sure he will be in the final. He had 2 wins out of 3 rounds. I don't think we've got anyone with 3 wins out of 3 rounds in there. Saccharidis didn't come out for the final round. Shelley Davies, give her a round of applause. She comes back. Back-to-back 584s tonight. And looks like they've got on top of that car at the moment. They'll be pretty happy about that one. A successful outing here this weekend at Sydney Dragway, Grudge Kings 2021. So we're just going to have to go down and burn some stuff off down the far end of the track. While we do that, we might grab some fantastic words from our sponsors at Grudge Kings. All thanks to Tuner's Edge 2021.
So just a quick update, guys. We have had a report from the top end of the racetrack that the driver is out of the car and is A-OK. So how about putting your hands together? That's the news that we all want after we see an incident like that. That is a pretty nasty little smash, that one. A lot of the time when you hit the wall side on like that, Matty Cav, it does tend to sometimes do a lot more damage than if you happen to go head first in.
Yeah, that was a hard hit too. Square on the side of the wall, but it really pushes the whole car over. It's the impact too with the driver in there. So all the safety features doing exactly what they need to do. Those harnesses keep you strapped in really well. And obviously with the car at that pace and power, we do have the roll cages strapped into those as well. So all of our crews down there working to clean that up at the moment. Great news to hear that he's out of the car. And so far, so good. But obviously precautionary. We'll be having a look at that one and all of our ambulance and safety crew down there checking that one out. But clean up underway here at Grudge Kings. And of course, it's going to mean another small delay, but we are not far off finals. We've still got a couple of races to go and then it's straight into our finals. Our Fuel Tech Pro Mods getting turned around and ready to go sometime tonight.
Absolutely. And for everybody watching online via the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, we won't play the ads. We'll just leave you a little bit of music and the slide and we'll be back shortly. For anybody up there in the grandstands, make sure you do go on to the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. The link is on our Facebook page, and if you give it a subscribe, smash that subscribe button. The more followers we get, the more likes we get, the more we're going to stream. That's the way it works, guys. So make sure you do jump on. We'll be back shortly, guys, with an update as to how long we're going to be down for. Can hear fire in the pipes.
I've been banished.
You've been
Banished from
banished.
saying anything.
If you say anything, again, you talk about the ultimate commentator's curse.
Why is this not working?
The button is working. You're just not allowed to. If you say anything at all in regards to either time or the track conditions or anything.
All I'm saying is great venue. Great venue.
It is a great venue. It's
Great
a fantastic venue with fantastic facilities. Big hello to everybody who's watching on the Sydney Dragway, excuse me, official page.
You okay? You going to be fine?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Are you choking?
I'm just a little bit emotional. Just a little bit emotional, Matty.
It's been a big day.
It has been a huge
You only
day.
got here at lunchtime. I've been here all day.
Rob Deckett now.
We can make it through this.
Rob Deckett in his Pro Stock car rolling up, using the opportunity to do a bit of testing.
Cracked into the sixes first time too, is what we believe. So Deckett there, we're pretty happy about that one.
Yep, Nick Soltutis over in the other lane.
Deckett there with the 700 as well to back that up. That's 698, so very close, and they'll be looking to see maybe the conditions have changed just a little bit. It's quite cool out there. I went for a walk.
At a guess.
Almost jacket weather.
At a guess, I would say that there is probably better conditions than what we had earlier on today. There's not as much cloud cover. I'd say humidity's probably come around. I don't know what the water grains would be, and I reckon the air is probably just a little bit better than what we had earlier on. So
I've been banned from commenting on conditions.
you're not allowed to comment on anything. You are not allowed to comment on anything. You're not permitted. Okay, it's that simple.
I'm just staying quiet here.
Good.
I'll stay in my corner.
Just call the action.
We're in a round
Facts
room.
only. It's only about facts.
We're in a round room. Which corner do I sit in?
Yeah. Yeah.
Rob Deckett, ready to go. Pro stock style car. Well, he's a pro stock car. 400 cubes on board. Can he get another six? Gets out of there nicely. A 101 to the 60. Oh no, sideways there for the RX3.
Deckett on a good run here. There you go, 698. Another 698. 188 miles per hour. Speed down a little bit from what we saw earlier on.
The team are going to be happy about that.
Yeah, it depends if you had the pedal down all the way through the other end. Because if he had the pedal down all the way and it still only went 188 mile an hour, that means the engine was probably going away a little bit. So I'd be curious to know exactly what the go was there. But, hey, it's another 6-second pass. Can't complain about that. Soltutis couldn't get off the start line cleanly down there. So, unfortunately for him, that run was pretty much over before the 60-foot mark.
Okay, the HSV Grange is lined up, looks like solo run this time, and gets underway there. Just sitting on the line, not too worried about the launch there. 1.61 for the big heavy car. Of course, some BDL stereo there on board as sponsors as well, and goes 10.42 at 133 miles an hour to get down the other end. Another 10-second reeled off for the HSV from Canberra. Getting ready for our finals now here at the Tuner's Edge, Grudge Kings 2021. It's the Fuel Tech Pro Mod category. We're about to get underway, and it's Jeremy Callahan is lined up down there. So it's finals time. I would suspect that we are going to see Campo come out maybe. I'm just trying to see who else is going to come out alongside Jeremy Callahan. hearing finals on the radio, waiting to see who the second car is going to be. Are we going to go a top three maybe, a top four? Only 3 cars left. We'll have to wait and find out on this one. Conditions are pretty shaky at the moment.
What was that about, Matty?
I don't know, just...
Your chair just started...
It's something...
Had a mind of its own.
There's definitely something happening in the commentary box. Now, Jeremy Callahan, you wouldn't think would be on a solo run in the final.
No.
Just waiting to see what's going to go on here for the Fuel Tech Pro Mod. Is this
not.
our top 4 maybe? We're seeing 3rd place coming out. Previously, we did see him go that 583 back in round number 2, 252 miles an hour in this very lane. trying to get that into gear is what they are. So I'm just having a look at the crew leaned in. There's some issues there with Jeremy Callahan's car. Last time they had to pull the front off this thing, and
It's beautiful.
looked like something just had become unplugged.
It is an absolutely gorgeous colour, this car, isn't it?
It looks even better under lights.
Like, it comes to life under the lights. It's almost like, I don't even know what you'd call it. It's almost like a candy maroon. Some light it looks purple, some light it looks maroon. It's just an absolutely stunning car.
Maybe some issues selecting gear. That's what it looks like by the body language down there in the lanes. Car is shut off. We lean in and have a look, hearing that the car is not going into gear. I did not say anything about the car, right?
It's all your fault.
It's definitely my fault.
It's always your
We've
fault.
assumed
You should know
that
by
it's
now.
always my fault.
So, sounds like Jeremy Callahan. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make this run or not, but can see exactly what we're talking about with that gorgeous paintwork under the lights. If you are watching on the live stream, that should give you a pretty good idea of what we're talking about. Thing definitely changes colour depending on what light it's in. Absolutely stunning car, and he's had a good day out today. 582, I think it was.
583 with a 4, mate.
83 with a 4.
Yeah, close.
Well, I wasn't far off.
I didn't want to speculate anymore.
Well, I'm doing it from memory. You're doing it from notes. So.
I wrote it T because I want to get it right.
Now, they've got it in reverse by the look of it, but I think they're still trying to get it into forward gear down there.
Is that a technical move there?
The shimmy, 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 shake.
Is it shake it into gear?
If you shake it hard enough. They're definitely giving it a shake. It doesn't look like it wants to drop in. No, they shut the car off again. So that is unfortunate. I dare say they're probably going to push that away.
Let's try and get the next pairing through, I reckon, up next. And
I reckon it's probably
always
not a
give them
bad
just
idea.
a moment there on the start line. Here we are at the Tuner's Edge 2021 at Grudge Kings. And, of course, everyone watching us live on the YouTube channel, the official Sydney Dragway YouTube channel. Congratulations for hanging around. We are trying to get the finals run and done here at Grudge Kings so we can crown some winners. They are lined up in the staging lanes, though, all of our finalists. They've had a chance to get the cars turned around and ready to go.
Great camera work from Bushy there. Having a look out towards the sunset. Absolutely stunning shot, that one.
Romantic evening if you're here with your partner.
If you could take your hand off my knee, that'd be great, mate.
I would, but it puts a smile on your face.
Small thrills, mate.
It's the best offer you've had all day.
All right. Enough out of that. Enough out of you. All right, so we should be pulling the next pair through, I think, through the tunnel. Can't quite see who it is, but I'm sure they're not too far away.
I can hear a rotor, Rusty. Or is it a rusty rotor?
Could be. Could be. No, that is definitely a rotor, and I dare say that is the triple turboed. Yes, you hear us right. Triple turbo 20B rotary of George Raham.
Investigative reporter Adrian Hodgson has been down there making sure, finding out why there's 3 pipes hanging outside.
100%.
3 turbos on the triple rotor, 1 for each of the Dorito holders.
It sounds different, doesn't it? It sounds really different, this car.
Someone just wants to know on the live stream, how's your hot dog?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Ben Newman. I know Ben. Yeah, actually feeling pretty good. Not feeling too shabby.
Up.
Oof, something like that. Something like that. Frank Tarabay over in the Rocket Industries lane in the Lexus.
Double duties as well with his other car.
Yeah,
the Supra, and looks like he's made it into the finals here, though, for our Turbo Smart Pro Street vs Gas Racing Pro Elite final at the moment. Gets it up on boost, and here we go, burnout time. George Raham, what can he do in the Mazda 6 20B triple turbo? And look at the flames out the side. I love nighttime racing when we get them up. Big burnout. He's going to keep going. How far does he go?
That's a burnout. That is a burnout. That's a genuine half-tracker, that one.
That has got me fired up for the finals.
Victor Bray would be proud of that one. Look, he's actually come to a stop, I think, well past the 8th mile timers down there. That is a sensational skid there. Do you reckon it's the triple turbos? When is too much boost enough?
How many mile an hour do you think he's doing in reverse there? Is that about 60?
I'm not sure. I'd be curious to see what revs it's doing, to be honest. Definitely moving. I think he's having trouble seeing his reverse gear out there because they're telling him to go right.
He's knocked that into neutral now already. The team is just going to try and line that up. Needs to go back a little bit further.
Absolutely. Frank Tarabay, he's had a pretty good day over there in the Lexus. What's the best he's run today?
They've not written that down.
Yeah.
So if I
this
go
is when the
memory,
notes fail you, isn't it?
Actually, he was down. Was he
I think I saw-
640s
no,
before?
I saw-
590. So
I think
he
I saw
ran
a
590.
91. I think I saw a 91 up on the boards earlier on.
He cracked a 5. They were pretty happy about that one. And it was only 234 or something. He's run 240 to the 234 mile an hour or something early, 235 mile an hour. So maybe it's a little bit left in that one. 590. The 2J Tarabay.
Well, we'll see how he goes this time around. He's up against the triple rotor. Sorry, the 20B rotary with the triple turbos on it. Too many triples. Getting all confused.
Getting confused.
Getting all confused.
I actually want to go and check out.
I
Once
know.
I take the front of that car tonight and go and see the triple turbo setup.
I'd be curious to see how it's all plumbed up, actually.
Definitely race cars on track at the moment. You can see by the 40 people standing out there on the start line. I just want to know who's crewing for who.
Great question. A lot of people out there, that's for sure.
Pre-stage now. Get them up on the two-step. The flames out the side. Raham lights them up. They go. Tarabay sideways. Gets back into it. We've got a race in our hands, but Tarabay's in front. Check out the ET 623 at 232 mile an hour. 6.62.
I just saw George get real loose down there in the braking area. As soon as the chute came out, the car just started tracking right, well, driver's right, and he did a good job of pulling it up down there. I'll tell you what, that was actually pretty hairy for George in the braking area.
6.62 at 211 there for George Raham. Now, he ran 650s before. So, like, he's getting that car very consistently. New setup in that car. They're pretty happy about that one. It's back-to-back runs that they're getting. They head down, and when you have a look, it's that when the chutes come out, I'm just going to have a look, one blossoms first and pulls the car over, and that was a hairy moment down in the braking area.
100%. Watching it back on the live stream. This is the beauty of having the YouTube stream right now, is that we can actually go back and have a look at everything that's going on. It's fantastic.
So Tarabay doesn't back that 590 up, and it goes 620 on that run. But
still not too
gets
shabby.
The win. Gets the win.
You're not going to complain about that. It is Pro Mod time now.
No, it's not.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not.
It's Pro Modified.
It's Pro Modified.
It's Pro Modified, not Pro Mod.
RDM Civil Pro Modified finalists on track at the moment. Camileri's had a great run. Qualifying didn't quite go to plan, but Daniel Camilleri in the RB-powered Pontiac Firebird has been doing a back-to-back run since then.
Sam Afchal in the S15 Nissan.
SR20 on board, like we were talking about before, fastest SR in Australia. The little four-cylinder had a hard time getting it down the track a couple of times here today, but we'll see. Get those shooting flames out of the side pipe. Wait to get this up on the two-step. This is what I love about turbocharged racing at night time. Up on the two-step, flames out, putting on a show for the crowd. So we move into the finals now for our RGM Civil Pro Modified here at Sydney Dragway for the Tuner's Edge Grudge Kings 2021. Afcal is into pre-stage, waiting for Camilleri to come in. Here we go. Who's going to be the first to put it into full stage? You have to bring him up on the two-step. Camilleri just gets it in shallow. Here we are. Off he goes. The Firebird with another nice run. Has to steer it a bit through the mid part of the track. 7-1-1 with a 5, 186 mile an hour, and gets himself a win. Daniel Camilleri from Victoria in the Firebird, the RB-powered Firebird.
Next up, it is time. Who have we got coming up next? I can see Steve Bazzina down there.
That's R275. The Radial boys are out.
Ah, here we go. Now we're talking.
Well, I did quickly run down there before. I said, what has been done?
And
Pietro Italian Ristorante, R275. It's a restaurante.
the accents are bad, but the food is good.
You go for a feed after this.
Yeah, I actually could go for a feed, to be honest. Yeah, now we got Steve Bazzina, the XW Falcon down there. 481X, Pro Line, under the hood, twin turbo, insane car, has run 211 miles an hour today with a 680 something. And in the other lane, you got Danny Busbridge with the Whizzers over there in the Tirana.
688 for Busbridge.
Yeah.
Sorry for Bazzina. 689 for Busbridge.
So this should be a pretty good race from the Radial boys. Both cars into the 6-second zone.
Oh, sorry, I take that back. Bazzina went 683 on the last run, so he's actually gone a little bit faster. Remembering, that's the same setup we see in the Pro Mod cars, that Pro Line engine. So
yeah,
these guys have a whole heap of horsepower that they haven't been able to use in this car yet.
I'd be curious to see if they're still running the leaf spring rear end in them.
They are.
They
Still
are?
got the leaf spring
Okay.
rear end in it. The new wing on the back, I did say, how's the wing? Is that a little bit of an advantage? Was it feeling more stable? They said, well, there's been a number of changes, small changes we've made to the car in the off-season.
Okay.
And still not being able to screw all that power into that run.
That's the difference, isn't it, between your Pro Mod car and this thing. You're dealing with a completely different suspension setup, completely different centre of gravity, completely different weight balance.
And a leaf spring.
And a leaf spring rear end. It's actually crazy to try and do what they're doing, but it's spectacular. We love it. Gets off the line nicely. Busbridge blows the tyres off at the hit. It looks like Bazzina's going to go through for the win. No problems whatsoever. And a 686 this time. 214 miles an hour. And over in the other lane, Busbridge an 846. It still goes 198 miles per hour, I should say. But a 686 gets the W there for Mr. Bazzina.
Pietro Italian R275 is run and done, and Bazzina takes home the win, as it looks like we are going to move on to our Totoro's Fruit Outlaw class.
Jason Mansueto now, the Capri with the big block Ford under the hood. 632 cubic inches of Henry's finest. Taking on Josh Boscovich, I should say. The XA Falcon Coupe with the 410 cubic inch Fontana. Now on paper, you'd have to think Mansueto's probably got this one in terms of ET performance, but we know that Boscovich has been absolutely killer on the tree all day long. 8:51 was his qualifying time. He has dipped down into the 8:40s. Mansueto, on the other hand, best run of an 8:38. So I would suggest...
Boscovich already run a personal best here today. Can they improve on that? Waiting to see, lines it up. Tough competitor alongside Jason Mansueto. Done plenty of laps here at Sydney Dragway. The lights go down. Mansueto gets away. Wheels are up for Boscovich. Mansueto there, a 0.21 to a 2.62 reaction time. And Boscovich, Mansueto in the lead. 1,000 foot. Gets the win, 7.93 with a 2 at 170 miles an hour, 8.31 at 158 there for Boscovich.
I can see Jeremy is still pretty pumped with that, an 8.31. I think that
I'm
might
pretty
be
sure
a
it was
PB.
8.32 before was a PB, so they've just gone PB again by 100th of a second.
Yeah, sensational. Great job. Still not a bad day at the races. There's no such thing as a bad day at the racetrack.
It's better than a good day at work.
Now, Jeremy Callahan rolling up for another crack. They've obviously got it into gear, and he's going to be going on a solo pass, I would suspect.
Rusty, where's your head at?
Right here, on top of my shoulders.
Oh, You do have a head on you. Jeremy Callahan about to get underway.
I love you guys. Who's got a head on them?
Apparently me.
You do have a head on you, Rusty.
Yeah. It's a rough one.
It's the first thing I heard when I walked out. You do have a head on you.
Yep. Where's my head at? On my shoulders.
Oh, God.
Absolutely. Now, Callahan's being pushed back down here, and I'm not sure if that's because of the car or whether there was something out on the racetrack that necessitated the stoppage. So, for our reporter on the spot, Adrian Hodgson, what have you got for us, mate? What have you learned?
Oh, God, I didn't know there'd be a test.
Written quiz, open book. You can bring your notes
Open
along.
book,
Matty
okay.
does.
So you can talk as you go. You can take the mic with you.
I can tell you that I had a chat to some of the team from Croydon Racing Developments, asked them why their flagship wasn't actually behaving. They said it's kind of a completely new setup, so
okay.
they're effectively using it as a test day, which explains a lot of what's going on. And it's significant changes. So they're basically run up against the wall of making the car work at 660s, and we need to rethink. And wow,
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Are we talking engine management there?
We're talking
Everything.
car and car setup and engine and the whole bit. So.
All right. Well, that explains a little bit then.
Yeah, so there's a lot to get their head around. It's like when you make one little change, you can see the result of it. When you make 20 big ones, it's like, well, what changed what? So there's a lot for them to learn. But the goal's no longer, 650s. It's significantly quicker. So fingers crossed.
Wow. All right. We are moving into, is it Street Outlaw?
Yes, the Tarabay and Sons Construction Street Outlaw
Yes,
class.
Absolutely. So we have got Rowan Houston from Echuca in Victoria, this 55 Chevy Belair, taking on Chris Creech, the Commodore down there with the 6-litre on board. God of Thunder, as he's got on the back tailgate.
God of Thunder.
Have we seen Crage come back out yet?
No, I don't think we have. I think there's quite a few people that I think were out in the lanes for grudge racing, but I'm not sure what happened after that. After the couple of delays that we had earlier on.
Well, I can tell you there's still a fairly consistently stiff headwind, but it's not very cold.
Good race on here, 080 till 148 on the tree. Creech dialed in with a 10.20, 10.10 for Houston in the Chevy. I think Creech is going to get it, and he does. 10.27 on a 10.20, and for Rowan Houston, a 10.19 on a 10.10. Unfortunately, not enough this time around. Next up, is it Small Tyre Fighter?
Small Tyre Fighter.
Small Tyre Fight.
Round one.
Punish him.
All right, final round.
Final round.
Finish him.
Neil Constantinu in the orange XY Falcon.
We make our own fun.
We have to make our own fun sometimes. We're locked in a small room together all day.
Street Fighter, I just want to hear Hadouken.
I don't even know if anyone listens to us anymore. They
turned the PA off 3 hours ago.
100%. Dom Lucci over in the VL Commodore. No half-track burnout this time for Dom Lucci.
Oh, he wants the win.
Yeah, he's getting serious
He
now.
wants that grudge money.
Oh, this isn't the Burnout Masters at Summer. That's what I thought he was going for.
No, he got a little bit. He was on the wrong side of the wall for that. Come on, Mr. Constantinu.
Good line.
Oh, the wheels are up. Oh, how's he going to go? Holds on to it. This could be our Triple H award.
That's got it for me.
That's got to be it, I reckon.
That's not too shabby.
And the win, 922, 142.
To a 911, 147 for Don Lucci. But yeah, that's got to be my win, I reckon.
Yep.
Saves it till the final round, puts it on the line. Going to take home the commentators' covenant prize for the wheel stand. I don't know what he gets, just some recognition on the YouTube channel.
I heard you're supplying the trophy
A
and the
crisp
prize.
high five should he come across us between the commentary booth and the car park.
All right. Big thank you to everybody who's watching online on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel.
Sorry for what happens later.
Yeah, we apologise. I've already been told apparently they're listening to us on mute. So they're just watching the stream. They're not
It's the
actually
best
listening.
way.
How did they hear us?
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to know.
Us?
How did they hear us to tell us that they're on mute?
Bushy, do not put us on the camera.
Do not put us on the camera, Bushy.
Darren Foley going to be on a buy run here in the Extreme Bike. The Suzuki Hayabusa, all thanks to Ram Head Services.
Hayabusa.
Boost. Fight.
Final round.
I think that's what we need to do every time we've got a pair on the start line. We just, as they're going into
I
stage.
just got the best idea for a new big screen graphic.
Yes. If you know the guy who can do that for us, I'll be glad to sort it out.
I do know that guy.
8:46 for Darren Foley.
He's got it that early, actually, at 120 mile an hour. We used to see him up there pushing the 180s.
And he was on a solo pass this time, so no fight.
It looks like our mate Dom Perry has quite a nice head unit in the RX2, and I can see the screen.
He had the strobe lights going before sitting in the staging lane.
It's a party.
Frank Tarabo's turned around very quickly, got back in the gas racing Toyota Supra as well after, so he's in the double final here as he comes out in the small tyre fighter. Doors are open, clears the smoke out of the car. Got RX2, Dom Perry in the Aeroflow lane. 20B Rotor. Absolute show car. I've got no idea.
First chair, mate. I love
I've never
chair.
sat down before.
I've
never sat down before, all right?
I love chair.
Oh, big wheel stand. Oh, he's up again over the centre line. That is a huge moment for Dom Perry. He did that before, didn't he?
No, I haven't seen
Or was
him
that
cross
Jamie
the centre
Borg?
line. That
Jamie-
might
that
be
was
That was
Jamie
Jamie
Borg.
Borg. Sorry. Got confused between the RX2 and the RX3. But I tell you what, that was a huge, huge moment for Dom Perry. I'd say he probably saw a lot of sky racetrack, but it's dark.
See, the thing about the colour of the sky at night, Rusty, so the thing that distinguishes it from the colour of the sky in the day, Rusty, is that the sky at night is black. And see, the thing about the racetrack that's distinct from the daytime sky is that it's also black. And I don't know how good Dom's headlights are, but I'm pretty sure they didn't illuminate the evening. It's hard to get good help, folks. And he's gone. Just replacing that 330-foot timing block at the moment. Hard-working Sydney Dragway track crew. If you see them later on today, give them a crisp high five or a wink. They're probably tired and need a rest. Bit of a queue on the return road now. A lot of people just keen to see some awesome racing. Two of the quickest cars on the property. Rob Marjan's Jun 2 that we were talking about earlier. Completely new setup. You know it's a race car. You can count the crew. Up against that triple rotor BMW. Gold-plated everything. Even the wheelie bars, I think.
I think you broke Rusty.
I
think you broke him.
Oh, yeah, I'm responsible for Rusty being broken. Rusty is corpsing, and that's fine. So the crew are going to stick that block down again and get off the racetrack at the 330. There's a couple of them down there. If we had any more people down at the 330 foot, it'd be a 330 foot club, I think. But they're making their way off the racetrack now. We'll get the fire up order any second, I think. Thanks for sticking with us. If you're in the crowd, thanks for sticking with us this far.
Absolutely. Now, is the plan for the CRD guys? Are they still doing short launches? Are they going half track? Are they?
Mate, it's anyone's guess. I think at this stage of the day, if the car behaves itself and it feels right, Rob will stay into it.
Mm-hmm.
I would doubt that it'll be a full pass, but I've been wrong before. was a Thursday.
Okay.
Last time you were at home. Was it a burnout competition? Is that what they had?
I think he's getting ready for some of that. He's been taking some lessons from Dom Lucci in the meantime.
It's not too shabby. You don't usually see that sort of a burnout from Rob Margin. It's usually a fairly short, sharp kind of affair. He doesn't usually go out past the 60 foot.
Maybe just venting some frustration.
Maybe.
Showing the car who's boss. I think sometimes that's important.
Pretty good car show lined up on the return road down there.
It's bloody brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the two cars down there that we figured would be in the Radial final. Matty Cav.
It was all the ones we wanted to see, wasn't it? They were very similar times there. Steve Bazina takes a win on this one too.
Beautiful.
Goes back the low 80s. Yes. Goes in the 680s again. 686 this time.
Oof. Sort of around that 211, 213 sort of zone.
This time. Just put
turned it up for the final.
Yeah. It's probably running at least 1,800 horsepower out of the 4,000 on tap.
That's disgusting. I love it.
Right, they're going to come up. Time to bump in. Sam behind the wheel here. Of Mo's 20B. BMW here gets away.
Sam's managed to get all the gears there. 699, 193. Not a bad way to finish off the night. Sam Mandanis didn't go to plan for Rob Marjon. He'll be back again for another day's racing at Sydney Dragway very soon. Spends more time out here than some of the staff, I think. Loves the place. Certainly spends more time hard at work than Rusty Gregory.
Wouldn't be hard. Let's be honest. All right, more grudgies coming up next. So is that all of the finals for our competitive brackets?
Well, I don't believe we have seen the Fuel Tech Pro Mod final, but it may be that we only had Jeremy Callahan to show for that one, and unfortunately that car has not made it down the track. So not quite sure if they have called that one as yet.
I did hear that Rob Campezy apparently wasn't going to be able to make it back out. I'm not sure if he was the other finalist in that pair. I don't know.
Absolutely nothing. So it looks like we've got some Grudge Kings coming up. We might have some small tyre fighters out there. I'm not quite sure if this is the finals.
We're not too far away, I don't think, because
construction.
Looking at the staging lanes, there's not a lot out there. Therese, you can confirm that?
Yeah, there's zero in the staging lanes. All I can see is some very happy winners and runners up down there with their giant novelty Grudge Kings checks. If you're still in the stands, put your hands together for some very happy people that have worked very hard to hopefully put on a day of drag racing entertainment.
Absolutely. I want to say a massive thank you to some of the hardest workers out here, the Sydney Dragway track officials. No,
thanks,
certainly
Rusty.
not us.
Thanks, Rusty.
Certainly not us. No, the Sydney Dragway track officials who have absolutely busted their backsides today. I don't think you could ask much more from a crew. And without those guys, we don't get to go racing. It's that simple. So a massive thank you to them. Everybody from the gate staff to registration staff to the guys out on the track, the guys on the fire trucks. Everybody played their part today, and a massive thank you goes out to all of them.
So red lights out on the track at the moment. Just waiting to see. Of course, we've got this grudge racing left to do here tonight. So our finalists just getting all their big novelty checks. Our winners there. A big round of applause from as they start to move on. Steve Bazina there, obviously one of our winners when it comes to the R275, the radial class.
I think what we're just waiting on is the couple of cars to move through the tunnel and just get some of this traffic jam moving down there. I don't believe we've got a huge amount of pairs left. In fact, I think we might have 1 or 2 pairs left by the look of it. A couple of grudgies. So for anybody who does want to see more of the streaming that we've done today, make sure you do jump on and give the subscribe button a hit, share, like, subscribe, do all the stuff that you have to do anytime you watch a stream, and everyone begs you to do it. So the more subscribers we get, the more stuff we're going to stream. It's that simple on our YouTube channel. Same thing goes on our Facebook page. We will be doing some live streaming over the coming months here at Sydney Dragway. Various different events. We've got a lot of different things coming up. So, yeah, stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned. But make sure you are subscribing to the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. You'll see it because it's got a red picture with Sydney Dragway official across the front of it. That's how you know it's official.
You do know our director doesn't have a camera on you, so the hand gestures aren't really working.
No, this is for you, Matty. I'm doing the hand gestures for you.
Okay, yeah. I think you subscribed for me.
Yes, official.
Yeah, official.
Official.
Once again, the people on the stream can't see your hand gestures.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Got to turn your mic on first,
it's
Matty.
been late. It's been a long day.
Has been a long day. When it's red, that means it's on and the people can hear you.
I'll look up at the dark sky.
Okay.
He's done a headlight too, got RX2. Unfortunately, he put a headlight out with that big wheel stand.
Well, that makes it hard to see the sky.
I thought he was just a bug. He was attracted to the light, our big lights down here on the track.
I don't know. It was pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Look, I think we've only got 2 runs left, maybe 3. Maybe 3, but definitely 2. One of which is on track right now. Peter Raham in the Rocket Industries lane in the Pack Performance RX3. He's been having a pretty good day, actually.
Yeah, last chance to try and see if we can push that time down a little bit more. Just see them reach into the boot. I'm assuming they are turning a nitrous bottle on there or checking something.
Also, we did put a poll up on our YouTube stream before if you've checked out the new Sydney Dragway website or not. If you haven't checked it out, jump on sydneydragway.com.au. Brand spanking new. It's got all the dates on there. It's very user-friendly. Even Matt Kavanagh can use it.
The low IQ. Good.
Off the line, the Sporty Cordy over the centre line this time around and gets way loose.
Oh.
Keeps it shiny side up, keeps it off the concrete. Might need a change of undies, but still 8.55 at 114 miles per hour. And Peter Raham, I think, is going to back it out of the beam, seeing as though the 330 block has been dislodged down there.
Well, he's not going to get any times there. 330 block, and it's the first one to the half track as well at the 660, so that'll take the speed markers. So that's 2 blocks taken out. We just can't stick him down hard enough. That's really what it is. Luckily, that's only knocked him over there too. I was expecting to see the foam just shatter and go all over the place. I don't know how he's kept it off the wall, actually, further down the track there. That was a big steer job to make sure that didn't happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely sitting an inch or two higher in the seat after that one.
Yeah.
All right, last run is in the water. Has been a long day. I don't think there's any secret around that.
You know the only reason he's come back out, isn't it?
He wants to get the wheel stand
He wants the wheel stand award.
He wants
the
the wheel stand.
commentator's high five.
The Triple H, the height, the hang, and the haul, as initially delineated, I think, by Chris Diggles.
And the high five.
And the high five. And the high five. The height, the hang, the haul, the high five on the way through. If you can high five the starter as you leave the line, you win it automatically. No other conversation will be entered into. This is a tough car, this one, the HT. Big purge of the nitrous. You reckon he can scrape the bumper? I don't know. Or is it about ET this time around?
No, it's about the wheel stand award. He's looking for that brisk high five as he comes back from the commentators. His award. Put it all on the line. He's had it up on the back wheels before. Oh no, he's going to go for ET. We've got it all wrong.
Yep. He's done a pretty good pass here across the finish line. 893 this time around. 148 miles per hour. Shoots out. That's what you want. And with that, it does bring to a close Grudge Kings for 2021. Big thank you to all the sponsors who got involved, all the bracket sponsors here today, and a big thank you to Pro Signs, and of course, Tuner's Edge for their major sponsorship of the event today. Don't forget, we've got plenty of events coming up here at Sydney Dragway over the coming months. It's a little bit busy up until Christmas, then we have a little break, and then we get straight back into it in 2022. So on behalf of the commentary team, the production team up here, and everyone here at Sydney Dragway, we hope you have a safe trip home, and we love to see you back here at Sydney Dragway in the very near future. Thank you very much, Matt Kavanagh. Thank you, Stephen Bush, and thank you, Adrian Hodgson. My name is Rusty Gregory. We'll see you next time here at Sydney Dragway.